I have some amazing news. I have some... Today is a Grimmi national holiday. It's not related to streaming, sorry. I should preface it with that. Let's see. It's not related to streaming. Although, like, I don't know, I felt really good since I talked about that stuff related to, I'm not gonna say it again. It was in Grimmi hours. Only true OGs know what Grimmi says at 3 a.m. There you go, don't worry about it. Your car started? Oh crap, I need to go check that. It probably still starts though. I use it like once a month. I have some great Grimmi news. It's not related to streaming. I can't, okay, wait, no. We'll wait until true Grimmi hours to discuss, like, I got a raid, like, during something, and I was just like, holy crap, that could have happened? In like, relation to, like, what I said, okay, sorry, anyway, look, that's not the main point. This is a Grimmi holiday? You just finished season 1 of Magnus Archives? It's been so good. This is an extra special Grimmi holiday, then. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Gonzo, thank you so much for being here for 8 months. I'm happy that you're having a good day. Audekoi, thank you for gifting a sub on a Grimmi holiday. A Green Boo, thank you so much for being here for 16 months. Gail, thank you for being here for 42 on a Grimmi holiday. Eddie, thank you for being here for 17 months. No, 18 months on a Grimmi holiday. So, a cop testified that she put evidence in Luigi's bag? Which we all knew was the case, but I cannot imagine how good that lawyer is to get a woman that had done that to say that. Yes. Free my man. I don't think there's any way they're going to be able to convict him. I also don't think he did it still, like, generally speaking. Like, but they said it out loud? Yes. I don't think that it's going to go well. Cops do that all the time. Yeah, I think she I don't know why she admitted to this, but it's starting to be reported on. So, the eyebrows were different. It was a completely different dude. I think they just found a dude that was, like, trying to eat a hash brown, but looking very handsome at a McDonald's, having a mental breakdown, and we're like, it's him! He's wearing a mask! That must be why. But he probably just didn't want people coming up to him because he's, like, a handsome dude, and he was probably like, if someone talks to me, I will die today. And then he had a much worse time. So they just picked a random dude then. I don't think they picked a random dude. I think they found a really good patsy, but, yeah, but they did yoink a man to make themselves seem confident so they could go like, look, this guy did do something. We found him. Wow. Let's see. A friend suggested you because, oh, you love Magnus Archives and Protocol. Oh, that's wonderful. We're actually, I need to ask where we are in the series. For streaming, I think we're around episode 50. I think we got to 50 or 51 most recently. Also, DJ, thank you so much for being here for 3 streams. You've gained 3 brain cells. They're just different now. I don't know how. Are you afraid? They're afraid brain cells. You've traded in your intelligence for your fear. There you are. Thank you so much, KB Bleach, for gifting 2 subs on this Grimmi holiday. It's just also thank you, Cortova, for being here for 14 months. Thank you, Whiskey Mike, for the 500 bits. Here are some bits for your holiday boss. Thank you. T-Von Havoc, thank you. 2 years. Thank you. 2 years. I hope you're having a happy holiday, too. Silky, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Assassin's Creed Shadows. Was that the one everyone hated because it wasn't very well made, and then they just went like, you hate it because you hate everyone that's different. And then that was kind of infuriating. I didn't like that. You can just say you had a bad video. You can just say you made a bad video game. Just get used to saying you made a bad video game and you were rushed with production. Tell your shareholders what happened. Tell them there was a systematic loss of control when it came to everyone actually doing their jobs, and you needed like 6 more years with like the level of management you were doing, and you needed to restructure everything. You could make a good game, but you needed that sense of restructuring. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, Trilly. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Make sure you're taking care of yourself, though. Getting your family some nice little treats for the holidays. Yeah, also Manhattan Cafe was released. Holy crap. That was an entertaining arc. I can't believe that... Michael, what's wrong? Oh, wait, 1 second. My cat really wants me to turn on his one cat toy. 1 sec. 1 second, you guys. I'll just show. 1 sec. One moment. Okay. I just can't believe it. Like I feel like humanity manifested that. Can you imagine how good a lawyer needs to be to get someone to admit to planting evidence on someone? Can you imagine? That woman must be like, I don't know, like some sort of god or demon. Like, it's crazy. I'm not seeing anything about the evidence being planted. Just delete. I'm imagine that this is not going to be something that a lot of news outlets really want to report on very immediately. Or at all. So it might be something that only smaller publications are currently saying, and I imagine it's also something that Google's like, you don't need to know that. Stop talking about that. No. Large William, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. People are gonna be super confused. Yeah, I imagine they're gonna stop publicizing as much as they possibly can, and they're just gonna pretend none of it is happening, and then he'll get out, and they're gonna do their absolute best to ignore him, and they're probably also gonna say, if you ever talk about anything related to politics or anything that happened to you, we're going to murder you and your whole family. Is what I assume will happen. I have a Red Bull, though, so, Yo, Colt, thank you for being here for 18 months. How you doing? How you been? Guys, please go check out Colt. Gasper had a really, really good time. That's so nice of you to hang out with them and watch him. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They had a collab yesterday. They were playing Voices of the Void. Let me say it's plausible, but they have to crack down and make sure the execution of billionaires happen again, guilty or innocent. He's just an example. The thing is, I think that was their intention. And also, thank you so much. Irik, thank you so much for subscribing, and thank you so much, I'm gonna say Mikey. Mikey, thanks for the 12 bits, appreciate that. I do have a zest for life. Anyway, I guess I should, like, stop screaming and yelling and, like, going crazy. So, he is full of fruit gummies and hot wings now? Oh, and hot wings? Cool. Oh my goodness gracious. When in doubt, bet on incompetence? Yeah, I think the thing is, a lot more billionaires are getting assassinated, but that was one where they were trying to, like, kind of, like, you know what they were trying to do? You know when someone would, like, touch a king or something and, like, they'd be killed for it? Or, like, if they tried to assassinate a king, they'd be, like, put on a wheel and, like, quartered? Like, and they'd, like, bleed out like they were on the breaking wheel? It was that, but then everyone went, like, we love him! Let's see more of that. And they were like, oh, that's not usually how the breaking wheel goes. Let's dial this back a little. Thank you, Kronos, for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. I believe it was him. I'm from NYC, and I think people want to see him free due to local woke politicians. Oh, then you were incorrect. So what the CIA and the FBI does is, this is very consistent, and I don't blame you for thinking that because it's something that a lot of people want you to think consistently because it benefits them. So what the CIA and the FBI are consistently known for is, if someone gets away with a very serious crime like that, like a very serious one, they do everything they can to influence public opinion and try to make it sure that someone is held accountable for it. They also do this if they have someone, I don't think that they did this in this instance. I don't think they executed the what's it called, the CEO. I think it could have been a random hitman even that was hired by one of his family members. It could have been a random hitman hired by one of his associates or someone that stand to gain a lot of money, but was being framed and kind of held up. Also, thank you, Nashnado, for the 500 bits. I'm so sorry, the 400 bits. That's just as beautiful. Thank you. But that's likely what happened. And then he probably staged it to look like it was something related to the betterment of society and doing a hit to show that the people wouldn't want that going on. So then what happened was the FBI tried to find someone, or more likely the CIA, but the FBI or CIA tried to find someone that would look good on paper for that type of crime. And since Luigi had a bunch of that stuff on Twitter, that's why I say stop putting that stuff on Twitter. Stop putting it on Twitter. Stop putting that you want to harm people on Twitter or on X or on Facebook or anything like that. Just saying, you do not want to make yourself stand out to like politicians like that. Like, you just don't. But they usually go and find someone that has that specific type of stuff going on, and then they go, this is the guy that murdered this person. And if they're generally in the same area, and if they're generally someone that fits the crime, and if they generally kind of look like the person, if they have gotten photos and stuff like that happening, then they will go and grab that person and they will turn them in. What likely happened was just, he was wandering around, he was going to New York, he was wearing a mask probably because he didn't want people to, like, bother him, because he's, like, a conventionally attractive guy. Like, people were probably, like, walking up to him and trying to talk to him throughout the day, and he was like, no, I don't want to deal with this. So that's probably what happened. Also, yeah, so, but it's getting so hard to hold it in. What? Oh, no. No, you can't. You can't say anything online. Don't do it. It's not worth getting arrested by the FBI or the CIA. And then you can't even really do anything. Luigi was also very lucky that they put him very much in the public eye, so all of this stuff is being covered very, very regularly. We've seen other people that have been patsies that have just kind of gotten taken into, like, custody, and, like, we never see them again, really. So, and this is all alleged, and don't sue me, and don't beat me up. I just said, I don't know, man. Oh, yeah, no. You were saying you thought that he did it. I was just explaining to you why it's very likely that he didn't do it. Because I think it was probably a hire by, like, you know, corporate espionage or something to that extent. Like, I never posted no links. No. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that it usually comes from this specific place. If it tried to time you out, yeah, Nightbot just thinks that. It'll do anything it thinks is a leak or a link. So, anyways, yeah, so that was the biggest thing. But this is really consistent, and he probably would have just been stuck in a jail cell forever, or executed or something to that extent. But the thing is, a leak? Like, no, not like, I said leak, but anyway. Sorry, I'm just getting so excited. This is so interesting. But this happens really consistently. What exactly did the cop testify to, though? I'll try to find the transcripts. Only a few places have reported on it so far. But, let's see here. Sorry. Apparently he's very happy about it. You can take a look at this photo. We should probably not discuss this on Twitch because I don't want it to be a political stream, but I do really like that he's just like, yeah, I'm happy. Let's go. Let's go. Anyway. Dang, he's a good-looking dude. I honestly think that's why he was wearing a mask. I think that's why he was wearing a mask. Like, he probably was just like, I don't want to deal with people. I don't want to deal with people. I don't want to deal with people. It's become acceptable for me to do this. I don't want to deal with people. So then he was wearing a mask. I'm just saying. I do the opposite, since I'm a shut-in that looks like I have died. So I wear a mask when I want people to notice that less. Like, I'm like not a super beautiful, attractive person. I'm like a very, very, like, not in a rude way, but I know where I'm at. And I'm just very like, okay, I can wear a mask and I can go outside and I can just lay down. Oh, thank God. People think you're super ill, Grimmi. I am super ill, so that actually works in my favor. Don't forget that privacy is a crime. Now, privacy is a crime? Oh, I guess so. Oh, that was another thing I saw. I don't agree with it because if it was he, he still shot someone point blank, and that CEO was a husband and father. Okay, well, we'll take it a step back, because I think I didn't explain it well enough. So, here's how it works. CEOs are usually assassinated. Not always, but usually. They are assassinated because there's money involved. So, the CEO actually had some odd circumstances going on in their personal life and in their business life, and we're not going to get into those specific things. But what happens is, if there's someone that needs to assassinate a CEO in broad daylight, they will usually try to find a common denominator that they can use as a cover for their crime. And they're going to be very good at getting away, hiding evidence, doing all this stuff. So, it is very unlikely it was the guy that was giving them the exact circumstances and the exact understanding of what they did. So, since this Luigi fellow was very against like corporate medical stuff, very against big pharma, very against that stuff, they're just gonna find a new CEO. Okay, let's take it back another step. So what if, how do I, okay, let me try to figure out how to explain it. Zest for life, I do have a zest for life. Okay, so, they know that they're gonna find another CEO, because the dude that probably committed the crime most realistically did not care that they were going to find another CEO, nor did they probably care about the crimes of the company that they were supposedly critical of. What people usually do is that they find something that they can hide behind for a crime like that, and then they assassinate them, so the person that hired them will benefit from it financially, and then they will get paid for their work. So that is likely what occurred based on what was going on with that specific CEO, because they were involved in a few things, and a few people were going to gain a tremendous amount of financial satisfaction from their death. But the assassin, if they were to make it look like someone had shot them specifically because they wanted to punish the healthcare system, that would be a negative. That would be a negative for everyone but them. Sounds like a cluster F? Yes, but this is just how it works. You're essentially learning about propaganda for the first time, so in a way I envy you, because it's a really interesting field. But, so, what was very likely to have occurred is they wanted it to land on someone else, and they wanted it to be something that was, like, ascribed, like, a lot of zealotry in a different area. So, yeah. Also, hi Numbers, how are you? How's the Grimster tonight? I'm lovely. Thank you for being here for 44 months. I appreciate it. The exec walked over his dead body for the shareholder meeting, guys. This was not a moral issue. Yeah. So, I'm not saying, I mean, you can totally be critical of, like, whatever's going on, but that was more likely. So then, yeah, the CEO's meeting famously continued without delay despite the news. Yes, and also quite a few people benefited from his death within the business sector. Also, don't murder me. I'm not trying to stir things up. I'm just trying to explain how this works to someone. So if anyone out there is like, I don't know. No, look at me. I'm doing your job for you. If you're getting your news from an anime girl, it's already like very discreditable and stuff. So, but this is probably what happened, and I'm not trying to be rude about it. I'm just trying to let people know because I think it's interesting. So anyway, after he framed it to probably look like it was someone that was dissatisfied with the healthcare system, what happened was, because they were likely a trained assassin, and they did not look very similar to the Luigi guy in terms of his, like it was a different jacket, different backpack, different stuff like that. He had different facial hair in different areas, like the shape of his face. Like, the FBI and CIA are very, 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 very good with that type of stuff. Very good. Like, they would not have made these mistakes. They would not have, like, seen a coat that was, like, slightly, like, lime green and gone like, oh, same guy. What they needed to do, though, it's not a copycat. What they needed to do is they needed to find someone that was similar, someone that was in the area, someone that looked like they were doing something devious, like wearing a mask would help with that, and then someone that had a background of it. So when they saw several people in coats that looked very similar, they probably went, okay, what about this guy? 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 This guy looks perfect, and look, he's very critical of healthcare companies. And then, instead of going like, well, I guess people can just assassinate billionaires now and, CEOs, like, in broad daylight, that's rough. They could go, look, we caught this guy, never do this again. And even if the original assassin got away, they were still able to hold someone accountable for it. And that's something that consistently the FBI and CIA look to do. They might have even been involved in, like, the original guy getting shot. We don't know. But they do that a lot. It's not a them? What? Computer tech? I'm so sorry, I don't understand. But like, so then they can eventually find, and this has happened quite consistently with quite a few different things that the FBI and CIA have done. It's just that they used to hide it much more sufficiently because they didn't have the level of technology operating like they do now. So now, if you're just a random person, you can often get to figure out conspiratorial stuff pretty easily if you can see through all of, like, the junk and, like, the gunk. And we've also had a significant decrease in the CIA and FBI recently, which means that we are no longer getting disinformation campaigns on the level we did before. So when they try to do a campaign that's like, this is an assassin, they murdered people, we should all be, they don't give an F anymore. They don't. They just don't have the manpower, and they don't know what they're doing anymore because they fired like a lot of their senior operatives. And they also have a lot of people in positions of power that weren't trained for the positions of power that they're in. Like there's, I forgot who it was. There was one woman in, I think, the FBI right now. I was listening to some interviews with some people that had exited the FBI. Cash should not be in charge of the FBI. But there are some people that have exited the FBI, and they go on to go like, oh yeah, I knew that lady. Yeah, she should not be in that position. She was never trained for it. This was really bad. I don't know why they did that. That's really weird. She should definitely be in this position or this position. She'd be great at those. I don't know why they put her over there. She is not the right person for that job. But the thing is, they're kind of doing this arbitrarily because they lost quite a bit of their workforce there. So what happens now is there will be an assassination. And then because they don't control TikTok to the extent they want to, and they don't control different places, especially X anymore because Elon and the government are fighting. This is so weird to think about. We live in an interesting time. But there will just be stuff detailing how different organizations are doing different stuff and go, here's an outline of everything that's happening. That's why you see people commenting so aggressively, like, release the Epstein files. It's gotten to the point where we can even talk about it here, and it's, like, not a big thing. Like, because they can no longer control that information, and because they no longer have time to do these giant disinformation campaigns. So, I just got here, what are we talking about? How the CIA and FBI work and how they've ultimately fallen apart. So, X is Twitter? Yes. X is Twitter. Cash isn't even fit to work at McDonald's. You better not get my fries wrong, oh my goodness. I think it's more likely they allow Twitter to be as it is because it allows them to keep an easy list of people. Oh no. No. I would have agreed with you until the more recent stuff. I'm not a big fan of Elon Musk. I think a lot of us are very harsh critics of him because he's in a position of power he shouldn't be in really sometimes. And he has some crazy opinions because he's very easily influenced. What happened to No Means Nothing? We're going to play it in a little bit. We just talk for like an hour or two first. Today I got a 5% increase on my clown job. Oh, yo, congratulations. He did release a update that made it so you can see where every account is made. Oh, so, could you time me out till Friday? Otherwise, I won't go to bed and I'll die. This is too interesting. All right, winner. Actually, I think you can still watch the stream if we time you out, so we're gonna give you a temporary ban, okay? Thank you so much for the 100 bits, winner. Sorry. You needed to work hard, and I'm very proud of you. So we're gonna temporarily ban you, but I know you're gonna do really, really good at your new job, and you're gonna do amazing. So, we will unban you on Friday, okay? We will unban you on Friday. Okay, we can do until Friday. Oh, we can do until Friday? Well, won't he be able to watch the stream, though? I think timed out people can still watch the stream. I think we have to ban him for, like, the image to be gone, or the video to be gone. Okay, you know what you're doing. Just make sure he can't see the image, either. But you got this, winner. Good luck with your new job. Yeah, okay, I think we do have to ban him, Yoma. But we can unban you on Friday. It's not a negative ban. It's not... Yeah, you got this. I feel like laying off feds, especially FBI or CIA agents, is a bad idea because eventually someone who's laid off will go rogue. Yes. More recently, all of the people that were in the FBI and the CIA, even if they had quit years ago, like a very long time ago, good luck, winner, you got this. I think we have to ban him, though, not time him out, but don't bans remove your sub, though? Oh, crap. Okay, just go to bed, winner. What I was gonna say, though, they just take the job somewhere else? Yes, a lot of FBI agents and CIA agents will get poached by other countries if they're laid off or fired. Which is why I was immediately like, why did they do that? But also, the people that have been laid off and fired in the past got 100% more critical. A lot of them are doing like a lot more interviews. A lot of them have been a lot more talkative about the 2017 leak of a lot of stuff that the FBI, they didn't admit to it, or I think it was the CIA. The CIA didn't admit to this, but they did accidentally have a leak that showed that they can listen to you with your phone, with your TV while it was turned off if you have a smart TV. Just a bunch of stuff like that. So if you permaban someone he can't see chat, yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Snowden released that? Yeah. They were really pissed off about that, but now they're talking about it much more frequently. So there's been a lot more transparency in the past 10 years about the intelligence community. Yeah, and recently they have gotten so pissed off. Like, they will just be like, okay, yeah, this is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened. It's actually scary how every theory was true. Yeah, it's the thing is, before, information was controlled in such a way, and we had a very functional CIA, and we had a very functional FBI. So this kind of stuff wouldn't be something we could talk about too succinctly and too often. But now it's kind of just normal. And now it's becoming more normalized to the point where this is like nothing compared to like what people talk about. Somber, thank you so much for being here for 39 months at tier 3. I get to watch in a while, just as excellent as remember. Yo, thank you for coming by. And Lupus, thank you for the 100 bits. Also, yes, I will never die. How's the night, Grimmi? It's going really well. How are you, Johan? Hope you're doing good. Oh, Michael, 1 second. I gotta turn his cat toy on again. Anyways, give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I think it's very obvious that quite a few different assassinations this year have been very fishy, very weird. But the thing that kept them in check was that we'd always have like a really good disinformation campaign going on. Like a really, really good one. Like a really interesting one. But we don't really have those anymore. The FBI and CIA are so crippled that they don't really... Is that an okay word to use in this context? Are so, destabilized that they're not really able to... Yes? Okay. They're not really able to fulfill, like, what they used to. So, they also used to be way better at screening, like, who they needed to have for disinformation campaigns and how they did them. So, here's what you do for, like, getting people to start disinformation campaigns and, like, consistently work at them. Let's say that, let's see here. I've seen most bans where, like, you can't say anything, no comments, no voice, no chat. Okay. I hope Winter's okay. Just send us a message on the, like, Discord or something if you need more help, Winter. I turn on VTubers on the TV and put my phone mic by it. I get the most schizo Amazon recommendations. And the feds are probably confused about what gaycation is. Yep. But here's the big thing. Here's the big thing that's really interesting. It used to work like this. And the FBI and CIA were, like, much better about this type of stuff. So they would go, like, okay, we need to find people that will be really good for not just informant stuff, but influencing, things like that. So they'd go up to, like, television broadcast people and be like, hey, you're working really hard, let's hang out. They'd take them on trips, they'd become, like, their best friends. And then the way that they'd influence them is to go, okay, we've become really good friends, I really care about you. I'm actually a CIA informant, and, you know, I didn't know this, but, like, there's some really bad stuff about to come out about you, and, I just want to see if I can help you, because I think this kind of stuff is gonna, like, ruin your life, really. It's rough. I'm very sorry. Like, that kind of thing. And then they go, you know, I really do want to help you, though. If you cooperate with me, and maybe I can swing it so things don't go in that direction, and we can even get you something like, you know, like $20,000 a month, like, put you on payroll. Like, you'd be like, you know, you're a very powerful person. You definitely deserve to be treated well. So it's not so much like they're a compromised person. It's not like they're a compromised individual. What happens is that they're now on the CIA payroll in their mind, and they're working with the CIA. Like, they're up there instead of, like, a compromised person being influenced by the CEA to do specific stuff. They got a job with them, they feel like. 20K a month, sign me up. You'd have to be, like, I don't know, you'd have to be, like, on the same level as, like a movie star, or, like, the top level streamers, like Asmongold or something. Like, it wouldn't be, and I don't think that he's a CIA or FBI, like, influenced person. I'm just saying about how it works. But they used to do that. And the way it used to work was when they did that, they would have better control over what was being said when it came to just general, like, influence of opinion. Stolid Steak VA, oh, hello! My birthday? Have a happy birthday! I'm sorry we're talking about this at this exact second, but I'll be through it quick. You're saying the assassinations were orchestrated by the mer people? I do. Oh, the mermaid wasn't to be trusted. Hey! Thank you for the 100 bits, though, Fillion fan. Okay. But here's the thing. There's a great podcast about the guy the FBI got to infiltrate and cause the riots in Denver in 2020. Oh, wow, that's interesting. I knew that those were... Okay. Calm down, Grimmi. Calm down. It's your birthday too? Happy birthday! Yo! Okay, calm down, Grimmi. Neko Rose, thank you so much for being here for 10 months. Happy birthday to all the lovely birthday boys and birthday girls. Also, yo, thank you so much, Rena the Slime, thank you so much. We're talking about how the CIA does stuff really quickly, and then we're going to play a lovely game. Well, actually, it's going to be a horrible game. We could have some cool yapping music. Thank you, Witch. I'm so sorry. I got so excited talking about all this stuff. Here we go. We'll put this in the middle. Yumi Nikki. So... anyways, they would get people on their payroll like that, and then they would be compromised individuals, so when they had things come up in the news, they'd go, that's a crazy conspiracy. How could people believe that? But now they're much worse at finding out who are the people to do that for. And they also can't control the amount of information going out with TikTok, with Twitter, with everything going on, and because of that, they have lost control of what they need the public to talk about in order to keep things under wrap and to keep things functioning normally. So now, everything is kind of up in the air. Everything is really crazy. Content creators to spread propaganda. Yes, Russia, China, pretty much like a lot of different places. India, they have all become significantly more advanced with their propaganda. America has kind of like fallen behind in that because we initially had Edward Bernays and like a few other really amazing propagandists, like especially after like the really bad war. Like everyone was like, "All right, you're hired," and that's why we had quite a bit of problems for a long while. The only thing that's kind of holding up the system right now within America is the big like us versus them mentality when it comes to a lot of different ideologies and beliefs. So, anyways. That's why it's very good when the FBI or CIA can get you to believe that someone else's opinion is incorrect. Instead of going like, I understand why this person is hurt and this is where they're coming from, if they can get you to go, they're incorrect, they're wrong, they're incorrect, they're wrong, they're incorrect, they're on the wrong side, helps them a lot. So, easy names to spot for forward agents are random names with 4 numbers at the end of. Yes, there's also quite a bit of bots for different reasons. There's a lot of different bots for a lot of different reasons. Should we ramp up the propaganda? Is your poster not enough? No. I'm not saying to ramp up propaganda. I'm just explaining how it works. And I think it's a really interesting time to look at this stuff with a clear head and go, dang, that's interesting. Dead internet? Yeah, we have dead internet for a few reasons. The monetization of bad opinions, or even just aggressive opinions, or even just neutral opinions that people don't agree with. That will get you more money than, like, some minimum wage jobs in a lot of different countries. So we now have people that specifically do that so they can take care of their families and all that. No Grimmi or wrong joke. Oh, you could say that. I know I'm right about specifically propaganda. I'm very well versed on it. It's one of my special interests, and I've had it for a very long time. Also, hi, Novel. We must spread the word of how great Grimbo sauce is, yo! One content creator seems to be destroying someone's legacy, and I can't tell if they're fed or crazy. Oh, are you talking about, Candace? Candace Owens? She needs to really chill out or she's gonna get killed. I'm just gonna say that much. She needs to chill, like, immediately or she's going to die. Like, I'm not making a joke. Like, I'm not trying to, like, say rude stuff about her. She, regardless of if she's right or wrong about everything, she's right about enough and she's going to get killed if she doesn't stop. She won't, she will. She will absolutely get murdered soon. Works for a certain government. She She might, but she needs to chill. She needs to chill. She needs to chill. No, she won't stop. She's probably gonna get murdered then. Not because she says that she has, like, assassination stuff going after her and all that. She's gonna have some bad stuff occur eventually. Not to be rude, it's just the CIA and FBI let you criticize quite a few different things, but she's going after things that are, like, not a good idea. How do you know all that? Because the CIA and the FBI follow a specific pattern after a certain point. She is very aggressive about specific stuff, and she is being very, very intense, so there's two ways she could go. She could either become an Alex Jones-like figure, which is something that would benefit them. They could feed her a lot of false information and eventually turn her into, like, a crackpot that people go like, oh man, that's just crazy. She's like one of the craziest people out there. Which I'm not sure if they have the ability to do right now, because they've lost most of their staff at the CIA and FBI. So, I don't know about that. The other thing is that she is going to be murdered in such a way that it looks like an accident. Car crashes, heart attacks, yes, there's a lot of different ways. It'll look completely natural. So, that's kind of happening already, yes. And if they cannot do that, which is unlikely to happen because TikTok is one of, like, the main sources of people's news now that can't be really influenced by, there's a lot of, like, AI stuff and, like, a lot of, like, false information on there. But it's not something that can be influenced by the government as well as they want it to be, and they don't have as many disinformation programs out as they want right now. So, very likely that she's gonna die. I'm just gonna say that, and then I'm gonna move on. Sorry, I'm getting way too into the FBI and CIA stuff. I need to chill. I need to chill. Most, interactions is just AI bots and stuck on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, dating apps, etc. The idea of dead internet is depressing, reality sacrificing the future to maintain the present, but that is the responsibility of ultra-elite to keep functioning money to self-sustain. Yes. Also, all of this isn't really so much about, like, government control. They want to, like, stalk you and murder you. It's just about maintaining the largest amount of money that people can and not letting it exchange hands and trickle down to, like, there is no trickle-down economics. It was a complete propaganda campaign to just keep people more wealthy and to bail out specific industries that people had lobbying money to pay a lot of, like, very important people with. So anyway... Average Grimmo sponsored stream rant be like, yeah, I don't know, I need to chill, but this is kind of normal now. Anyway, I'm going to be so for real, y'all need to stop fawning over every random neo-Nazi just because they sometimes criticize— What?! I don't think anyone had criticized Israel. And no, I am very, very much against anyone that is a neo-Nazi. That is not allowed here. If anyone even begins to spout that type of rhetoric, they will be banned immediately. That is not okay. You cannot be critical and, like, mean-spirited towards someone just because of, like, their ideologies, their race, their religion, anything like that. That is really weird. Like, thank you for the 100 bits. FBI downscale? So that's why my gang stalkers at the grocery store have been slacking? Oh my god. Yaka Yuku, thank you so much for being here for 19 months. Let's see, the black white supremacist? What? Well, one thing that was really messed up, but also kind of made a lot of sense, is quite a few of the white supremacist accounts that we're seeing on Twitter, not all of them, some people are just insane, some people are rude, that does not excuse their behavior, you need to criticize them when you find, this yapping is probably drawing you out. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just think it's an interesting topic, and now I got started on it. People still need to be criticized. The majority of those accounts, though, are not usually from white people or white supremacists. Like, what happened recently? Oh my god, Alfina, I'm so sorry! Thank you so much for the raid! We're talking about how, different government organizations work in terms of propaganda, because it's one of my special interests, and it's... Yes, quite a few different... I'm so sorry. I was talking about how quite a few, people on Twitter that spread really hateful campaigns against other people, or against other races, or sexes, or creeds, or anything like that, is because it makes them money, and they're usually not even from the ethnic background that they're, like, trying to be very aggressive about supporting, or the racial background they're trying to be aggressive about supporting. it's usually just because it makes them enough money to sustain their lifestyle in the country that they're in, if it's a third world country, because that... Also, hi, Gonzo, twice. Anyway, how is everyone? We're doing well. How was your guys' stream, though? Guys, please go check out Alfina. She's my VTubing sister. Wait, we have the same modeler. It's really, really, really cool. She also has a really, really, really cool model with a lot of really cool toggles. Please go check her out. Anyway, you were playing Routine. Oh, Routine was so good! Oh my god, Routine was so good. I still need to beat the second half of it. I'm so excited to play more of it. I will now politely say this, because we were, finishing up that thing. So, anyways, when I say that I'm happy that, Luigi, had someone in court testify that they had planted stuff in his backpack, I'm happy specifically because that probably wasn't something related to him. Our CIA and FBI are just going completely insane right now. And as someone that studied propaganda for years, and someone that has a special interest for CIA and FBI and propaganda, it's such an interesting time to observe every time they screw up so crazily that everyone's like, wow, that's weird. Like, seeing that kind of mistake in, like, a courtroom, like, for them, is like seeing, like, someone, like, I don't know, like, pull down their pants and, like, crap on a football at, like, the Super Bowl. Like, it's not something that can happen. It's not something that can occur. It's literally impossible. So many things have to occur for that person just to decide to do that. Like, they have to essentially be having, like, a stroke or something on the field and decide... What an analogy! It's like that, though! It's... No, not poop... Oh, gross. No. Like, I mean, like, the absurdity of it. The absurdity. There's... Don't do that! That was a gorgeous analogy. It's that similar in terms of that happening in the courtroom with this one specific person that the FBI and CIA are almost most assuredly trying to, like, pin this on as more and more evidence comes out, and they're just like, forget about it. We got other stuff to deal with. It's amazing. It's a once in a lifetime fumble. Once in a lifetime. Hi, Dr. Orpheus. Sorry. Thank you so much, Bootlicker, for the 310 bits. I appreciate that. No one is doing that. Okay, also, thank you so much, Isith, for the 3 bits. Thank you so much, for the 100 bits again. Non-Euro countries, hardline Kool-Aid drinkers too. This is, Indian national politics are insane. Oh, well, I hope that people from India can appreciate who they are more if they are becoming actual white nationalists in an effort to get money posing as white nationalists on Twitter. Alfina, thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry that this is what you raided into. I have just been... The propaganda going on in our society right now is so interesting, and it's so one of a kind, and it's so crazy. It's so interesting. I don't remember who I fell asleep watching to, but I'm glad I woke up for this. Yo, what up? If you fell asleep to Alfina, or if you slept through her streams somehow and were raided into her and then you didn't catch her, go check her out. Go follow her right now. Press that backspace button. Go follow her. She plays a lot of cool, spooky games. We are going to be playing one tonight, too. It's not more Routine. Routine was lovely, though, and I'm so happy that, Or Arena! Sorry, Arena! Go follow Arena, too! I'm sorry, Arena. I was so in the middle of saying something stupid when you arrived. I was just like, Rita, good job, hey! And then I went right back to it. Routine is really good. Routine is really, really good. So, it's about been an hour, so we need to run ads again. And, are we gonna be crapping on footballs? It was an analogy. It was an analogy for something so psychotic happening that it will never occur again. I'm sure that the FBI and CIA are absolutely just like, what the... And they're just going crazy. We've got 21 minutes? Oh, okay. I was gonna... We can play him a little early, because I'm gonna get a snack. I'm gonna get a snack. I'm gonna relax a second. I'm gonna stop talking about this. Because I have been on this for way too long, and then we are gonna be starting our game called No Means Nothing by the Bobber Bros. They usually make very intense horror games. Or I think they publish them. No Means Nothing is an anti-dating sim, and it's supposed to be about abusive relationship dynamics, I believe. I do not know the trigger warnings for it. I would appreciate if everyone is comfortable for this, so please keep that in mind. If you're having a good day, and you'd like to see something like this, hell yeah. If you're having a kind of rougher day and you're not feeling up for it, if these are the types of things that usually trigger you, You do not need to worry about it. I would not be offended if you were just like, nope, none for me. I gotta go. So, no worries. You don't need to say anything. I'm just gonna throw that out there, and then we're gonna thank you so much, Boot, for the lovely 500 bits. I appreciate it. I'm in a decent mental state to watch this game, probably. Okay, cool. Cause I tend to do the voiceover for these games if they don't have it, and I get very into it. People cry and like hurt each other, so it's just maybe not the most relaxing thing. Clinical Trial is a good reference of how like these games tend to go, like in terms of like stuff. So first time I've heard of an anti-dating sim. Same here. It really caught my attention. Autism special interest Ranscoper. Info dump all you want. I forced people to get the 5-hour Warhammer PowerPoint before. Warhammer I heard is really good. I've heard it's really, 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 really good. So, peak way to experience Clinical Trial. Your voice work is great. I'm glad you liked it. That one was really fun for me. We also have some other propaganda news. I'll talk about it when we get back. But what else is coming up in your news? Retailers have learned they can just release special products that they only send 1 or 2 to the entire state for, and then several hundred people will go to the stores and buy their product. Yes, I am talking about the Starbucks Bear Cup. I am talking like where that sold so much coffee for weeks and weeks, saying that they were going to get a restock when they had no plans for that. And then a giant box of Kraft macaroni and cheese that was humongous. They only sent about 1 or 2 to each different state. That is a new marketing technique because everyone has lost their mind and everyone is evil now. All right, we will be right back with the anti-dating sim. No means nothing. I'll be right back, baby. Okay. Alright. I took some time to no longer want to talk about that stuff. I'm chillin'. I'm chillin'. Tabasco sauce tastes like vinegar. I like Tabasco sauce. I think it's good. I like it. Welcome back. Thank you. We are now relaxing. We are now chilling. We are now okay. Everything is alright. Everything is good. Nothing bad is happening to you. Everything is going to be okay. Oh. I will not talk about anything too crazy anymore. I ran out of sweet tea. I'm so sorry. Now all you have is normal tea. This anime girl is talking over my chill music. George, sorry, no! We're all okay. My favorite conspiracy theory is everything's gonna be okay. I think so too. Sorry for getting so into that stuff though. I just think it's very interesting. Deja vu, this has probably happened more than once. I don't know if it's deja vu so much as I just do that constantly. It's all going to be okay. Have I been here before? Perhaps you have. It's all good. The CIA replaced Grimmi, so she'll stop talking about it. They would not. I think this is probably beneficial, just like, that girl sure is weird. Yeah, let her keep going. My favorite sauce is Grimbo sauce. Delicious, spicy, full... They don't know I exist, probably. They don't care. I am not big enough to have an FBI or a CIA person care about me existing. I do know I'll probably never be a patsy, though. Just because if you ever, like, tried to look into things, they'd be like, What does this mean? Oh my god, she was talking about all this stuff? Oh my god. So that's cool. Grimmi's soft voice will make me fall asleep at work. Oh, it's gonna get crazy. Grimmi's sauce nearly killed me the first time I tried it. I'm so sorry, Johan. But it's all okay. It's all going to be okay. You'll hurt the FBI CIA agent watching your stream right now? No, they're awesome. If there is one. If there is one, please contact me. It's probably just AI. FBI agent, override AI. Talk to me. Send me an email. GrimmiVA@gmail.com, please. I'd like to just get to know you. I think it would be interesting. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to prevent you from doing your job. You can ask me questions directly and I'll probably tell you the absolute truth about it and just be like, yeah, this is how I feel. Yeah. You don't have to ascertain it. I'm an open book, baby. It's all good. Just don't torture me to death. We'll be fine. All right. Even if you have to do that, I guess eventually I'll die. Poot in the Dungeon, thank you so much for being here for 4 months. Oh, new Voices of the Void hot sauce. Has a good mango flavor. Go check out sauce. Yo! I'd be honored to have an agent that means that that agent isn't watching someone who can be more harmed. Maybe. Although, I mean, some FBI agents do actually prevent, like, terrorist crimes and stuff, so it might be taking their time away from, like, very special, important things. Bashcat, thank you for subscribing with your Prime. What if the FBI CIA agents are observing specific chatter in here? I don't think they would be. Has anyone been very critical of— I don't know now, like, everything is just so out there. Like, when there's, like, 2,000 people in, like, the comments of, like, random stuff, like, everywhere going, like, release the Epstein files, they don't have time for, like, every single one of them. So we probably get AI, like, observation and— No! Grimmi, stop! Warren Boom, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime. Grimmi, stop. Grimmi, stop. I made dumplings? Oh, that sounds wonderful! Hi, Toki! Grimmi, stop. Grimmi, chill. Oh, there we are. Okay. The only critical I've been is of moisture. Get cheeky soap. I like his new soap smell. It's different. It's very different. Like the queso and Charlie soap smells are a little bit more masculine. So like I don't like, they're good for hand soap, but like I don't really want to smell like a guy. So they're probably gonna take forever to use up. Just saying. What if quesos smelled like quesos though? That would be so cool, wouldn't it? Yo. Do you want to smell like Denji? Denji's had like a more like gender neutral scent, I feel like. There you go. There you are. It's all good. We're all okay. Also, yeah, I was looking into more of like articles and okay, no, last thing I'll say. I will admit, I was looking into more of the articles about the stuff with Luigi, and they did... There's so many of them that are just cutting around every incriminating thing the police are saying and only reporting everything that wasn't super incriminating. It's crazy how much they're gonna try to bury that. I think it won't be buryable, though. I think it'll probably blow up in the next few days, and then they're just gonna be really pissed off. So... but it's nuts, like, how much it was spliced between, like, different words they were having back and forth about. It was really weird to see. But that's propaganda, baby! That's propaganda! Is he getting executed, or is he gonna live? He's probably gonna live. They really messed up today. Like, really messed up. It's becoming more noticeable that it's probably not him, but anyway. But we're moving on. There you go. He'll likely just get life with no parole. He's more likely to walk. What happened? One of the police that they were interviewing and cross-examining accidentally said that they put stuff in his bag. Like, they're obviously lying about it, and they got caught on, like, a few things, and he's very likely to just walk now. Accidentally? Yeah, they accidentally told the truth. Yeah, like, but it's not gonna be very, I guess, reported on very aggressively. People are probably going to start sharing more and more stuff in the coming days. I was like, damn, that's crazy. I thought propaganda was when a British person took a good look at something. Cool. Sorry. Alright, we're moving on now. Sorry, I don't want to be a political streamer. I just have a fascination with the CIA, FBI, propaganda, and the influence of that kind of stuff. Mind control. Mind control is so interesting, too. Mind control works completely differently than how you'd imagine. But, anyways, now that we've had this talk, it's interesting to think about, though, right? Like, you have, like, a court system where, like, they're doing, like, these really long, like, marathon court sessions, and they're just like, so, what did you do with the bag? And they ask them that, and they ask them specific details, and then it's like, so what happened with the bag? And eventually they're like, aw, damn it. MK Ultra was lame. MK Ultra was psychotic, dude. I don't know how they even did that. I was listening to an interview with, like, a CIA agent earlier. Okay. We're chillin'. We're chillin'. We're chillin'. Today, everyone, we are going to be playing a horror game. A very exciting one. We are listening to Fuzzy. Thank you, Witch. We are listening to Fuzzy. Okay. We are listening to Fuzzy. That was Yume Nikki Fan Game Sleep Mix. I thought it was lovely. That was a really good one. I have a few things on the watch later, so it's up to you guys. Would you guys prefer to play the game now, or would you guys prefer to watch a nice video? We can also watch the video after if we're still, like, looking for something to do if the game is a little shorter. One thing I do need to warn you about, though. So if you see very interesting products, like the big giant thing of Kraft macaroni and cheese, those are now just designed to get your attention for Kraft macaroni and cheese. I will not be buying anything from Kraft macaroni just because that was such a B move. That was a B move, Kraft macaroni and cheese, and you know so. As well as Starbucks, because they used the little Starbucks bear. That was a B move, and you know it was a B move, Starbucks. Should I return my 100 orders of Kraft? It sounds like you need those to live if that's all you're eating forever. What did Kraft do? I'm glad you asked. This is gonna get us onto at least other propaganda. So, for Black Friday, Kraft Macaroni released a gigantic, super huge box of macaroni and cheese. And you may look at this and immediately, because you likely have ADHD or autism, if you're here, not to be rude, but, like, you know, just we don't have time. We're just gonna be honest. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. They released this for Black Friday. Look at that. Look at that. That was filled with Kraft macaroni and cheese. For what purpose? Kraft macaroni and cheese. This was a box containing, let's see here. This was a box containing 65 boxes of Kraft macaroni and cheese. It was on a 75% discount, and it was 1937. It was at 1937. Sounds like a very hard year. Really specific price point. But, yeah, I'll buy that. Here's the thing. This was only produced in extremely small quantities. This sold out literally within about 1 second. Like, about 1 second. There was no time to put your payment info in. If you had all of your payment info in and you just clicked the immediately, like, buy, it didn't work. They made so few of these. Yeah, FOMO real, yes, 1937 for this gigantic box. Bought it? No, the thing is, yes, that's the thing. They probably made like 10. So what companies are doing more recently is they're doing this thing where they will go, oh no, it's sold out. That's so sad. Oh, we really tried to make 4 of those for you guys, for the entire country. Oh no. Scalping mac and cheese. Some people are selling them on eBay. I'm not sure how much they're going for. Let me check. 1 second. eBay.com. Kraft Big Box. Macaroni. Kraft is also the name of a box supplier. So we gotta see here. Oh, it might have already sold. There's some really intense Kraft heads out there, you guys. So what happened though was, let's see here. I might have to go to sold. 1 second. Let me see. Okay, condition, shipping options, show only, sold items. Okay. All right. Might be kind of hard. Oh, they have watches. Sorry. But what happened was, companies realized if they made a product like this that got a lot of hype online, instead of like making like, you know, like gigantic amounts that people could buy, like putting like, I don't know, like 20 at each Walmart in the country, like at least enough for like the people going there to get one, like, you know, like a decent amount. They realized that they could just make like 20 per state. Yeah, they sold out. That's the thing though. They could make 20 per state, but people were going to be talking about this. They were going to be sharing it. They were going to be showing people, and people would be like, oh, I haven't had Kraft macaroni and cheese in forever. Oh, I could go for some Kraft macaroni and cheese. Oh, so that's what happened. This was a tremendous marketing stunt where they realized if it sells out immediately, people will still go like, oh man, well, I haven't had some Kraft macaroni and cheese in a while. I might as well get some. This is evil. I will take blame for this tangent. Sorry, fellas. It's interesting though, right? It's kind of evil, though, because companies realized if they just go, like, you might be able to get this thing that you want, or you can get the version that's going to be way more expensive. You'll at least buy something while you're there. Marketing is literally evil. I think it can be positive in some ways. Like, there's some marketing stuff that I don't think is incredibly evil. This definitely is, though. This is an evil thing to do. This is a dramatically evil thing to do. And I'm tired of pretending. So, they also did this with the Starbucks Bear Cup. They did this with the Starbucks Bear Cup. They said to their employees, you are not getting any more of these, but you need to tell customers that they're going to be restocked. And the reason they did that is so people would wake up, go there in the middle of the night, consistently, not knowing when they were going to restock, and then buy more coffee. Because the Starbucks Bear Cup was such a hot ticket item, they never wanted to restock it. They wanted to keep people going there consistently for weeks, maybe even months at a time, until people finally had it no longer be a part of their routine or schedule. Because that's where they were making their money, the selling of the coffee. Marketing propaganda is literally always manipulation. It's just a question of what you're manipulating for. Yeah, I think that there's been positive, marketing and propaganda within human history. It's just that most people that get into marketing and propaganda aren't going to empathize with the consumer or what's going on. They aren't going to think we're going to make it so people get something that will make them enjoy X, Y, or Z, or improve their lives in a small way, or keep it at a level where they can still afford it and be comfortable and happy. They instead seek to extract as much money as possible from the consumer because they don't have a type of relationship with them that makes them feel like they should care for them, which is why everyone's evil now, I guess. So it's a lot like healthcare. Yes, I think it's incredibly important that if you are into propaganda or marketing, that you do not let it become something like that. If you can see the way to manipulate people in this fashion, that you do not allow yourself to do those things, because that is inherently evil and it is going to make the entire world really bad. So the sad animal commercials, for example, are good. Example of marketing for a good cause. Yeah, charities and stuff are very sweet. Like the things that people do to show that like there are things in the world where people can care about each other. I think that there are some positives. Like, there's also like a lot of pushes to, what's the word? Get people to donate for various charitable causes, which makes the person that donates within reason. You can't donate like your entire livelihood, your entire savings, anything like that. Within reason, it usually makes them feel better. It usually gives them a sense of like, oh yeah, I'm donating to a good cause, and this is going to improve the world, and it will make me feel good about myself and others. That's okay, that's a normal feeling to have, and that's positive. If it's at the point where it's excessive and it's harming someone, then no. No, small cat, gets a tax break due? True. Audio? Oh. Sorry, we were gonna play the game, but I went a little bit crazy. Anyways, marketers have at this point figured out how to manipulate you to the point where they don't even need to sell you a product or make something interesting. Omni, thank you for the 100 bits. I mean, that's why I donate to Grimmi, no! And also, thank you, Drilly. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. You should also take care of yourself, though, as well. Also, thank you so much, Ender, for gifting a sub, and Vashcat for subscribing. Vashcat, very nice. I appreciate it, thank you. I'm on day 13 of using hair supplements. I'm not sure it's going faster, but hair feels softer. Good for you, that's the first step. You don't notice it at first if you use something that's helping it. Just hang in there for a few months and see if it works. We all went crazy with you, you're fine, Grimmi? Okay, cool. Alright, we're good. Can't manipulate me because I'm poor and I got no money. That's really sad though, Captain Groovy. I'm trying to think about what you can do. Like, if you want to feel better, and if you want to, like, get into a better place, you could donate some of your time, if you have any, to, like, different shelters or, like, I guess old folks' home. I really do think that donating your time to, like, hang out with, like, older folks is, like, one of the nicest things you can do. Like, it's a very, very, very sweet thing to do. Omni, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Keep your FBI dossier listing as anxious. But content, yay! Why are you so wise? Cause I spend like most of my day having a mental breakdown, I think, and thinking too much, and then I'm here. Not in a rude way, just I have really bad PTSD and, like, ADHD and autism. Well, not, I don't know, I think I'm pretty low on, like, the autism spectrum and stuff, or I'm pretty, well, no, I'm not, like, super functional. Like, I can't go outside for very long, so... Anyways, I'm doing my best. The bits were for contentment, not anxiety. Oh, thank you! I appreciate that. You used to work with special needs people. While very fulfilling, it will wear you out. Yes, that's very true. Like, high need, like, people and stuff, like, wears you out in general. It can be very intense. Grimbo has harnessed the brainworms to bring you the delicious taste of brainworms Grimbo sauce. Thank you, Novel! Go check out Novel Horizon, too. Wait! Oh, crap. I should, Semi-high functional autistic ADHD nervous PTSD women. Yeah. That about sums it up. I can drive, but I have a lot of mental breakdowns. And I can't be outside for more than 2 hours, and my skin always feels bad, and I don't like when light bulbs are on, and... I think it's gotten worse as I've started to, like, not, like, have to pretend to be normal as much. But I've also gotten a lot less stressed out. I don't know, I'll figure it out. It's fine. Fun to dissect every ad I see and figure out what methods they're trying to use to get in my head. Oh yeah, absolutely. And Omni, thank you for the 100 bits. We all struggle with our demons. What matters is who you choose to be in the spite of them. That's true. Yeah. Also, that's true. Functionality is dictated by the systems around us. Exactly. I also don't enjoy the light. Yeah. No, no. Making yourself comfortable is probably the best thing that you can do. Hi, my cat smells of cat food. How are you? I hope your cat's doing well. Find out all free food handout centers in your area. If people approach, inform them. If you have time, inform them. They will thank you and seek those. If insufficient, design a pamphlet and donate to those. That's really nice, actually, yeah. We have a lot of skills we can use to help each other. That's really beautiful. Do you have a listing of the songs used for your background music? This one specifically is this. It's usually Silent Hill music, or in this case, recently I've started, like, putting down Yuminiki music and, Yuminiki fan game stuff. So, Grimmi Radio, I'm glad you like it. I looked into getting a radio station. You can't. They don't let you apply for licenses anymore. You have to buy a radio station that already exists. Not a joke. For real. They're also in specific locations. So if I were to buy a radio station somehow, also they're very expensive, but if I were to somehow buy a radio station, I would have to move to the location of the radio station. So you could just stream music on YouTube and call it Grimmi Radio. I could. I just think it would be really cool to have a radio station. A Bug's Life, it's just one ant. That's true. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, Isith. Yesith. I appreciate it. We can all band together and be a lot happier and a lot healthier. Also, thank you, Hefty Chongster, for making a top clip there. Living in a radio station would be sick, though, right? Right? I really want to buy a radio station and then, like, just have that go on with, like, my streams at the same time. That would be so cool, wouldn't it? And then also, like, in the times I'm not streaming, I could let other people, like, use the radio station to play all the music they want and do all the cool... That would be so fun, right? Yeah. Like, 3 p.m., you could just hear one of my friends going, like, this is the Magnus Archives, episode 23, and I hope you like it. I'm not being paid for this. This is the amount of energy I'm going to put into this recording specifically. Yeah, okay. Have a good day. British. You could run a pirate radio station? I could, but wouldn't they be angry? Have you played Killer Frequency? I love Killer Frequency! It's so good! It's so good! I recommended it to Barry because it's one of the few jump scare-free horror games. Reminds me of that part in King of the Hill. Oh, where Dale starts a radio station talking about conspiracy theories until he can't manage it anymore. No, that was cool. Oh, wow. Hop on 444.900 megahertz. I hang out on the East Coast Reflector Network at these hours. That's cool. That's really cool. The ham radio stuff, I haven't gotten a license for it yet, but I did study it. I could probably get it at this point. It's a nice stream till licensing hits the scene. Also, Grimmi Radio, Fallout Radio mod, please consider. Licensing? I wouldn't need to license stuff. Here's what I do. Spooky public domain music from the 1920s, 1930s. And then cut into all the broadcast as well. I would have different podcasts that I go to and say, can I play this stuff on the radio? It's non-profit, but it'll make truckers feel like they're dying. They're gonna be very afraid on the road because they're gonna be hearing your podcast at random hours. And they'll go, hell yeah, I love scaring people. That is perfect. The 500 truckers, yes, they're gonna be too afraid to commit any more murders. Sorry, we're broadcasting right now. What if we did a radio stream? It'd be so fun. It would be. I actually found a, let me see if I can find it again. I found this really cool tabletop that's all about, it's all about doing, like, a radio program, and you essentially have, like, a radio thing where, like, you have different callers call in, and there's, like, a database of different callers, and you have to, like, talk to them and try to, like, figure out their stories. Like, it's like audio, like, database, so it's really cool. We can even add our own to the database as well. Yeah, it sounds fun. Yeah, we'll do that at some point. That'd be a fun special stream. It's gonna be great. But what I was saying is, if I ever get the opportunity, I will definitely buy a radio station, and I will live there with my cats. And, I'd like to volunteer to help with this. That's very nice of you. I don't know if I can do anything at this time. So, there are no radio stations for sale around where I live that aren't, $2 million. $2 to $5 million. Yes. So, that won't happen. If I see one in a place where I would, like, be down to, like, work and stuff, like, then I will consider moving there, like, you know. How much is that in Grimmi coin? A lot. Have you read A Lonely Broadcast? Oh, I have that book! I have that book. I got it recently. It's very good. Very one of a kind, very different. Also, hello. You can tell the person really liked Night Vale. Hello, the shrimp. Oh, scrimp fried rice. Hello there. Oh, how are you? It's a very fun book, yeah. My main hobby is like reading and writing that I do off stream when I'm not just going, oh god, like, you know, like most people these days. There you go. We could make that in a weekend if we all join in together. No, I don't think we should pay that much for anything. I think the prices for things should go down. I don't think anyone should go like, alright, $1,000,000. Excited for future Grimmi FM when you retire? That'd be cool. Yeah, that would be a cool retirement goal. Although I'd still probably stream, because I... 1 second, Michael needs his toy turned on. Alright, Mikey, 1 second. 1 second, baby. You wanna know what really sucks? What really sucks is now I really want Kraft macaroni and cheese. They even have like a vegan version that I have in my pantry. I really want to go make it now. I'm not going to, but is it the bee? No, it's a weird cat string thing that literally all the cats are playing with, including Pumpkin Pie, who's very nervous. But it just makes like a little like thing like go like around, like it's on a string. And it has a little motor, and it just, like, zoops around, and they scream at me all day when it's not turned on. And only one of the cats has, like, figured out how to turn it on themselves, but that cat is asleep, so they just scream at me. The box charmed you? You have been taken by the noodle I really want to eat it. I have some in my pantry. It's the vegan version. It's the vegan version. Well, obviously, like, all the things I'm eating are the vegan version, but, like... It tastes pretty good, too. It doesn't taste 100%, and it also is, like, Kraft macaroni and cheese. You really only enjoy it if it's, if you're, like, 12. Like, so... That's sad, the vegan version? No, it tastes really similar. Oh, that's another thing. Unfortunately, I know that, like, I said this a lot, and everyone was, like, angry at me and stuff, but, scared to death? Ooh, I'll have to check it out. I want to cry for you, vegans? Oh no, you don't have to. I regret to inform everyone that, unfortunately, a lot of places are now starting to, as I said, they would, either take out the animal products from their stuff or greatly reduce it. At most coffee places now, like, if you go and, like, get coffee, if you just order a normal drink, quite a few of them are now just using oat milk. So that's going to be a trend that continues since milk, eggs, cheese, butter, those things are now more expensive to produce. So it's going to continue to go in that direction. So now you will also probably be eating a lot of vegan food by the end of your lifetime without realizing. So Chinese vegan food are tasty. I mix it with other non-vegan foods. Ooh, that sounds good. Oatly milk is actually better than milk and coffee. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't really like the taste of milk, and it makes me break out and I'm allergic to it, so... I'm fine with it, but it's gonna be rough for other people. What about the cheese caves? The cheese caves will persist. Everyone was mad at me and stuff. I've never seen people mad at you in here before. Oh, well thank you, Omni. Thank you for the 100 bits. I think it's like one person that'll argue with me out of like all of you guys, and I'll be like, I have to convince you. Wait, this is correct. I'm not doing this to hurt your feelings. But like, yeah, I'm not saying it to hurt your feelings. I could never be vegan. I respect y'all, but I love my meats. No, I'm not saying it's just... Those are going to become something that may become out of your price range to some extent, and they're going to continue to cut it with soy and other products like that. So it's going to be something that you're slowly going to get used to over time. Like, I'm not saying that you have to do this. I'm saying that it's an inevitability because they want to make more money, and they've realized it's something where they can get away with it. Like... You wanna hear something? Here. This was really funny, but this was really messed up. Oh no! Let's see if I can find it. I just want the recording. Let me see if, okay, all right.
All right, controversial comments about Campbell's soup. The comments allegedly made by a company executive. Here's ABC's Sophie Flay.
Campbell's.
Good.
This morning, Campbell's Soup is denying claims about its products, allegedly made by an executive in a recorded conversation. The person in the recording is also heard belittling Campbell's customers during an expletive-filled rant.
We have that's for poor people. Who buys our I don't buy.
I'm gonna read this out loud since it's a little garbled. We make food for poor people. I don't effing... I don't buy effing Campbell's products barely anymore. It's unhealthy now that I know what the flip is in it. You can eat
bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer.
So, there was some debate on whether or not that was the actual vice president. That dude got fired almost immediately. So, very likely to actually, they pretty much just released statements of, we would never say that, but we're very sorry and he's fired. But we would never say that and that isn't true. But if it were to be, he is fired and you don't need to worry about it. And that was very rude of us and we're sorry. But that never occurred, so don't worry. There's no way it's actually bioengineered. It could be extruded though. Well, the thing is, bioengineered could mean different things to different companies. So, Rosen, thank you so much for subscribing. Also, thank you, Seth, for the 100 bits. Give me vat-grown meat. I want my atomic bacon. Oh no. And Vespa, thank you for the 100 bits. Again, I appreciate that. It never happened, but we fired someone for it. Yes, that's not a good... Progresso is owned by Campbell's Chicken Soup, Gilcon Gate. I'm very sorry. There's no way it's real bioengineered meat that's more expensive than gold watches. No, that's lab-grown and 3D printed meat. What's more likely is what they're talking about is not bioengineered specifically. Well, actually, kind of. Like, because what they're doing is probably doing specific types of additives and, like, giving, like, the chickens very specific things or, like, the beef very specific things. And kind of, like, bioengineering from that regard. It can mean 100 different things. Yeah. So they're saying that it's unhealthy to eat their food because of the chemical additives at a different stage of it. Which does not feel positive for the consumer. Campbell's Soup really crashed after this, which is fair. Lab-grown meat is not the same as bioengineered, though. Yeah, it's rendered down and into paste and reprinted to make it look good, wouldn't be? Yes, lab-grown meat is also very different than what people expect it to be. At first, we were believing that it was going to be, and this is some of it, but it's rare, we thought it was going to be like cultured meat that was grown from different types of stuff being fed into like a petri dish, and eventually we'd get to the point where that was growing and expanding, and we'd be able to eat that. Rich people think poor people meat is 3D painted. It's more like, it's like a meat slurry. Yes, meat slurry is the right word. They're getting a meat slurry, and then they're kind of like engineering it to look like it's more expensive meat when it's probably like literal garbage, and they get it from like the worst supplier possible, and they're trying to cut down on everything. And they would be adding plastic to it if they could, if it would make them more money. And he's going like, I wouldn't eat that crap. That's for poor people. It's going to make you sick. That's like eating garbage. And when people say that, they don't love it. So, they need to feed people better food. Yeah, we have a severe lack of, I guess, standards when it comes to that in America, to the point where, like, it's illegal to, like, import some of our stuff to different countries. Like if you live in the UK, you'll never eat some of, like, the food that's here just because it's considered poison. That's just how it is. Omni, thank you for the 100 bits. Got nothing in particular to say, just wanted to oh, thank you. Wanted to get into your game soon, just some Reddit. Yes, we are going to get into the game. But what I was saying is, like, companies just want to make more and more money, so they're going to keep going down this road. And it's not something to, like, hurt your feelings when I say that you're probably going to be eating more vegan food. It's just kind of the reality that unless things change, it's going to go in that direction, because our farming culture when it comes to, like, animals and agriculture in that direction is pretty much, it's getting really wiped out. So we're gonna be in a rough place with that for a very long time. It's like grasshopper flour. Yeah, grasshopper flour is possible. I couldn't order a VTuber food because it's, let's see, from the USA and it would be confiscated and burned in customs. The hot sauce is okay in the UK. I did check. It can be shipped there, but it's very expensive right now. We're working on getting a supplier in a different area. Thank you, Seth, for the 100 bits. I like how it's not how it is processed, but more culture around the food. There is no walk to the cafe around the corner for lunch, no pop over to the corner store for tonight's ingredients. Yeah, so here's another thing. I would say if you would like to be healthy at this point in time, it really sucks, but you kind of have to learn some new skills that people had for a very long time, but because food got so cheap and it was manufactured in a way that saved us more time and allowed us to work more, we started going towards frozen food. We started going towards convenience food like McDonald's and Burger King and things like that. That's no longer sustainable for us, and it's kind of like how it was like maybe 100 years ago where that was uncommon, people going out to eat very often unless you were very wealthy. So we can't cook homes easily. Everything is too focused on convenience. Yeah, we became very addicted to convenience, and it's not our fault. Like, it was just pushed very aggressively by different marketing agencies and just kind of like in our daily habits themselves. America is an extremely, extremely, extremely convenience-focused like place. Like, that's the biggest thing. So if something isn't convenient, we're less likely to do it. We're very individual and we're very prone to convenience. So also, Delta, thank you so much for subscribing. And a lot of us have ADHD here, so it's even more likely that we're gonna just focus more on that. She says I make my craft noodles and powdered cheese. No. Thank you, Thrive Wolf. Thank you for letting us know, though. They still win in the Kraft mac and cheese. They're doing it. It worked. I had it on screen and everyone was like, let's have a little bit of a treat. Bought some brownies tonight. It's made with vegetable oils and guar gum. It tastes bad and the texture is just goo. Yeah, unfortunately, they're also not making good vegan food because good vegan food would require more effort and like time. So every food is going to become vegan eventually, which is going to suck. If you're in a country like that doesn't have a good agriculture sector when it comes to like milk, cheese, eggs, stuff like that, they're going to be too expensive for people to want to use in their processed foods. Look at it like this. You can do me a favor. Go to any store that you regularly go to for groceries, and right now, it's Thanksgiving, or not Thanksgiving, it's Christmas and Thanksgiving time. It's the holidays. I want you to look at a pie. I want you to look at the ingredients for it. And I want you to look at specifically where butter, eggs, milk, cream, all of that stuff falls on it. What used to be the case is it was very high up there for a pie because they used a lot of cream, they used a lot of butter, they used a lot of eggs. Now, they are no longer using those ingredients, or what they've also started doing is adding in a very small amount of them. So they are now at the very end of the ingredient list, and they are using like minuscule amounts to go like, we still use eggs, we still use butter, we still use cream, we still use these things to flavor our pies and make our pies, but they're so far at the end that you're not really having them in that pie. It's like they're adding in a dash of it, like 1 drop of milk, essentially like a thimble of milk, so they can still go like, oh yeah, and yes, a 20th of an egg. For real, they will do this. It may be even lower. Some of them say contains less than 2% of those items because animal products are more expensive. So our pies, our things like that, they're getting so expensive to produce in a non-vegan way. Many of them are becoming vegan. Just the same way I was talking about how coffee shops are defaulting to oat milk because that is now cheaper if they buy it in bulk. I recommend checking ingredients order in general. A lot of food has less food than you think. Yes. I don't think you should go to like sorry. Me and my friends called it woke foods for a really long time, but I know that's rude. I don't think you should go to Whole Foods. I don't think you should go to Erewhon, which is like super Whole Foods. I don't think you should go to those places that are like really expensive. We just called it woke foods. I'm sorry. I thought it was funny at the time. That's funny. Yeah. I think that being woke isn't a negative thing. I think that it can be negative if it's used like by a narcissist in order to like silence people or be rude, which I think is part of why people don't like that specific culture. But on the other hand, people also do that from the other perspective. So like, you know, we really just need to stop listening to people that are crazy is essentially what happened. Anyways, that's a different conversation. Anyways, you don't need to go to Whole Foods / woke foods. This is a joke. I'm sorry. I just really thought it was funny. Anyways, you don't have to go there, but what I would recommend is finding a market where you can still buy things that are like bulk lentils, just carrots. I'm dying laughing right now. Woke foods is a funny name for it, right? Woke political activism. I know, but calling it woke foods is like, okay, sorry. Anyway, woke is a nebulous statement. Exactly, it can be used negatively. It can be used as an insult. I don't think it should be if, like, the person is genuinely defending, like, how they feel as a person and wants to be respected as a human being, and feels that they've been treated negatively by society. That's mean. But, like, anyway, I love my meats and eggs, etc. I will never be a vegan. I'd fight anyone on it. Okay. I feel like there's some miscommunication happening here because sometimes I'm not arguing with you, Eddie. I'm just explaining, like, how things are going in a general direction because corporations want to make more money off of you. So they are going to limit the amount of, like, meat that you're getting. You can still go to steakhouses and stuff. The quality of meat will also be going down, though. So have a good night, y'all. Have a good night. Good night, Prophet. Grimmi are kind of crazy. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the $5 dues. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you. Does things going vegan mean cookie dough is finally safe to consume raw? Ironically, yes. I'd be careful still, but, like, there's a lot more, like, don't eat them if they have eggs in them. Don't eat it if they have eggs in them, but quite a few different brands of cookie dough no longer have eggs, which is really funny. I hadn't really considered that. The reason cookie dough is unsafe is due to raw flour. Oh, really? I have some that are, like, safe to eat that don't have eggs in them anymore. So some places specifically advertise it as safe to eat raw. Yeah. The flour also needs to be cooked a bit. Okay, that makes sense then. That makes sense. Raw flour can give you food poisoning. Holy crap. It's not just egg salmonella, but the flour. Oh, that makes sense, though, because it sits there for so long, too. It could have different bacteria or pathogens. I found you from a random Twitter clip, and I'm having to draw. Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. I appreciate it. We're just about to play a video game. I know I've turned off the music like 4 times going like, video game, and then we talk another half an hour, but this time I mean it. The FDA allows an unsanctioned amount of rat fecal matter in flour. Yes. That's not all. So when it came to, like, our food safety standards with meats and stuff, it used to be a little bit better, but now it's getting significantly worse. We also have less manpower in the, like, slaughterhouse industry, in the animal transportation industry, in the animal, care industry, like, when it comes to, like, our agriculture sectors, so, people can get very sick from that stuff. I highly recommend that you no longer eat anything, like, rare. Like, it's, even if that's something that you just really enjoy, no longer safe. Just do not do that. In terms of, like, just not a good idea. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a resurgence of mad cow disease at some point in the future. Like, it could be a few months, it could be a while, but we're already seeing a surge of prion disease when it comes to wild game and deer. So I wouldn't recommend eating wild game and deer. Just saying. So no sushi? I wouldn't eat sushi even right now. Munching on the frozen chicken breast raw. You're in Canada, I think, right? Are you in Canada or, like, somewhere? You're somewhere. Sorry, Yama. Maybe you're in America. I'm not really sure. Anyway, sorry. The roaring disease, don't eat meat. Even well done won't stop prions. Yes, prions are very scary. Don't dox Yama Bud. I thought that you already talked about. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I really apologize if that was bad. I don't know where you are specifically. I'm sorry. It's because mass deregulation in food. Massive deregulation in food. Oh, interesting. Like, that's the thing. Sorry, Yama. Sorry. Someone already talked about Yama being in Canada. It was Grimmi. I've said this before! Stop being mean to me! Stop being mean to me! Stop being mean to me! If this is something that I've already talked about before and it was fine, I'm genuinely starting to think she has no idea where I live anymore. What?! Okay. I was in another room and that sounded so confrontational. Okay. All right, fine. Argentina's a rough place to be right now. All right. Okay. I'm not doxing anyone if they talk. Okay. We are now continuing onward. You forget where your own mods are? I thought I was getting better. How are you doing, Nox? Alright, look. Either way, I would not recommend eating anything raw. I would not recommend eating anything like that. You don't know where it's coming from at this point. Just saying. You can't dox anyone if you don't know where they live? I guess so. Not even raw water. Raw water is, well, I hesitate just because there's been stuff where it's a little bit insane lately. So, does anyone... Okay, actually, don't tell me, obviously. I'm not going to try to dox any of the people chatting here. I keep my mods in a special folder on my desktop labeled mods. Oh, New Vegas, baby. New Vegas. I hesitate to say that you should just drink tap water anymore, specifically because there's so many issues with it right now. At least, I guess, in America. I'm glad you like the Grimmi Yaps. Okay, we're gonna play the game right after this, I promise! This is something that's been covered in the news only a tiny bit, but I saw it on some different conspiracy things, and I was like, oh, this might be real, and then I was like, oh yeah, this looks pretty real. Supposedly, I think it was... Where's the place with the tunnels that Elon Musk made? I think it's Las Vegas, right? I'm not 100% sure. I have my mods in a file called my Fallout TV show version. How dare you? LA, Las Vegas. I think it's Las Vegas. Or California. I think it's Las Vegas. New York? Okay, they might have them in a few places. One of those places, supposedly the people that were drilling for his company and, like, expanding the tunnels, they got in trouble for throwing out, like, stuff that, like, powered their drills, essentially. They were just throwing it into, like, water. Like, back into the water supply. And it's a very toxic type of chemical. So I would not recommend just drinking tap water at this point. I would highly recommend... It was maybe batteries? Like, it was like some sort of fluid that was like very, very, very bad for people. They got fined for it, and then apparently like they were seen later doing it. Which is really rough. But that's just one of the times that corporations have been caught with that type of thing recently. So I imagine there's stuff that could be going on anywhere. I'm speechless. Yeah, I no longer give like my cats like tap water or anything. I now filter it. So that's the thing. I highly recommend getting a water filter and then making sure that water filter is like legit. If you have a refrigerator water filter, I even recommend doing a secondary one. Don't know if it filters acid. Yeah, exactly is the thing. No one drinks the tap water there on a good day. They all drink bottled water or filtered water. Oh, interesting, huh? Makes sense though. It's probably boring fluid used to lubricate the drill and carry the sediment away. That's probably... I think it was boring fluid. That was it. So, always give my cats bottled water. Yeah, which sucks because that can have, like, plastic and stuff in it. I think, ideally, we should probably start putting aside money to invest into things that we're going to need to just make life a little bit more tolerable and a little bit safer. For us and our families. It doesn't have to be a lot. But it might be good to get into, like, a situation where you have, like, a really good filter that filters the water for your whole home. Like, a really good, like, watering filtration system and water softener for your whole home. Like, that might be a good idea just because the tap water is going down in quality in so many different places. And that's just one example. There's quite a few places where there's tap water issues consistently. Yeah, Brita filters cannot get really small cams. The cheapest one that gets most is zero water. Yeah, you have to invest into it. And in that case, I also think it's a steam machine is an essential. The steam machine is going to be over $1,000. I knew it was going to be over $1,000. We all knew it was going to be over $1,000. We knew something bad was going to happen because this happens with every console now. On the flip side, the Switch 2 is, I think, going a little bit more on sale because they're kind of just sitting there at this point because it didn't sell incredibly well. It sold okay. Like, a lot of them are just sitting at, like, retailers at this point. Like, I've even seen some. It's been a little bit weird. But, like, the Steam machine isn't going to probably sell that well just because of the RAM prices. It's going to be over $1,000. Unless it's a loss leader, it's going to be $800 to $900. Yeah. It's going to be $800 to $900 only if they do it as a loss leader. They overstocked, but it sold pretty well. Yeah, it sold pretty well to retailers, though. Like, I'm not really 100% sure it sold amazingly well. Like, because I've seen very few people consistently use them now. They announced they will not loss lead this. It's going to be over $1,000 at this point. With the RAM issues, it's going to be over $1,000. It was probably going to be around $800 before. It's going to be like $1,000 now. I don't even know what to say. Yeah. You need it with 236 gigs of RAM, and oh my god. Let's see. The sales on Switch 2 were not cleared by Nintendo, which is why discounts aren't there until it hits your cart? What? I saw them discounted. Interesting. It might be retailers trying to clear up some stock then. But I could use that cash for water filtration or guns ammo. I would say water filtration is probably the better one. When it comes to guns and ammo, it's gonna sound really rough, but you pretty much only need, like, I would say 2 guns. Like, you need a gun that's going to be something that you can use very efficiently and very easily. And then you just need a gun that will make people go like, oh my god, I'm not gonna mess with him. That's a really big gun. Even if there's 12 of us, that's a really crazy gun. Oh, no, 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 no. Like, those are the 2 guns you'll probably need in your entire life. Like, that's pretty much it. Like, even just a small gun is gonna make people panic. But if you have, like, a crazy person gun, they're gonna be like, okay, alright, bye. Okay. You only need just enough ammo to use it to acquire more ammo. Like a video game, I guess, but unless you want to collect guns and use them for trading as currency, that's true too. I think it's a really good idea to get a water filtration system though, just because if there is something in your water that's a little bit negative and you don't know about, you can at least make sure that you're going to be comfortable and okay. So what are we talking about at M60? We're talking about guns. Spinning revolvers like awesome. Oh yeah. Get at least gun that's simple, doesn't break easily. Yes. You should also probably have a small gun that's very light, easy to carry, and that you're comfortable handling. And then if you want to have a crazy person gun, like, that's fine too, but, like, that's where you want to start. I'm just saying. Get the wrist wrecker 5000. No! I have many. Good for you, Rose. I love guns. I think they're interesting. The bayonet for my shotgun is longer than my forearm. Holy crap. That count of a crazy person gun? Yes, I think most guns will scare people, but if you have a shotgun, if you have, like, an automatic gun, if you have, like, or if you have an Uzi, something like that will make people go, like, okay. Like, worst situation, society is fallen, the purge is happening. If you have a gun like that, people will be like, okay, all right, I have other things I need to do right now. You have a good day. Like, that's the type of gun where people are going to be like, no, not worth it. Not worth it. Nope. I'm okay. Thank you. Or a sniper rifle. I'm not sure how well a sniper rifle would help you in most situations because those are specifically made to, well, it's a rifle with a sniper scope, so I guess any rifle could be a sniper rifle, provided it has, like, the, anyway, okay. Why are you ready to participate in a purge? Nothing like a musket with spring action bayonet? What I'm saying is, it's good to invest into your health because that's going to keep you agile and healthy throughout your life. It really sucks, but I think we're just going to have to get to the point where if you want to remain healthy and be a healthy person, like, if there's less government intervention, we have to do it ourselves, and that's okay. It'll be all right. Like, there's still very cheap ways of doing it if you get into it. There's going to be more people entering that industry in order to supply what demand there's going to be for it. I just say start putting aside money to make sure that you're going to be healthy. Is crack healthy? No. It may also be good to start setting aside time to learn to cook, which sucks, but it's what you got to do. I know the guns are, like, more interesting, and I'm a big fan of guns. I do like a lot of military stuff, like, not trying to say that they aren't really cool too and very important. How close are we to ads? I don't know. I'm so sorry I keep talking. I'm so sorry. I have no ability to stop at this point. My cooking is epic. Hell yeah. Is weed healthy? You don't need weed, probably, and it can also induce psychosis if you go too crazy with it. What about crack in moderation? No. If you have ADHD, get Adderall, like, from an actual, like, you know, like, doctor. But also keep in mind that the Adderall isn't going to make you, like, perfect or crazy or interesting. It's just going to make it so you can, like, cook breakfast for yourself and go like, oh, and now I'll clean a little. And now I'm going to go do my work, and then I'm going to sleep at the time I'm supposed to instead of staying up for 27 hours and screaming. Caffeine is drug too, so yeah. Caffeine and, like, Adderall and stimulants are usually used for ADHD in order to, like, help people, like, mellow out. So, meth all the way. No. It's just, there's different chemicals that, like, your brain lacks because your specific parts of your brain don't develop in the same. Anyway, all right. Put aside some money to make sure that you can take care of yourself, even if it's just a little at a time, and it's okay to improve your overall life situation so you feel better. Vegan gravy, meatballs, and gravy. It's amazing. Oh, that sounds good. Can I barter guns for Adderall in the apocalypse? I don't think we're going to have an apocalypse. If you want me to be real with you, I think it's read the parable of the sower. Otherwise this is gonna be like me talking for like another half an hour explaining like what specific like systems in government are gonna go down specifically. And it's gonna be long. So read a book. Well, The Parable of the Sower is a fiction, like it's a science fiction novel, but it really does put into perspective what will happen, just probably very slow and to specific regions. So, please explain the apocalypse. It's not an apocalypse. So, this is very common in history. This is very common, like what happens with the specific type of time we're in. Yes, Parable of the Sower by Octavia Butler. Really good book. Really good book. Also, Parable of the Talent is one that comes after it that is a little bit, it's more specific to very specific lives and people, but they're in tandem. You won't notice before it's too late. Yes, so this is what'll probably happen. People will have to start living in the same buildings. They'll have to start kind of living more together as opposed to apart. Your books are amazing. You'll like this one. It's very good, but it's very intense. I don't mean to make anyone feel paranoid. It's just, it's going to be gradual, and it's not going to like be something where people are like aware of it too much. So it's not going to be like, oh my God, everything is horrible. Also, hi Genji, how are you? You best start believing in apocalypse stories. You're in one. No! It's just apartments, not so much apartments as like, people won't be able to afford like rent as much, and it'll also be a little bit more dangerous to not have someone living with you in a lot of different areas where there's a lot of poverty. So it'll be something where like families will begin living together more and more, as well as like maybe distant relatives and stuff. She wrote this back in 1993. I know, right? Everyone called her a prophet, and she'd always get really angry and go like, this is just history and how it works. Everyone could tell if they just stopped going crazy. How's that different from today? Well, it's going to be a little bit more intense. So we're already seeing this a bit in like cities and stuff, like some cities that are having like a lot of poverty issues. And we've already seen this a lot in like places that are very war torn or don't have a lot of education, don't have a lot of infrastructure. We're just going to have less and less infrastructure and less, I guess, governing power affecting our lives positively and negatively. So what'll happen is it's going to be a little bit more dangerous to travel, even to short distances, stuff like that. Like people are going to have to like build like kind of like their own little areas together, like community ties. Yeah. Not overtaken by crazy cults or something. Yeah. It's good to like have people in your life that you can trust and stuff like that. It's already 10 p.m. Yeah. We're so close to the game. I'm sorry, you guys. Okay. So Detroit, yes, like that's going to be a little bit more common. What did I walk into? Me talking about silly stuff. So anyways, are you talking about Octavia Butler? I started reading one of her books after you mentioned her. Yeah, I am. So that's probably how it's going to function. It's going to just be a slow decline into things being a little bit more dangerous, which we've already seen. There's a lot more crime, even if everyone's saying there's less crime, it's just less reported crime, less crime that's being taken care of, more crime that's also happening overseas in terms of people doing like romance scams on the elderly and transferring wealth to different people overseas instead of like kind of transferring it to people that would be next in line for succession within their families. Yeah, like Ready Player One with the trailer park RV stacks. Yeah, stuff like that. There's going to be more people that are unable to maintain their homes, and then they're going to move into like kind of shanty towns probably. There's going to be stuff like that occurring, and it's going to be kind of a little bit more lawless. There's also still going to be like wealth and people that are in wealthy places. Like, don't get me wrong. It's just that those are going to be a little bit less common and a little bit more, I guess, distant from like other parts of society. So everyone is going to be living online like Ready Player One. Well, yeah, increased wealth disparity. Yeah, there's going to be increased wealth disparity. You now need to make over 100K to be lower middle class, which is really rough. So that's going to be a little bit rough. Like the Hunger Games, we're never going to have probably like the Hunger Games. I don't think we're going to get to the point where we're going to have people like dying on like TV. It might eventually happen, but I'm not sure if it'll happen within our lifetimes, to be real with you. Like, it's I don't know about that one. VR will be a nice escape. There is probably going to be like more VR related stuff, but it's going to be also something where you have to save up for it and kind of like get to the point where you can use it and play it. So, yeah, the purge is unrealistic. Yeah, we're never going to have like a purge. We're just going to have a slow decline into more crime and like more issues with stuff like that because we're going to have less infrastructure. And we're also going to need to start taking care of ourselves in terms of making sure our water is clean ourselves and making our own individual infrastructure a little bit stronger. Like for if you have like a family, or if you have like pets and stuff like that, just little bits at a time. Learning how to take care of yourself and your family is going to be really positive. So one of my goals is to get a preservation system going for digital items like books, art, movies, music, games. Yeah, that's really awesome. True. Yeah, hell yeah. I think there's also going to be some infrastructure problems when it comes to electricity occasionally. Maybe not in like major areas, like those will happen occasionally. And I mean, we've even seen this before. Like I think Texas lost power for like 2 weeks or something. Like in some areas it lost power for like a month. Like just because they had like that big snow stuff happen and like they had no infrastructure to like restore everything and get everything fixed immediately. So Texas is its own grid though. Yeah, no, I'm just saying like their infrastructure wasn't prepared for it. So that'll probably happen in some specific areas. I don't know which ones, but California is going to be independent soon. California will always be tied to the rest of the country because if they ever try to like secede, everyone will get really angry because they contribute so much to the economy, they can't really lose them. So I don't know if it'll ever secede or become its own like place because that would doom the rest of America because they bring in so much like, what's it called? Capital, I guess. So I mean, the issues are systematic. You need massive reform to get anything fixed. Yes, but what I'm saying is, we're losing a lot of infrastructure that would cover that stuff. We also see this in the Appalachians and like how that flooding affected everyone. Like it was really bad. It was really, really, really bad. So, it's essentially something where you need to like make sure that you're going to be okay. If you're in a place where you might get outages in terms of internet, in terms of power, in terms of stuff like that. Like if you're around a city, you'll probably be okay. But I mean, that's what people in Texas thought, I think. So I don't know. Won't someone think of the GDP? Unfortunately, the GDP will probably be fine. Ads in 5. What? Sorry. Yeah, also, yeah, California is the 5th biggest economy in the world. USA would never let it go. Yeah, it would not happen. The Texas storm of 2022. Yes. So there's might be more of that, especially because we saw that with the Appalachians and a bunch of other like natural disasters, people were wiped out for quite a while in terms of like what they needed to survive and stuff. A lot of people probably died specifically because they didn't have access to things after there was a natural disaster. Like I think living in a rural place, you really do need to get a Starlink at this point, or if there's ever a competitor, one of those. Filtering your own water is probably a good idea because I can't breathe. You're fine. It's okay. Oh, okay. You're talking to Gingy. I thought like you were just like, I can't breathe. This is too much. We're okay. But anyways, it won't end. Things will continue. They'll just be a little bad for a while. And that's how, life is. We're just going to be going through a hard time for a little bit. And then we'll be going through an easier time after that. So it just happens very consistently. Poverty gets a little worse. People have to band together a little bit more. They become stronger communities. People take care of each other. That leads to a sense of independence where people start to stop doing that. And then they kind of lose sense of themselves. And then we end up in a situation like this. And then we kind of repeat the process over and over. So I think that's what's likely to happen. Monachuav, thank you so much for being here for 6 months. I appreciate that. And Isith, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Due to climate collapse and shift and Fed collapse, infra will break and we won't get built back up. We will not. So Hitsu, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime too. It's not that bad though. We just have to invest into personal independence when it comes to what we have. And we need to start doing that consistently and we'll be fine. Being completely honest, you're kind of scaring me. No. This is normal. Everyone survives these types of like times and they're not going to be like, you're going to just be murdered like tomorrow. This is very normal. This happens a lot. It usually leads to good things in terms of people coming together and having stronger communities with like their family, their friends, things like that. So, let's see. I was talking about power earlier. It's why California had no mass power outages over the last 2 years, getting off coal and storing energy. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, California's, I know it gets a lot of cred, but it's pretty built up in terms of like its infrastructure. Because they make like a lot of money, like just a lot of money. Guess living near a big city is good and bad. Yeah, you'll probably have a lot more infrastructure in terms of them fixing stuff like the power grid, things like that. I think things may be different this time because social media and how fragmented we've become as a society. That's very true too. That's why I think it's very important, since we're all kind of addicted to convenience, to make sure that we're actually, maintaining the relationships we have with others in real life, and make sure that we care about others and do our best to do that. If you have a family, I will be so angry at you if you are not spending some time with them, and especially time with them during the holidays. I will get so pissed. Pixels, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I'm in a library of sciences, and yep, we've seen it multiple times before. Yep. So this is going to be, okay, 2 minutes. No, not relationships romantic. Relationships with others, connection. So, I maintain my relationships by DMing them attractive Freddy Fazbear memes. I didn't get any of those, Gingy. I didn't get any of those. I thought we were friends. Main thing will be this. No, you actually have. Wait. You did send me that horrifying thing. I forgot. Yes, you did. Yeah, that thing was scary, dude. I forgot. I think I blocked that out of my memory. That thing was horrifying looking. Sorry. Go check out Gingy. He's psychotic. In a good way. Main thing is city versus rural is logistics, like big hospital supply chains. All the city, rural hospitals are already closing down. Yes. Also depends on where you live in the city. If you live in a safer, well-maintained area of the city, gated communities, you're not going to really have a lot of issues. If you live in the city in a kind of poor, more unable to take care of stuff going on kind of places where people need to usually commit crimes to survive, it's going to get worse there. So highly recommend just making sure that you take care of yourself, that you are taking care of the people that you care about, that you are being kind to the people around you, and things will be okay. Can we get a smoke command to shout out Gingy? Hell yeah. Every time I go to a collab now, I bring a smoke detector. I just start doing the smoke detector, and I go this is one of Gingy's fire alarms, guys. Here you go. And they are never happy about it. They are never happy about it. Wealth gaps increased crime historically? Yes. So we've also had super high unemployment. Super high unemployment. More people are getting laid off. So we're going to have more crime. I can still hear it. We're going to have more crime consistently, and that's going to be really frustrating. But it'll be okay. For essential items that you can make it worth more than gold and silver. That's true too. Keep in mind though that trading might not become common for a while. Having a skill you can do is really positive, though. You need to put a smoke detector with low battery in one of your crock pots that you're giving to Coco. That might be considered a bomb or something, but I'll see if I can do it. Over 1 million laid off this year? Yes, and that has a significant effect on our economy, and it has a significant effect on how people are going to conduct themselves consistently. I've heard that people think that streaming is going to go away because people subscribe to streamers and they need to take care of themselves. Also, thank you, Isith, for the 100 bits. The bread's expensive, the circuses are fake or expensive. Yes. I don't foresee stuff like that happening. Also, focus on your state and local government. Roman collapsed the same. Rome stopped doing things. Regional cities and such did not. That's true. Thank you so much for the 5 bits. Very good point. I'm doing very good, Asa. How are you? Unemployed people get frustrated and may look for alternative ways of making money. I mean, they have to take care of their families. Yeah. We are playing, didn't know Grimmi was playing a horror game called Our Future. Thought we were going to play it. We're going to play that. We're almost through it. I'm just going to wrap this point up. Okay, ads time. I'm going to wrap this point up. What was I going to say? I was just going to say, this is really normal. This happens occasionally. Ramsticks will replace our current tender. A lot of people are getting laid off, but the thing is, I foresee things being okay. I think that, I don't know, I saw people going people aren't gonna subscribe to streamers, everything's gonna die. I don't think you need to subscribe to streamers if you're in a place where that's a bad idea. You really need to take care of yourself. And I think most streamers are gonna know that that's the case and encourage you to do that. So, Angry Possum, thank you so much for being here for 46 buds. I'll stay subbed even if it means selling my house. Do not do that. You have a house? Congratulations. But what I'm saying is there's going to be a lot of things where you should cut costs consistently. When it comes to subscribing to streamers, I will not be upset, and anyone that is not crazy won't be upset. If you need to unsub, please do that. It's $5 that you can put towards food, you can put towards presents for your family, you can put towards your friends, you can put towards your pets, you can put towards your daily life. Don't be afraid of doing that. Do that if you need to consistently. Also, Silpha, thank you so much for gifting a sub to take my money, please. Okay, well, thank you. $6 now? Oh my god. Unfortunately, I had to do that, cut back on subs across the board. I think it's very important that you do, because those little things add up. I've stopped buying figure eights. So sad. It's okay. It does suck that you have to let go of some of the things that you cared about. How many bottles of hot sauce to not subscribe? You don't have to subscribe, and you don't have to buy the hot sauce. The hot sauce is the premium VTuber hot sauce. I really encourage you guys to take care of yourself. Prime subs are free. Prime subs are free. You do get one free sub a month. Life is a constant cycle of it's so over, we're so back, but it's never over forever. Here's some bits for the hard times that I really appreciate. I'm okay. Thank you so much, Dago, though. Is that how you say it? Dagu. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I'm gonna be okay. You guys are gonna be okay. It's all gonna be okay. Everyone's gonna get through things. This is just something that happens occasionally. And it's really all right. It's not the end of the world. Just focus on helping the people that you care about and put a lot of time and effort into the people that are around you that matter. It will only be okay if you play the game. We are playing the game. I'm putting the game on screen. I'm putting the game on screen. There we go. Look at that. It's Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Also, Pixels, thank you for the 100 bits. Now we can all talk to each other in a way that we never have before. Yeah. We have an opportunity to talk about new systems that can benefit everyone once the old systems come to close. Remember to prioritize people of all walks of life and we'll make it through. Yes, I think that's very true. And that's a very good idea. This is interesting music. Feels a little cool. Feels a little haunted. Feels a little weird. Okay, we got it on screen. We're gonna take that short ad break. No one will miss anything if you're not subscribed, and then we are going to play No Means Nothing, an anti-dating sim horror game. I think that'll be really fun. Yes, Silent Hill 2 vibes. Yeah, it feels interesting. Video game, baby! Fourth free month of Prime on Grimbles. Oh, thank you! Papa Soaring, thank you so much for being here for 4 months. Yo! Also, if you need to cancel your sub here, anyone, I'm gonna consistently do my best to not do anything while the ads are on, so you don't need to worry about it. Like, you don't need to be like, I'm missing something! It is very nice of you. If you do want to subscribe, if you do want to use your Prime here, I really do appreciate it. It's very, very kind of you. But also, if you need to, you're not gonna miss anything. You are gonna miss 0. Grimmi made it to the title screen in 2 hours! I'm trying my best, man. Okay. So on that note, we're going to take a 3-minute break, and then we are going to begin playing No Means Nothing. And if it doesn't have voice acting, we're going to do the voice acting, and it's going to get creepy. It's going to get creepy. we're back, baby. We're back. All right. Thank you for being so patient. I had to find a water bottle because I was getting paranoid, but I only buy them for, like, guests. So I had to, like, run around going, like, where did I have the box? Where is it? Okay. I almost forgot I was here and got jump scared. Hello there. Sorry, my breaks have been longer lately as I go and look at my cats. Oh, they're doing so good, though. They're so cute. Paranoid about what? Oh, in different places, there's just been a lot of contamination with water that hasn't really been punished very harshly, so it continues to happen, so I'm afraid it's happening everywhere. Silky, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Live, to Love, and Endure. Yeah! And Angus, thank you so much for being here for 8 months. I appreciate your prom, thank you! The old world is dying, the new world struggles to be born. Thank you, Sith. Thank you for the 5 bits. Think about it this way. And also, Moonlit Viming, thank you for subscribing. I'll say this, then we're gonna play. Think about it like this. Think about it like this. Wait, did I not have the music on? Was that just like a void again? Oh crap. Did I just like turn off? Oh no. Oh no. Sorry guys, you did, yeah, that time. Oh no, no, there was music, oh there was? Oh yay, okay, cool. There was music, okay, cool. Not sure why it was cut off? Okay, yeah, I'm not sure either. I guess just when I came back. I did not leave you here. One guide? Oh no, okay. Fall for it every time. So anyways, I'm gonna say this. A lot of people have felt very disheartened and negative about the life they were living before this point. They were having a hard time, they were having a really bad bout of depression or anxiety, or at least something in their life they didn't feel was good. So maybe we can use this as an opportunity to reconnect with the people that we care about and share the things that we love about life and all of the good things that go on. We only have so much time with the people that we love and care about, so we really need to treasure them and make sure that that's known and all that other good stuff. Even if it's hard, if you have all of like the disorders that make you go like all of the time with everyone, so I have a lot of PTSD, so I usually isolate a bit, but I'm trying really hard. And your pets too? Yes, I have been so happy to see them all getting along lately. They've been doing so well. They got a new toy. Like a friend bought it and brought it over and I was like, this is awesome. And they have been going nuts for it. They've been going crazy. So appreciate your friends, appreciate your family, appreciate everything positive. It's all gonna be okay. I'll try, man. Peace be with us, please. Yeah, peace is with everyone. We're gonna be okay. This is your chance to make a new life. It'll be hard, but it'll be worth it if you keep moving forward. Yes. Best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Next best time is today. So go get to it, even if it's a little thing. Also, gaslight yourself into feeling positive about everything, going like, my life just works out great, let's see here. This is gonna be kind of a negative game after saying that, though. No means nothing. Nothing. An anti-dating sim. This looks really, bad in terms of, like, its content, so... Yeah, manifest a beautiful new life. Best I can do is tomorrow. Make sure it's today, tomorrow. Make sure. Don't go like, oh, tomorrow. Drink that water bottle at least. When you go to bed, talk about one thing to yourself that you're proud of. If you don't have an internal monologue, look yourself in the mirror and go, I'm really proud that I drank a bottle of water. Even if it's stupid, if you've been dehydrated and sick and like insane, you drink a bottle of water. Maybe you, instead of chips, you ate some seaweed. I have seaweed here with me. Can I manifest bottles of Grimbo sauce? I'll send you Grimbo sauce! Novel, tell me where to send you Grimbo sauce. I will send you some Grimbo sauce. I will do it. I will just do it. You've come here and you've advertised Grimmy sauce so often. You know what? Small cat, you too. You want some more? You guys advertise more than I do. Thank you. I will send you some free Grimmy sauce since you were constantly going like, I'm proud I signed a petition to make the purge real. What the hell is going on? Don't do that. Okay, oh my god, okay. These don't usually have content warnings, so they don't usually make you read it too. This game contains alcohol use and coercion, psychological abuse, homophobic language, sexual harassment with an attempted assault, non-graphic blood, threats of violence, and themes of financial hardship. Okay. if they're using homophobic language, I don't want to say any slurs, even if it's, like, for the narrative of the game. Like, where does Twitch stand on that? Like, if it's supposed to be, like, a bad, evil guy. Like, I don't think they like it still, right? Careful with the voice acting this. Yeah, like, the thing is, like, I don't think I can say some of this stuff. Clanker is okay. Okay, dear lord. Creators note, the story draws from my experience with a friend. Names and details were changed to protect privacy. Oh. So tired of the shitty reality I have to drag myself through. Wish I never had to wake up. Damn it. -1 stamina? Yeah, screw that. Back to the only place that's quiet. I might move to the other side of the screen. Oh. Look who finally decided to get up. Do you have any idea what time it is, huh? Wait. Isn't this just a dream? Sorry, I overslept. I don't care. I never do when it comes to your excuses. Listen carefully, I'm only stating this once. You have 5 days to get the fuck out of my house, do you hear me? Well, good morning to you too. What did you just mumble? Say it to my face! Why? You're always like this. You know exactly why. I'm tired of you being glued to your laptop, eating my food, paying nothing, and being a waste of fucking space. I'll help. Just give me more time. We've had this talk a million times. I'm done with promises. First, prove it. Do something useful in this house. Then maybe we'll talk about more time. But right now, you have 5 days. Full wallpaper. Five days left. Oh, this is very anxiety. 4 days left. What?
Hey, look who finally picks up. Thought you ghosted me for good.
Radek? Hey.
2 years of radio silence and you finally pick up. My favorite bud lives. How you been, man?
Oh, I'm a guy? Okay. I'm not gonna change my voice much. Honestly, not great.
Mom wants me out in 5 days. Actually, less now. No job, no money. Kinda stuck. Say no more, I got you.
I'm not using my brother's voice for an abusive Yowie game. That would be super weird, dude. You guys are super weird. Okay, thank you so much, TGG, for the 100 bits. You're having flashbacks of living with your parents? I'm so sorry. Also, Divine Phoenix, thank you for being here for 10 months. Oh, 11 months it says. Okay.
You know what? 11. We'll make it 12, thank you!
I didn't, this is, yeah, it's an anti-dating sim, so I assume there's gonna be, like, romantic coercion.
There's an opening where I work, I can vouch for you. Decent pay, simple work, and you get to see me every day. Win-win.
I don't have much of a choice. What's the catch?
No catch. Just don't vanish on me. I'll text you the address and start time. You can start tomorrow. Be there, okay? Don't make me hunt you down.
Alright. Thanks, Radek.
That's my guy. Best friends look out for each other. Check your phone. See you tomorrow.
There was a job application? Wait, what? I missed it. It says, without touching a job application? I would have touched a job application. Crap, where is it? Maybe I was supposed to... Oh. Maybe I was supposed to press E on stuff? I don't know. Oh no! Protos, thank you for the 300 bits, and King Frankie, thank you for the 210 bits. I appreciate that, thank you. Do not touch that evil thing. I wouldn't mind. I don't know. It's very, very, very hard to work when you're depressed, but... Uh... 300. Oh, wow. Ugh. I heart 90210. What's 90210? 84835. Can I pick these up? Burger. Oh! What the? Oh! Hey, a buck! Cool! 90210 is an old... Oh! Maybe we need to remember these. These seem pretty important. Hot moms? Hot moms nearby? What the hell is this? 84835? 64735? Prison puff? Huh? Ken Masters, thank you so much for being here for 9 months. I appreciate it. Can I take these? You're not angry at me, right? Thank you. 74175. 80075. Skin melter? What the hell is this? Raving bobber? Smell me? You heart it? Use protection kits? What is this stuff? Borb grinder? What is this stuff? You can be pretty too? What are they? Toys?
Hey, bud, looking good.
Thanks. Don't feel like it though.
Nah, classic you, acting fine while melting inside. And late, as usual.
I am?
Anyway, enough small talk. Work's about to kick off, so listen up. I stuck my neck out to get you in here, so don't make me look dumb. I'll pass boxes through this window from the other room. Each box has a barcode on the side. Match it to the shelf barcode. That tells you what goes in. Grab the items from the matching shelves and drop them in the box. When you're done, throw the box back to me through the same window. Sounds easy, but trust me, it gets hectic. You've got a 10-hour shift. The clock shows how much time is left. It was supposed to be an 8-hour shift.
Or, it was supposed to be an 8-hour shift.
But hey, let me finish. Yeah, it's rude to interrupt. If we clear all the boxes early, we're done early. Maybe we hang a bit after. So don't panic. We're not stuck here the full 10. Got all that?
Yeah, I got it. I don't want to make eye contact with this guy. He looks scary. Check the barcodes on the boxes. Find shelves with matching barcodes. Grab the products from those shelves, pack everything up, and pass the box back. Easy enough.
Alright, superstar. Let's see if you could actually be useful. Don't make me regret vouching for you.
He looks creepy as hell. He does look really creepy. Oh, right. 37373. 74157? 74157. No. Oh god, this is anxiety inducing. What on earth? Is this what being an Amazon person? 37373? 69696. Ah, 69696. And then 74157. 74157. 74157. Oh my god. It's gonna give me a panic attack. 74157. Oh my god, where is it? 74157. 74157. Oh my god, where is it? Oh my god, there's too many. 74157, where is it? It's right there? 74157, you're right. Okay. No, it's not. Crap, I can't put it back. 74157. Okay. They're gonna get an extra one, it's okay. How do I pass it back? Yay! Okay, not bad, not bad. 80075. 80075. 80075. 80075. What are these? 80075. 74157. We're getting the hang of it. You can also change the music with the tapes, I think. I feel like I can't do that because, okay, 64735. 64735. 64735. 64735. Yeah. 6969. No. Oh my god, I'm gonna go crazy. Okay, we're alright. 31337. This is like not good for someone with anxiety. 64735. 64735. 6490. 1. Okay, nope. Why are these labeled like this? This is horrible. 800. 64735. 84 and 31337. 84 and 31337. No. 800. Turn that off! 800. 8412. Okay, no. 69. 8069. 31. Oh no. 843. Okay, thank God. Alright, 31. 31. Okay. Oh thank God. Why is it like this though? This is horrible. Okay. 80075. 80085. 80075. 80075. I know that there was one that was 800. Okay, 80075. 800. Oh my god! Hell on earth, hell on earth. Sorry, I know I'm not looking at chat. 80075. 800. Why aren't these just in the same area? Why is it random? Why is it random? Oh my god, it's gonna drive me insane. I need to clean this up. I need to clean this up, please. Please, I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. Blame management? 80075? 80075. What are we even selling? This is not how it looks like when I ship hot sauce and stuff. It's very, very different. Okay, 31337. Three one three three seven. 31337. 31. I need 31. 377. No, I need 84 also. Oh my god. 84853. Okay, and then 31. 31. Yes, okay. Why are these labeled like this? Okay. 800. Okay, I remember that one because it's nearby and it's funny. Okay. 07734. 07734. Oh, crap. 07734. Okay. Here you go. Okay. 800, okay. Alright, we're getting this, 74157. 74, huh? Huh? Okay, there's none left. I don't know what to do. There's none left. It also looks like it's almost impossible to get over here. Okay. 714. There has to be more. There has to be more. There has to be more. Right? Turn around. Is there? This is so anxiety-inducing. I am losing my mind. Next aisle? Okay. Seven, 1, 4. Are you being timed? Yes. 7, 4, 1, 5, 7. Ah. Okay. 800. 8435. 8035. 8035. Please turn off. I don't have time to turn it off. It's making me really anxious. Okay. Alright. Holy crap. I'm gonna get yelled at. I can already tell. I've made so many mistakes. I'm gonna get yelled at. No. This is putting me back in the days where I had to like work for like my dad and stuff. It was 8-4. Okay. There we go. Oh. It's over? We won? I'm not gonna touch that. Okay. Alright.
Damn, you're a natural at this. Didn't think you'd finish early. But hey, don't get cocky. If you messed anything up, it comes out of your paycheck. Make sure you don't next time.
What?
Oh yeah, we get paid at the end of the day. If you mess up, it gets deducted from your paycheck. Eyes are on us since you vouched for you, so keep it clean. Anyway, where have you been, man? You've been ghosting me. Everyone, really.
Maybe this will help us to talk about our stuff going on. I mean, he is asking. Tell us about... Yeah. Honestly, things have been pretty crappy. After dropping out of uni, everything started feeling pointless. Like, what's the point of achieving anything? Chasing dreams. And now my mom's kicking me out in 5 days. Less than 5 already.
Dramatic much? Maybe she's just tired of your shit and finally wants you to man up. You're kinda too old to be living off her anyway.
It's not really that simple, Radic. Not everybody has parents who can help them get their own place.
You'll be fine. You're with me now. Just keep showing up.
Hope so.
You know what's messed up? You ditched the crew. You should reconnect with us, especially Varric. He misses you, or he asks about you.
I'm done with that. It was toxic.
Come on, man. You don't just toss people aside like trash. Knowing you, you're probably just overreacting.
Oh no, this guy sucks.
Same with your mom. Maybe you misunderstood something.
Look, Radic, I know exactly what happened. Therapy helped me untangle it. I laid it out for Varric. He still chose to act like a prick, so I'm done. My boundaries stay, that's final.
Jeez, relax. Didn't know you were this sensitive now.
Ugh! That kind of thing. Oh no. Typical male behavior. No, I hate people like this.
It's like, oh no, go talk to it. Yeah, it's fine. Therapy, huh? Could have talked to me instead of some stranger, you know?
There's negative consequences with him. He's gonna get angry if we say any of these, but he's gonna get less angry. Sounds like he gets all of your problems. I think it's really nice if someone helps you get a job. Like, I do think that's one of the things that can, like, kind of, like, get you out of a depressive episode. But this dude is crazy, and he's being kind of insane. What kind of chips? I got seaweed. I'm trying to get healthier snacks for when people pack hot sauce and come over and stuff. Dude, you sound like my mom.
Maybe both of us are right, huh? Or do you need someone else to say it for you to get it? Maybe if you kept up...
This is scary. This person's insane. Like, this person's insane. Okay. Sorry. He's a very hurt person. Get them some truffle chips. How do you still remember I threw up like 3 years ago? What? The streaming is hell on earth. I ate truffle chips 3 years ago and vomited, and Yama's like, hey, what about that? Let's get more of that going. Maybe I could eat them. I don't want to try them again. It was so gross.
Maybe if you kept our friendship, you wouldn't have to pay some therapist to split you from your real friends, huh?
No.
You think you're the only one who gets hurt when you pull this?
No! Let people disconnect from people that are crazy.
Oh, what? You act like everyone's out to get you, like you're the victim all the time.
Sounds like they just moved on.
Sure, keep shutting people out. It's obviously working great for you. See who picks up when you finally need someone.
Dude, stop this blaming shit. You want me to leave now?
I'm just setting my boundaries with people. That's just fucking normal. You owe me now. My name's on the line here, so show up, say thanks, and stop playing the victim. You don't get to draw lines with the only person keeping you afloat.
We've seen some interesting characters in media like this lately. I think, like, the feminine version of this showed up in Silent Hill F a little bit. People are getting good at writing monsters.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap. I meant what I said. Respect my boundaries or I'm done. I'm tired, Radek. Can we just drop this?
Screw you, Radek. This is exactly the toxic stuff.
You're done? Ha, good luck with that. Thought you said nobody would hire someone with zero experience. Just saying. Don't bite the hand feeding you, dude.
He doesn't like us as much. Sorry, Radek. I know we're depending on you to survive, but... you need to be a little nicer. To be fair, it sounds like he's just enabling, like, weirdly upset narcissists in our life, which is kind of lame. Not everyone, like, some people want you to, like, you know, like, think about things and come to, like, a good conclusion with it, and some people just, I don't know. This is an anti-dating game.
I should go. Alright, we're done for today. We'll talk tomorrow. Try to get some rest. And good luck with your mom. Hope it goes okay.
Bye-bye. It was nice to see you. Damn. What does anti-dating game even mean? Whoa! Oh! Holy crap! That's awesome! Look at that? Huh?
And then I just left him standing there. Thinking about it still makes me feel like I messed up. I don't know, maybe I was too harsh.
Inner critic? Oh no, I thought this was their therapist.
I feel like I was being mean to him. It just makes me overthink everything.
This just makes me overthink everything. I'm just super confused about what happened. I think the middle is how I feel. I constantly overthink and go crazy. So much money for one day of work, sign me up. It was 10 hours though. It was 10 hours. So they're gonna get burnt out really quickly, since their shifts are longer than like people can sustain themselves with. So it's not sustainable, but it is very, 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 very cool. You got 550 for the day? No, we already had some money. This is our inner critic.
It just makes me overthink everything. I mostly feel that guilty twist when I tell him no. Part of me thinks saying yes would be easier. I just have to bear with it for a while and then it'll pass. I guess that's all the time we have left. Well, see ya.
Another day already? Like, that was pretty intense. Oh, a piece of money. I'm gonna see if there's... Huh? Whoa, I didn't even notice this before. Is the vending machine further away now? I don't think this was like this yesterday, right? Or are we in a different warehouse? Bobber's Bakery? Bakery? This is a bakery? I really want some food.
Morning, sunshine! Damn, I didn't notice yesterday.
Excuse me? That is impolite. I'm gonna say it, though.
Your ass is looking juicy. Been working out?
No. I've been doing some at home, yeah. Nah, man, I don't really have the energy for that. Is this another one of your gay jokes? I think this is gonna lead to a slur, so we're not gonna say this one. This is the most honest... Well, actually, no, I have been working out, so this is probably the most honest, but that's, take him to HR? I don't think we can take him to HR. He got us this job, but we've been working here one day. Grimmi, you and your Fujoshi games? Why would I want this? This man looks like he was born in a trash can. I'm sorry. This is not a Fujoshi game. Well, this is a Fujoshi game probably for some people. Sofa, thank you for 300 bits. Here's your 200 for your 2 hours of chatting, 100 for the... What? I'm gaming! I'm gonna game. I'm gonna game. We're gaming. We're gaming. This is gaming. Not really. Ew, this guy is mean to us. This is probably how I would respond. Realistically, not realizing how creepy it was. I'd just be like, yes, they have been working out. Oh my god, you noticed. Thank you. Like, I'm psychotic with that. Like, I do not realize, like, what I should be saying. I'm gonna go with this one, just because I think it's the least offensive.
Not a biggie. Good thing I'm here with you. I'll get you back into shape in no time. I'll even coach you.
I'd rather not.
Oh shit, we gotta get to work. You ready to actually nail it today, big guy? Try not to distract me in that shirt.
What is wrong with you? Why was I fined yesterday? What is that supposed to mean? Okay, we get more stamina if we do this. Yeah, sure.
Attaboy! Look, I just got the thing just to cheer you up tonight. You'll love it. Trust me, it's right up your alley. But first, we've got work to do. Forgot to mention yesterday. We gotta unload a ton of boxes today, one of those days. You'll be sorting them. Follow the signs to find the delivery room. You'll see a bunch of boxes full of product. Each box has a barcode on it. Just grab all the items inside and put them on the shelves with matching barcodes.
Huh? Wait, it's already...
What's up? Still need to spell it again?
You gonna help?
Call it motivational staring. Now lift with your legs, big guy. I need that back in one piece.
What the hell? You're not gonna help me? Thank God. That was driving me insane before. Okay. It's all the way over here? Oh, come on. Okay, 31337. You're here too?
You know, it's funny. Seeing in here all serious, man, you were always the cute one in class.
Okay, alright. 31337. 31337. 31337. 31337. Okay.
Well, look at you. You're actually getting the hang of it.
Help me! Help me! Stop being a little bee and help me! Help! Help me! Okay, 07734.
I remember when we used to sneak out, just the two of us. I would always lock a little behind you so I could, never mind.
What is wrong with you? 07734. 07734. This guy's creepy. 07734. 07734. Oh, 07734. 07734. 07734. Where is it? I'm scared. 07734. I ordered a pie, by the way. When my groceries come, I know I did it over the course of several days, but I ordered a pie finally. I'm excited for that. I wanted to let you guys know about something positive going on, because this is not a positive situation right now. I'm gonna eat it a la mode. I'm very excited about it. He's making homophobic? I don't think he's making homophobia. I think he's a creepy guy that wants to have intercourse with literally anyone. He's a depraved bisexual. You meet these types of guys occasionally. 74157.
Oh. Remember Varric's junk? We laughed our asses off for no reason that time.
74157. 74157, I think, was at the front of the store. 74157. What are we shipping? Sexual harassment simulator? Yeah. He has power over us, though, because he can get us fired.
You got a girlfriend now?
No, I'm solo right now.
Good. All your girlfriends were lame, no offense. Remember Anya? Yeah.
Alright, dude. Okay, there we go. At least it makes it so you do your work quicker. You really don't want to, like, have to be around this dude. Alright. I think I get my pay now and I can go home. I didn't make any mistakes.
Alright, man, wrap it up. Got one last box. Drop it off in the chill zone. Follow the signs to find it. Got it?
Okay. You're being annoying. You're being weird. He wants, to be your girlfriend? I think that's the implication.
The fuck?
Or, wait, the fuck, dude?
How did you get here before me? I didn't see any other path. Dude, you get in your head and everything slows down. I waved when I went by twice. You were staring at the floor like it was talking to you.
That sounds right. Were you just associating? Right.
Something special in there. Don't smash it. Set the box on the table, nice and easy for me.
You're creepy. You're creepy.
Attaboy. Go on, open it.
Beer?
Aha, I gotcha! What'd you think this was? Definitely not strawberry cupcakes. You should have seen your face, bro. Dude, you know I hate drinking. Come on, relax. We'll just talk, that's all. There we go, grab a beer with me.
Dude, I already told you I don't drink. You get more stamina if we say maybe another time.
Come on, it's just one beer. What's the big deal? You worked your ass off today. You deserve it. It'll help you unwind. You're always so tense. I'm not asking for a keg. Just keep you company for one.
This guy's really weird. I also relax better without drinking. Is he gonna roofie us? I don't know. I relax better without drinking.
Seriously, man? You're gonna leave me hanging? Thought you'd appreciate me bringing you these, especially for us. It's one beer. Kinda rude to turn down a gift, you know?
Why do you always do this? It's just a beer. You're making me pretty uncomfortable. It's not rude to say no, especially to a friend.
You're really gonna make me drink alone, like some kind of drunk? I stuck my neck out for you to get here. You can't even share a beer. Way to ruin the mood. No wonder you're always alone.
Friends should respect each other's choices. This is exactly why hanging out with you gets weird. Radek, I'm not feeling good about this. Is this educational for people who don't know how these kind of people operate? Yeah, I have a parent like this, so I'm very much like, ugh, you're weird. And I've also encountered a few people like this. Like, ugh, no. Don't drink and have a friend in a bad place once blow up at me for not drinking. I'm really sorry. I mean, it happens sometimes, but this feels weird.
You'll feel good after a beer. Well, guess I was wrong about you. I put my name on the line to bring you here, and you can't even share one beer. You ever think about anyone but yourself? Thought you'd finally grown up, but you're still the same immature, boring kid. Maybe I'll tell my boss you don't fit in here. Maybe I'll stop vouching for you. Last chance. Have one with me or we're done talking.
Fine, one beer. No, that,
There it is. Knew you'd come around.
The thing is, it's gonna lower all my stats. No, it's gonna lower all my stats.
Cheers, buddy.
It's one beer, it's fine. Beers taste gross.
This tastes like shit. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Everyone does. Hey, forget it. You did good today. Let's talk about something else. Got questions? Ask me.
Okay. This is a good way to get his happiness back up, I guess. Grimmi would not survive the attentions of a predator. I no longer talk to a lot of people like this. Like, I've been doing a lot better not talking to people like this. Okay, let's see. We need to... Hey, thanks for the job opportunity. This'll make Radek happy.
It's nothing. I look out for you. No, man. No one would accept my empty CV. I thought I'd end up homeless until your call, so thank you. You do the same for me, right? Got another question? Ask me.
How did you find this job?
My uncle owns the place. He offered me a spot here. He's cool. We're practically alone here. Just you and me, man. You and me.
Yeah.
Got another question? Ask me.
So how's life?
It's been good. Planning to buy a motorcycle this year. Almost got enough. Ah, I remember at your grandma's place, your mom asked me to talk you out of it. Yeah, I'm a grown-up now, so I do what I want. You're not afraid? Especially after what happened to Daniela? Sure, but man, you gotta live.
This'll drop his, condition. But I want to know. This is where I need to know. Like, even if it costs me, I need to know. What's in all those boxes?
Lots of random stuff. Stuff like swimsuits, bras with inserts, a meat grinder, portable inhaler, and other stuff.
Pretty random, but why? Are these, like, from one brand or something?
Bro, I don't ask questions. I just do the job I'm told to. Why do you have to be so nosy and ask questions?
Chill, I'm just curious, that's all.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Nah, bro. Ask fewer questions if something seems sketchy. Better never ask questions. Trust me. This'll do you good.
The only question not about him made him really angry.
Got another question? Ask me.
I should go.
I don't feel so good. Yeah, me too. Be right back. I gotta use the toilet. Wait here for me, okay?
Wait, there's a toilet in here? Where?
You'll see soon, bro.
Right. You're creepy, dude. There's something wrong and he knows and he doesn't give a credit. It's probably drugs or something.
The F was in that beer. I should head home.
Oh, no! No, no! Crap. It's okay, we can get through this. I told you, how did he lace it? It was still canned, though. This was very predictable, I know, but like... Look at that, we're so close. He was making small talk so the pills could take effect? Grimmi syringes exist? Ugh, come on! He bought it, Grimmi? Was it worth it? I mean, I'm not the character, so I don't have to, like, deal with the trauma and stuff. We're probably gonna get a really bad ending, though. Mother.
Again, it felt like I was letting him down.
Oh my god!
I used to drink with Radek and the boys back in school. Mom found out once and tore into me. I hate how alcohol takes over. My head stops thinking straight. I get hot and flushed afterwards. I hate it. Every party, the boys push me to drinks. Either I'm letting them down or I'm too sad. What the fuck? I just want to enjoy things my way without being forced. If I want to drink, I will. If I don't, that should be fine too. Sometimes it feels like saying no means nothing. Why won't you say anything?
Do you want the usual or something new? Let's try something new this time. You're noticing pressure and guilt overriding your boundaries. It's valid to protect your clarity and your body. Wow.
You weren't kidding about something new.
Your no is enough. It doesn't make you selfish or a bad friend. Oh, that's nice. Wait, it sounds like we're going in such a way where we have self-esteem and stuff. We just are still kind of in a way where I guess this is realistic to who I am as a person, where I'm trying really hard to, like, appease this person, but I have a little bit better boundaries with others, just not, it's not ideal. Because I still do try to, like, trust people and go like, okay, everyone has the best intentions. Yeah, but what do I do if my no is not enough? I think I was afraid to lose him. I feel like talking about this makes me more sad or hurt or something. Ah. We were trying to raise this, or I was trying to raise this thing. I'm mostly afraid about losing the job, but... He was the only one interested in hanging out at the time. That fear makes sense. Losing connection hurts. You've tried more than once to set your boundaries. Sometimes you have to follow through, so the person sees you mean it. I'm more worried about you losing yourself. That's all the time we have left. Good luck. We're gonna have good boundaries today. Huh? Hello? What the hell? I think there was a breaker over here. I'm gonna try to fix it first. Then we can hang out. Huh? Uh-oh. Alright, hello my only friend, that's the devil.
Morning, sunshine. Oh, I see you found the flashlight I left you. Awesome work, detective.
What's going on with the lights?
Feeling good after ditching me last night?
So you're just gonna ignore my question?
Dude, you fell. I tried to help you and you kicked me right in the...
I'm gonna have to say a curse word, sorry guys.
Dude, you fell. I tried to help you and you kicked me right in the fucking balls. What the fuck was that?
I don't remember shit after yesterday, man.
Feeling like shit today, so thanks for that.
Yeah, sorry. I told you, drinking doesn't really agree with me. What even happened? I don't remember how I got home.
I told you what happened. I tried to help and you kicked me in the balls. Seems like your motto now, huh? I try to help you and you just fuck with me like I'm nothing. Whatever, get it. Today's gonna suck anyway. As you can see, the lights aren't working. Anyways, I'm definitely not the one responsible for that.
So day off then?
I wish, bro. We still gotta do our shit, even like this.
Man, this sucks.
It is what it is. Don't whine. Let's just get this over with. Oh, and one more thing. Don't ditch me right after work today, okay? Let's actually connect this time, alright?
Without the lights? Wanna tell creepy stories with the flashlight? Ooh!
Yeah, remember that one at camp? It was great. Man.
What? Well...
You think our principal was a pedo?
Yeah, man.
Damn. Good thing nothing happened to us, right?
Word.
Deal? We'll hang out for real this time?
What the hell was that? Okay.
Yeah, sure. No reason to hurry home anyway. Awesome. Oh yeah, today you just put products into the boxes I toss you. Remember how to do that?
Yeah. Let's just get it over with.
That's what I like to hear!
Ads before shift? Okay. I'm gonna get a snack because I'm getting really hungry. So, I don't know why there's fly sounds, but we're gonna take a very short break. I'm gonna grab a snack. We're gonna take a 3-minute one, and then we're gonna come back and, probably get killed by him. So, alright, we'll be right back. We'll be right back in just a moment. Right back. We'll be right back.
Play a lot of interesting war games, or I play a lot of war games. It's debatable whether or not they're interesting. Sometimes they're a little bit silly.
Okay. I have a leftover quenching wrap. I ran around doing this. I have a leftover quenching wrap. And some hotted sauce. One is Frank's Red Hot and the other is a little bit of torture. I'm very happy about it. It looks delicious. But yeah, this guy in the game is evil. This definitely is toxic yaoi. I'm sorry for putting on a toxic yaoi game. Though I don't think you're supposed to be like, oh yay, they're gonna get together. I think it's like, oh, this is the embodiment of filth and evil. No for you. No for you. There we go. What type of pie you got? Oh, I got an apple pie. I'm very excited. It's coming tomorrow with my groceries. This is terrifying. It's a different type of horror. This is also, I think, something that, like, women go through very regularly, no matter what. Like, I for a while, this is gonna sound really bad, but I kind of went into, like, slob mode. I kind of went into slob mode just because I was getting tired of, like, kind of people like this. It's gonna sound really bad. I'm getting out of slob mode because now I'm mostly in my house and I have a control of my environment, but, like, there's a lot of good dudes where if even if you're just, like, average looking because you take care of yourself a bit and you're thin, they're crazy. They're weird. This is just women dealing with men at any job. Yeah, this is very common. This person is really, really weird. Just like, you gotta hang out with me, I got you the job. But, like, it's not usually aimed at men, so this is an interesting game. But, not all bisexuals, by any stretch of the imagination. Not all of them are evil. Some of them are evil. It's like a trope, just like associated with depravity and like manipulation. Not all of them are evil. This guy is. The where's my hug guy? I had someone say that to me once for real. Like, I was gonna give them a hug anyways. And like, I have autism, so I was just like, oh yeah, I didn't give him a hug. And Bi can't confirm that I am evil. No, you're not evil. You're fine. I don't know, it does happen. Anyways, wear sweatpants? Wear sweatpants? Don't put on makeup, like, wander around without brushing your hair. People look at you like you're from a different universe, like while you get coffee and stuff, but no more issues. No more issues. No more issues. Oh, also it has to be baggy clothes. Even just being thin causes a lot of issues, to be real with you. You have to wear a lot of baggy clothes. Just go cave woman? Yeah. Slob mode, you have to go slob mode if you don't want this. And even then, you have to wear baggy clothes. If you're, like, thin, if you're, like, under, like, I guess, like, 120 pounds, you have to wear baggy clothes. You have to go slob mode. Otherwise, you're gonna get dudes like this, no matter how poorly you dress, and no matter how much you try to, like, not get attention on you. It sucks. This is, like, the embodiment of trash that we're dealing with, but, alright. Sorry, I'm almost done with my, my bite of food. New outfit, Cave Grimbo? Bi, deeply in denial, very homophobic towards people not closeted. That's the stereotype, obviously. Probably plays first-person shooter games. Yeah. Anyone, anywhere can be assaulted. Yeah, predators don't care. Yes. If you do, like, upkeep your looks and stuff, though, and make an effort to look attractive, which is good for you because you'll feel less depressed, it does happen more often that people are, like, really weird to you. It doesn't stop all the creeps. Some of them see that as a sign of low self-esteem. Yes. So, if you wear, baggy clothes and look like that, you do become a, you do become a higher target for human trafficking, murder, and crime. So, no makeup is honestly really attractive. You're probably attracted to minimal makeup or like slight makeup. Like a lot of people have like decent amount of makeup on, but like they don't look like it because it's made to just make them look more glowing and healthy. When women don't wear makeup, they usually look kind of sickly in comparison. I think sickly ladies are cute though, so I don't know. I find the older they get, the less I get less of that kind of attention I receive. That's probably positive in some ways. It's very light makeup 99% of the time. Yeah. I think they did a study about this recently. Yeah. Although I've talked to guys that this is not a joke. I've talked to you guys even. I've talked to people that find like the kind of like sickly, like almost like tuberculosis looking look attractive. Like legitimately like the tuberculosis, like kind of like bedridden, pale, gaunt, eyes are a little bit like dark. Like looking goth, but like looking unhealthy. So there's no escape. Someone will find you attractive for better or for worse. Hope that it's a very nice person that you enjoy being around instead of the embodiment of grime like we're talking to right now in this video game. So that's why we're here. I look healthy-ish. I look a little pale, but I look healthy-ish. Come on. Come on. Damn girl with that malnourishment, dude, no! What really sucks is I know so many people that get really anxious or really depressed, lose a ton of weight, and then people are like, oh my god, you look amazing! And they're like, thank you. It's severe mental illness. I'm making it look good. Yes, thank you. Yes, yeah, severe mental illness. Ooh, staying up until 3 a.m. crying. Ooh, yeah, yeah, it's still having to do a full shift at work. Ooh, yeah, work it. Anyway, we're back to it. Let me just have one more bite. I was so hungry. I hadn't eaten today, I didn't realize. Anyway. I lose weight by staying up too late and then ended up skipping breakfast. Oh no, that's rough. You've watched 193 hours? Oh my gosh. Well, thank you, Kuro. Streaming 193 hours is, I think when I looked into it, I think I streamed, Yama was telling me this, I think I streamed over 1,777 hours or something. Like, I streamed like a lot of hours this year. I want to do more though. I want to do twice as much if I can. Grimmi was too enraptured by the giant box of, KD that she forgot to eat. What was the KD? Gotta keep that bleeding purple. I'm gonna get that bleeding purple statue. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna be one of the 6 people that flippin' has it. Actually, probably like hundreds of people have it at this point. I'm gonna be one of them though. I'm gonna work so hard to get it. Oh, Kraft mac and cheese, yeah. You watched over 800 hours? Holy crap. As long as you guys are still doing the things, 1,400 hours, holy. As long as you're still doing the things that matter in your life and taking care of yourself, that's a-okay. This is like a cartoon show that you can tune into, and we'll have a good time staring at the worst man and working a job with them. As they go like, oh man, where you going with all that behind? Double cheeked up on a Tuesday afternoon? Like, that's... I like how this game depict that it happens to men also. Yeah, some men do go through this. This is a very depraved individual that's going to try to hit on or assault like pretty much anyone that they can get around. Those words aren't in the Bible. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm just eating. I usually just have like one bite, but I'm pretty hungry. This is really good too. Your most popular clip was of me? Yo, thank you. Oh my goodness, Gregory. It sounds like a lot of you are lurking too. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you. At least I hope some of it's lurking. It's okay if it's not. It's very nice of you guys. 80075. It's gonna be a little harder. What? Really? Ah. 6969 and 07. Oh my god, this is a big order. This is a huge order. Alright. 800. I don't even know where 800 would be. 7. Okay, is it 37? And we got 7415. 6969. 6969. Okay. 6969. And then we need a 3. Okay, not that one. This is really annoying. Sorry, I'm gonna be so focused on this for a little bit. 80075. 80075. 80075. 07734. Dang, what the hell? Wait, did he destroy these? Uh-oh. Oh, he's like crazy. Seven 4157. 07734. What is that sound? He destroyed all this stuff. Three 37373. 37373. This is like a bad one today too. Everyone wants some. Do you think they're selling weed? 74. Okay. 80075. 64. No. 84835. 84835. Yes. Okay. I'm getting a little bit better with this. I'm not having a panic attack at least as I do this. 800. No. Okay. 90210. 90210. 90210. 90210. I remember it being kind of near the front. No, that was a poster. Okay, okay, no. I can figure this out. We need this, 64? No. 90210. 90210. 90210. 90210. 90210. 90210. 90210. Or 3. 90210. 90210. 90210. 90210. 90210, where is? Huh? What happened? Don't ask questions. Okay, 37373. Okay. Now we just need 90210. 90210. 90210. Where is 90210? Where is 90210? Has anyone seen it? Thanks for the entertaining streams. Thank you, Fo. I hope you're doing well. And Silpha, thank you for gifting us up to 90221. No! 90210. 90210. 90210. Where is it? I heard a crash, too. I haven't seen 90210 since I was a kid. No. 90210! 90210! What? Huh? Okay. 69 is way back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've never seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think that's a real one. 69. 3, 1, 3, 3, 7, 8, 4. 3, 1. This is so nerve-wracking. Stop. Just be nice to me. 84835. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was in a corner. Okay, thank you. Not that corner though. 3, 1. Perfect. Okay, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was in a corner. Really need to find it. Why did he knock over the shelf? 90210. It's streets for the main character. No, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be okay. I feel like this one doesn't exist, though. Are you sure this one exists? Ah! This one exists! Yo! Yes, 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 yes! Please do a short one. Please do a short one. Huh? Okay, 94735. 46. Okay, 4684. Okay, no, not that one. Oh my god, this is so nerve-wracking. Okay, 37. Stop. 74. Okay, no. I need to check like every one because these are so long. Okay, 4, 2. Oh, yeah. Okay, good.
Remember how we did push-ups at my grandma's place? You still work out? You still got that little round ass, huh?
Dude, what the fuck?
What? It's true. You got an awesome ass. I'm not afraid to say it. You deserve it.
Okay. 4, 6, I'm not gonna turn my back to you again. Okay, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 4, okay. 6, 4, 7, 6, 4, 7, 3, 3. 6, 4, 7, 3, 3, 3, 7, yes! Okay, 6, 4, 7. 647, just do the job, just do the job, just do the job, go home, get paid. Even if we don't have enough money to stay in our house, we still have enough money to, like, get a hotel room. Start thinking about what we need to do. Okay, alright. 646, I don't know where this is. Oh! Yes! Can you help me? Who's giving the boxes to me, though? Huh? 07734. 31337. I think that was one we just picked up. Oh my god, this sucks. I would go insane if I worked here. I would probably stick with it, but I got cats to feed. It's just, you know, not ideal. 3737. Okay. 3737. Where'd that weirdo go? Where'd that weirdo go? Maybe he just thought this was an okay thing. Maybe he's just very awkward. Stop excusing. Okay, calm down. Oh! Why did you put on haunting music like we're in the devil's lair? Okay, 64735. You're a weird dude. Oh, yes. 64735. 64735. 64735. Oh, we're running out of time. Oh, no. 640. No. No. Who did this system? 646464. Yes! 64735. 64735. Really hope we can do this. 64835. No. 64. 64735. Yes, 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 yes. Yay, we did it in time! Not that it really matters. I think you're gonna try to kill us.
Alright, we're done. Let's go to the chill zone.
Okay, fine. Can't we, like, have lights on, though? Can't we, like, go to a restaurant? I'm not usually the type that... Okay. Didn't work. We're too polite. We're too polite. Maybe improving our, like, stuff with him wasn't a good idea. Maybe it's gonna make him worse. I'm gonna have a little bit more of my food. I need the strength to deal with this man. Alright, remember, good boundaries. Remember, good boundaries. Remember, good boundaries. Good boundaries. Good boundaries. Good boundaries. Good boundaries. We're gonna have good boundaries. We're gonna be healthy. We are gonna be happy. We're gonna be good. We are gonna be healthy. We are gonna be lovely. It's all good. It's all good. Healthy boundaries. A little bit of Frank's Red Hot to keep you going. Alright. Okay.
Ta-da!
I ate 6 slices of buttered toast in your honor. That's a lot of toast. Don't die. That's a lot of carbs. I would like to go home and eat toast compared to hanging out with this man, though. I think we have to have firm boundaries here.
Man, I'm not in the mood for a romantic dinner. Stop it, dude! So good to finally be done. Am I right or am I right, huh? Welp, it's beer time!
Pass, I'm not drinking.
Seriously? After yesterday's bullshit? We both know you'll grab a beer again, so let's skip this little dance.
Not the point. I don't drink.
Beer, gin, vodka, it's all the same. I feel awful after. Unbelievable. Friends don't pull shit like this. It's not about the beer, it's about you standing by me for once. It's a tiny can, 2 sips, you smile, I smile, night done.
I can stand by you without a can of beer.
Dude, this isn't fair. You can't treat me like this. What's not fair is me covering for you when you fuck up. What's not fair is me sticking my neck out so you can keep the shift.
I've been doing it well.
What's not fair is me being the only one who keeps showing up for you.
Doing favors isn't currency. Well, I do appreciate it, but it isn't by my consent.
Trying to help you loosen up. You spiral in your head and make everything heavy. 1 beer and you sleep better. You even laughed at Varric's birthday last time, remember? Man, that was awful. You mixed the drugs you bought with alcohol. It was a mess. Come on, man. I know better than you know yourself. I know you better than you know yourself.
Oh, no.
This is good for you. You always feel so awful after, but that's in your head. 2 sips with me, that's it.
My body disagrees. That's never it, man. No.
Please respect my boundaries. Respect goes both ways. You make me look like an idiot when you pull this. I'm patient, but you push and push. I cover, I vouch, I fix things when you mess up. You can't even meet me halfway. What the fuck do you want? Sit here in the dark and judge me? Make me the bad guy again because you can't handle being a person for 5 minutes? Keep disrespecting me and maybe you'll need another job sooner than you think. So, are we celebrating like friends or are you gonna keep making this difficult?
I know this is cheating, but I need a second to think about it. You also can't save in this. You have to play the whole game over again, and it's a very stressful game. So we're probably not going to play it again. There is a big problem you guys are forgetting, though. So, one gigantic problem is that we do need this job to survive. If we make him too angry, he's gonna tell us to go and die. if we don't drink with them, we might legitimately get fired. I don't know if you guys have been in that situation, but it does suck. If your livelihood depends on someone like this. We can get another job. It's very hard, especially if you don't have any skills and if you've been depressed and going crazy. Do we need him for this job? His uncle owns the place, so we do need him for this job. It sounds like he can fire us, essentially. We've been doing well, though. I don't know why he's getting upset with us or our work ethic. Better to die standing than live kneeling? Well. It's easy to say that when you're not hungry. I'd say that much. It's easy to say that when you have a home. Or a place to live, at least. This isn't about the job. I hate this guy enough to die instead! I have no sense of self-worth, and even if I would tell him off, also I would be recording this on my phone to store information and make it clear I would go to the police for that if it didn't stop, lay off, let me work and go home. I mean, that might work, but they might make your working environment so terrible that you couldn't, or they might just, you know, fire you, and then, like, if you do release that, it'd be like, oh, what are you gonna do? It's gonna take months for anything to happen. With people like this, they don't really care about the repercussions if stuff like that gets released. Which sucks. Like, they don't care. They, in their mind, like, they're always right. They never go like, man, I need to change in these ways, and I haven't really been good in this way. And, like, I need to start thinking about this, and I feel bad about putting people in this situation. They don't have contemplative empathy. They don't have contemplative empathy. That's not something that's going on with him. So if you go like, I'm gonna go to the police, he'll just be like, okay, cool. I'm gonna find a way out of it, because I'm not doing anything wrong. That's how he'll think. That is how he'll think. That is how he'll think. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Realistically, if I were in this situation, I'd probably choose the third one. I know it's very easy to choose the other ones, but this is the one that would probably, like, make me go like, well, I have to go through this situation because I have to eat food and I have to feed my cats. So that'll probably lead to the worst ending. I don't think that's a good one. This was the most cathartic. These two are the most cathartic, but we had to raise our anger, like, a lot more. So, also, I hope you're having a good night. Sorry, we're in a really tense place in this video game. So, I'm trying to think about what I want to do here. The lion doesn't concern himself with unemployment. What about your cats if you have to feed your cats? Like, the third one's probably what I'd go for, and that's why a lot of people end up in really crappy jobs where people are just abusing them. So, 2 is the one everyone wants to choose, but 2 is the one people rarely do. It's the most authentic, the most true to yourself, and the most actually standing up for yourself and having realistic boundaries. The one where it's like, hey, stop it. You're being rude. You're being weird and evil for no reason. Stop it. Like, that's a very cathartic thing. That does not go well either, though. That does not go well either. Like, people in that situation, they'll just attempt to destroy your life if you do that. Like, they'll go like, I didn't do anything and I'm going to destroy you. Like, that's rough. The secret ingredient is crime. We're not gonna start committing crimes. Make mom go through the legal process of evicting me. She might just start banging on your door, screaming at you, making your life intolerable. Realistically, this is also 10 hours of work in the dark leading up to this. Yeah, that's true. We're already mentally drained. He's already destroying you. I'm just saying, realistically, this is a very realistic game. It's very, very lame. It's very, very annoying. Anger. The third one is what I'd pick, honestly. Like, for real. I'd just be like, oh god, I gotta just get through this. This sucks. Alright, yeah, tell me about your cryptocurrency or whatever. Yeah, tell me about, I don't know, like, whatever you're up to. There's a submissiveness stat? Yeah, there is a submissiveness stat. Crap your pants, assert dominance. I don't think that's a good idea. That's weird. But I think that would take care of the problem.
Just like every time he wants to hang out, just go like, I have crap my pants. I must leave. Goodbye.
They would let you leave. You know what? I'm gonna go for what I think people would have to realistically do in this situation. Maybe we'll play it again and we'll do the cathartic one. I know it's really frustrating, but I think this is the most realistic choice. People usually pick this. People usually pick 3 in this situation. I'm sorry.
Whoa, don't say it like that. Nah, whatever. If you decide to join, be my guest. You know what day it is today?
You have to be at 0 for this? Why? You're an admitted recluse. People don't act like this. People do act like this. The person that is in this story has been abused by their parents. They have very little self-esteem and self-worth. They're not gonna know how to, like, take care of themselves. This is gonna be the only thing they have going for them. Also, hello. I am not going to read your name first time, chatter, but it is a beautiful day, is it not? It is a beautiful day. Like, nobody tends to notice for a few days when a chaotic drinker goes missing, get him drunk. You're saying we should try to murder him? Maybe we can.
Haha, look at Mr. Smarty Pants. Wait, is it actually Wednesday? But anyway, no, I wasn't talking about that. It's the anniversary of Zerk's death. And that guy made some killer music. Alright, yeah, agreed. Could you maybe, grab the cassette? I brought the boombox, but forgot the cassette. Left it in its usual spot. You know, the spot where I toss you boxes. Just grab the cassette and toss it into the boombox. It'll work.
Why does he want me to do that? Why are there flies here, though? And open drinks when you get back? No, I don't think so. Whoops. Come here, buddy. Well, they are open. That is loud.
Yeah. So good.
Yeah, sounds great.
My boy! I'm so fucking glad we're back together.
Okay.
Listen, I gotta tell you something. Don't make it weird, alright? Okay, go on. You know, not the lady killer I used to be. I tried something new.
Oh, that's nice. That's really lovely that it's not us. Thank you.
Got myself a boyfriend. Surprised?
No. Diversity win, the horrible guy trying to sexually assault you is bi- No! It's not our problem, though. That sounds really mean. But not our problem anymore, at least. Support Radic, yay!
Oh yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, that's cool. I'm glad you're, you know, comfortable with it. Especially with the stigma. Took me a while to get here. Shit's awkward as hell, man. Honestly, though, thought you'd pick up on it sooner. I mean, I was dropping hints. Oh, what hints? You serious? I complimented your ass at least twice a day. Don't tell me you didn't notice. I thought those were just jokes, the kind we used to make in school. Ha, relax. Just messing with you. Mostly. Right? So, what about you, man? You ever, question stuff? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe thought about it, never really explored it.
Don't say that. Don't say that! What is wrong with you? Say no! What is wrong with you? Say no! Sorry, calm down.
Yeah, I figured you might have been a little curious. How you been acting around?
No.
Think I wouldn't notice? Oh, bro, I noticed a lot.
You look like you were from a garbage can!
Now that I think about it, you always looked at me kind of weird. What the fuck? No, I didn't. Well, I was definitely checking you out. Chill. I'm just messing with you. Right. Anyway. Speaking of shitty stuff, how's the situation with your mom? Pretty bad. Today's the deadline. Still don't have enough cash saved, so I guess I'll be homeless pretty soon. Dude, seriously? Why did you say something sooner? You can totally crash at my place.
No.
Parents hooked me up with the new apartment. Plenty of room. Really? You sure that's...
Don't say that to them! You have one more day of work!
Really? You sure that's cool? Of course, man. The least you can do is let me help. I mean, I've been bending over backwards for you, haven't I? Who knows? Maybe we'll have some fun, too.
No. Dude.
Relax, bro. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Don't mention it. I'm gonna finish this beer, and I'll meet you outside, okay? Sure.
Get out of here. I thought we'd have a day zero to make enough money to, stay in the apartment. Or with our mom. Come on. Get out of here, get out of here. Bad ending? I think we have one more day to turn things around, right? Come on. That's so close! She should let us stay. That's so close. Time's up. Why did you decide to go to Radek's place? Didn't you think that was dangerous? Weren't you giving him too much control? He's awkward, but he's just messing around. No. What other choice did we have? Like not going to his place?
And go back to my mom so she could throw me out?
Have you tried showing her that you've started working and are earning real money? I'm sure she would have listened. I think we should do that!
Well, I'm not so sure. It's hard to talk to her.
And our time is up for today. Try to survive what's coming. What?
Welcome to my kingdom. Crash wherever you like, man. Thanks, nice place.
Why do we have to sit next to you? Can we go somewhere else? What the hell? Ricardo! Boom, 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 da-da, dum, 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 da-da, dum, dum, da-da. Sorry. We should watch that. Put that on. Where's your boyfriend? Doesn't he live here with you? Why is your house so dirty? Didn't he say his place was big? Yeah, this is a studio apartment. Maybe. No, we might be in just one room. Can we go to a different room if you're gonna hang out in here? Maybe?
Boom, 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 da da da, do, dee, do, da, 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 da.
Sorry. Just really hard to not think of that song when you see him. Like, you know, like you've seen the gif, the like boom, brr, brr, da da, dum, da, da, do, ding, dum, da, da, da. I love those types of dances. Oh, okay. I really don't. Ugh.
Wanna watch something or maybe listen to music? Or you know, we could explore
No.
we could explore something spicier.
Where's your boyfriend? Could you back off?
Nah, just relax, bro. It's cool. So,
No.
I said no, drop it. One more for the road. Picture her right here on the couch. Don't tell me you're dead inside. I can't hold my boner any longer.
Well, thank you so much, username not found, for the sub, and thank you, Silpha, for gifting a sub to Igun to Chibidoki feed. Okay, alright. Both of these are bad, but we're gonna go with not my thing. Please stop.
Yeah, so you're more into dicks after all. You're wound up tighter than guitar strings. How about a massage?
Oh dear God, dude.
It'll help you relax, trust me.
I think he's gonna throw us out, but it's probably worth it. I'm afraid to take these down. I guess I will for a second. How is this? Okay.
Hard no. Do not touch me. Wow, you're no fun. You know, I always thought it'd be cool to jerk off together sometime. Bet you've thought the same thing at some point.
Isn't this cheating on your boyfriend? Is he even real?
Like bros, no homo, right?
He's at 0. But we're getting our willpower really far up. Bro, you're making the situation weird.
Oh, come on. Quit teasing. I know you want to. Why play innocent? You know you are. You're just scared. Why do you always have to make things complicated?
Radic, seriously, you're scaring me. Back off.
Scaring you? Come on, you're acting like some helpless kid.
This is psychotic, but this does happen to people, so it's good to see this.
I'm just trying to have fun with you. Stop acting like a little bitch. What the fuck, Radic? I'm not joking. Stop it. Or what, you're gonna cry now? You're staying in my place, working the job I got you, and suddenly you're too good for me? Stop fucking pretending you're innocent. You're just playing hard to get.
Radic, I'm fucking serious. Back off now.
Or what, huh? You'll run and cry to your mommy. I'd love to see that show. You're in my apartment. You have nowhere to go.
You look like the devil.
You're gonna do exactly what I say, got it?
What happened to your boyfriend?
Not done with you! Stay away from me!
We can't do these ones. What the hell? We don't have enough. I gotta use the bathroom, just chill, okay?
Like hell you will. Sit back down!
Lock the door?
Open this fucking door now!
I don't know what to do. I'm scared.
You think this is a fucking joke? You think you're safe in there? Cute, keep dreaming, princess.
I didn't mean to do that.
I let you crash on my couch. I got you everything.
No, I don't want beer.
This is how you pay me back?
I don't want beer. I don't want beer. I don't want beer. I want to block the— No!
I swear to God, I'll tear these fucking hinges off.
No, 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 no!
You hear that? They're already cracking.
But we're in front of the door!
When I get in there, you're in mine, you worthless little coward. I'll make you wish you never set foot in my place.
No, no, no!
Count to 3, princess, then I'm inside.
No, no!
1, 2.
Ah!
3. 2.5.
Maybe I can throw this at him.
3.
Huh? Huh? Am I back at my house? Missing person. Hi, Manly. Hope you're doing good. That's the only person I know. Or personally know. Manly's so nice.
Don't move. Don't you fucking move.
What? Ooh, no. What did I do? Ah! We made it out.
I went back to my happy house. Mom and I set a temporary plan so I could stay a little longer. And Radek? I never picked up his calls again. Cutting him off felt brutal. My hands shook for days. Part of me kept whispering, maybe he'll change, maybe this is my fault. But week by week, the fog lifted. I met new friends who laughed without mocking me. People who genuinely supported me. Real friends don't make you feel small just to feel big themselves. Looking back, I wish I had walked away sooner. Still, I'm proud I did. If someone is poisoning your life, it's okay to leave. Fear fades, self-respect grows. Better people are out there.
Oh, we got the good ending! Yay! Ending 2 out of 5. No means nothing. Good enough ending? That was a good ending. Come on. Ending feels unrealistically optimistic. I mean, they started making money, so that was... If they just went back to their parent and said, look, I made money. I can give you $100 a month instead of nothing. Like, that's a really good start. So... They got a lot better. That's a pretty realistic ending, but I think them almost being R-worded by a dude probably also contributed very heavily to a very serious mental ailment they'll develop eventually, so that's not good. Restart stream in Magnus Archive sounds like a plan. Yes, we do have to restart stream. We probably should just not stream for the immediate... You know what? We'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. If I have to take a week off, like the thing is, nudity is usually allowed when it comes to narrative stuff. It's not like we wanted to see it, so that's usually how Twitch operates. If they do ban me for a week, I completely understand. I do want to let people see this game if they want to, just because it was a very intense game. I'm gonna ask the VOD person to edit it and then take that section out of it, because I did really like this game. It was in the game, it's not your fault. It was in the game. I still recommend this game a lot. Dispatch had way worse and it was fine. Yeah, we took measures to hide it. We might be able to see a different ending if you... I don't know if I really want to see that ending. I don't really want to see the ending where he just beats you and, like, R-words you. That doesn't sound like a good ending to me, so I'm gonna... I think we call it there. We call it there. I think that was a pretty good one. Usually if it's easy to see a second ending, we go for it, but let's call it here. Let's call it here. I think that one was pretty solid. I'll pass on the other endings. Yeah, I think that one we got was pretty solid. If you'd like to play this game yourself, there's other endings you can get, I think, where you don't even go with them to, like, their apartment. Let's see. You have, like, a lot of different options throughout the game. You can choose not to, like, have any beer. You can choose not to, like, be on their good side. So I think those are probably really interesting outcomes. And if you'd like to check it out, this was Bobber Bros. No Means Nothing. No Means Nothing. So I hope that you guys enjoyed that one. I got to see the Gasper Soy Jack pointing, made my night. Those should be emotes. I've been trying to make them into emotes for a little bit. They need to be resized. So I'm going to go through the emote channel. Probably every time I take a day off, I go like, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm just so exhausted. I don't do anything. I need to get a better schedule. Think I need a shower now. Yeah, that was a really rough game. But it was truly horrifying, and it depicted something that we don't often see. It depicted something that is very common, but not something that people want to think about usually. So I'm very glad that we got to play it. I thought it was neat. The pointing at Clunge was hilarious though. Clunge? You mean the G-Tolls? Did you did the angry abusive parent VA bit too well. It actually gave me unease. No, I'm so sorry. So good job. I like doing acting and characters and stuff. Once upon a time, I wanted to be a stand-up comedian and character actress. But I am too nervous to go outside. I'm really nervous. Depicted nudity and strong wording isn't an issue for games on Twitch. There have been far worse cases presenting those. Yes, we'll censor it for YouTube as well. So I thought it was really good though. That was a very intense game. That was really, really, really weird. He didn't have a boyfriend. He lied. What? He didn't have a boyfriend. He lied to us. I thought he would be there and he'd be like, hey, what's up? I'm here to make the situation a little bit less weird. Good thing editing and censoring exist to post. Yes. Also, thank you, Rose. I'm really happy that I can do the voices for these games and stuff. I don't even feel like I'm on my A game. I feel like I've been really tired out of it for a while, but you notice something? He probably goes to another school. You were the boyfriend? Yeah, I think the main character was. That's rough. Had to be nerfed with anxiety? Yeah. He was lied to about a lot of things because he was trying to... Oh, interesting. He was trying to manipulate them into a sexual relationship. There you go. There you are. You weren't following at 16K points? I forget. What happened? Oh, no. I hope you're okay. Oh, wow. Oh, you mean that? Thank you so much for following me. It's Tudum. I appreciate it. Every line he said was a lie. I think he did mean that stuff about his behind. You should definitely pursue voice acting as someone who enjoys to voice. Oh, thank you. I do some voice acting. It's just I usually do too much streaming to really do much else. Like I do really long streams, so that's like been my main thing lately. I need like an assistant that like at this point like comes over like every other day and helps me. I think that would probably be ideal. Just because I'm usually like very, very tired and like I think at this point it might be like even like a little bit like I'd prefer to not be, but I feel like at this point like my energy is so low, I feel so sick. I go to the doctor constantly, like it might be like at the point where I have a disability or something, but I'm gonna keep trying. I'd love to do voiceover as well. It's just I need to like slot time in for it and stuff. That's because sleep debt. I sleep a decent amount most times. I think I need to like get a good schedule and like I don't mean to let's see. I don't mean to I'm not saying this in like a complaining way, but like finding out that like my dad introduced my ex-boyfriend and only like boyfriend to human trafficking was a really big betrayal. Like I wasn't like with them, like but like that kind of like made my life go like off kilter. And yeah, I have really, really bad PTSD and betrayal trauma now. Like really bad. really bad. So, when did you find that out? When I started going crazy this year. When I started going crazy, that's why I couldn't really do the birthday stream either. I was just out of it. I was not doing well. That's pretty illegal. Yeah, he's being sued by 4 people. Like, he's not a good person. He pretends to be a cop. He does a lot of drugs and stuff. He's just not doing good. You only learned about that this year? Yes, I only learned about that this year. Winston the Eagle Respecter, thank you so much for the 400 bits. According to the Steam page for the game, this really happened to the creator of the game IRL days. It's really sad, but I'm glad they were able to move. Yes, this was based on a true story. The trauma and create a good piece of art relating to a bad situation. Sorry for the essay. No. Thank you so much for letting us know and for drawing attention to it. But anyway, called it from the start. Called what from the start? I don't know. These last 2 years have been crazy, dude. They've been really, really, really intense. But a lot of it was my fault too, just because I didn't really. I wasn't taking the time to go these are bad things. I was just kind of going like this. This is horrible. This is horrible. This is horrible. I called it that it's based on reality directly. Oh, the game. Yeah. Bad things are kind of happening to people occasionally. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Grimmi. It's okay. It just makes the holidays really lonely because I can't talk to any of my family because they all talk to him. So, my dad, that is. So, feels weird. Feels very weird. So, my PTSD has been at, really high. I'm very sorry if I've been crazy lately. I've been definitely saying stuff on Twitter and then seeing 100,000 people want to yell at me. Anyways, did he get criminal charges for impersonating a police officer? No, he's being sued by 4 people, though, so eventually things will catch up to him. And I think the IRS is after him. So, my parents are not good people. I'm very sorry to hear that. Some parents are just going through it. But I've gotten a lot of space. Things are slowly getting better. It's helped me establish better boundaries with other people that were not good people in my life as well. And also tell people when they aren't being good people in my life. And regardless of how they act and how it gets, I feel a lot better and a lot healthier. So I think I'm going in a good direction. So you've got a better family and your viewers. That's very nice of you, Zeke. I do like streaming a lot. It does make me very happy. Why do you have such similar crap, man? At least it's good to know someone else came up oh, you also had that happen. I'm so sorry, Rosewater. I'm so sorry. I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because it's yeah, that sucks. Damn. Some people don't have. It's not okay. If a parent has sociopathic tendencies, they just kind of do whatever the hell, and they seem to follow a similar line of progression. I'm very sorry that happened to you too. Professor Portal, thank you for being here for 8 months. I appreciate that. No, dude, it's so real. I'm so sorry, Rose. It's unbelievable to people outside of it, but I don't know, I've had a bunch of crazy stuff happen, and sometimes I'm I shouldn't tell people because they're not going to believe me at this point, but it is real. It did happen. Ugh, it sucks. It's okay, we learn from them. That's true. I am not going to be hounded or killed by the IRS. I have made that one of my true goals. I always make sure that everything's going to be okay. I try to help people in a healthy way, and every day I get a little bit better. Let's see. It's okay, just a bit lonely, she said after casually mentioning the most insane trauma, I'm talking about the weather, honestly, mood. The thing is, it's not great. I've definitely been going through it, but I'm trying to get better each day instead of worse. So, and things generally work out for me. I am very lucky, and I'm very happy to be able to stream, so, like to have a bad father. I've gotten more clarity as I've gotten older and recognized that he wasn't the person with flaws. That he was a person with flaws and not some monster that can hurt me. Yeah. No, they're a monster. My dad is a monster, though. He's insane. He's, ripped off a woman's finger twice. Once, again, while it was healing and starting to, reconnect to her, hand again. He just ripped off her finger twice. No, he's a monster. It is good to stay away from him because why? They were having an argument, and he is a sociopath or a psychopath. And then he felt embarrassed when his therapist eventually found out. Embarrassed. I want you to understand, he felt embarrassed. He told me he felt embarrassed when he had to talk to his therapist because he was just complaining about that woman constantly for months. And then when she came in, wasn't trying to say anything about your father. No, it's all okay, Offline Pasta. What you said is true. They don't have control over us, especially the more distance you get. So, anyway, you are safe now and hopefully never seeing him again. Yeah, I cut off contact when I found out about the the trafficking stuff, like that was a little too far, just because I also really don't want I don't want women to be tortured. That's a big thing for me. I know I'm going to come out and say it. It's very, very controversial. I don't want women to be tortured for their entire lives. I know, I'm very brave, but you know, my brother is just the same. I'm very sorry. Delete this VOD for sure. I don't know. I'm pretty out there with like what goes on in my life. It's fine. It be what it be. That will offend someone on Twitter somewhere. What? Oh yeah, I guess so. I mean, some people just hate women fully. Can't believe Grimmi would say something like this. I'll spread the word. No, because of it's okay, Saya-chan. We didn't really focus on them, and they weren't a point of like sexual contention. It was kind of like part of the narrative, and we tried to get them off screen quickly. So, let's see. Anyway, I hope that everyone can be okay. But I'm very sorry if I've been off lately. It's been a really rough year. Really rough couple of years, actually. I mean, I also had that thing happen with what we talked about the other day with, like, the corporation stuff. Though I am happy with where I'm at. Like, I know that there's been... I don't know what's going on, but, like, I know that there's been stuff. So, I'm very happy with where I'm at. Like, I definitely want to support people and make sure that everyone's going to be okay. So don't be sorry, Cease. Well, thank you for understanding. I'll say that. Thank you for understanding that it's been a hard time for me. I want to keep streaming, though, because it makes me really happy, and I'm happy that it makes you guys happy, too. Get some nice tea if you like. Thank you, Lupus. We'll probably... I don't think we have an ad coming up, though, so... It's been F'd up. It's been F sideways. Everyone's been off. For once, we're in the polarity. Yeah, a lot of people are going through it. I only found you this year, so I've not noticed. Oh, well, no worries. 1,000 blessings to you, Grimmi and Chad. 1,000 blessings to you, too. I thought my family was dysfunctional, but damn. They're just... One's really wants to prove herself and had a really bad childhood and became very insecure. And the other one had a really bad childhood, became very insecure, and then also a sociopath, so... I've been saying ads for 10 minutes now. Oh, you have? Crap, I'm so sorry. I thought it was like, oh, it's 4:33 with a time stream. I'll say this, I think the best thing you can do if you feel uncomfortable with where you came from and your parents were a little bit crazy is get really good at accepting yourself for who you are and get really good about getting away from people that do not accept you and make you feel anxious about the person you are. And that's it. You'll feel a lot better. Because I think everything that happened with my parents and that made them into really, really weird people was because they didn't accept themselves and they didn't accept their faults and they didn't accept their flaws and they didn't accept their personalities and they tried really hard to become the people that would be accepted by others. When you can't really do that, you're just going to go crazy, you're going to not feel good about yourself, and you're going to ultimately have a really hard time. So you need to just be able to sit with yourself and go, I'm okay. Or if you need to sit with yourself and cry, that's okay too. You might need to do that for a while, but you'll be okay. All right. Anyways, that's all I can say. Professor Portal, thank you for being here for 8 months. And Per se Pixels, thank you for the 45 bits. This is the age of monsters for everyone, absolutely. Time to let a new world be born. Sounds biblical, but you know what? Why not? That's it. All right. We're gonna be back. We're gonna be back with, you know what? We might play one more game. We have Slots and Daggers. We have Slots and Daggers also. We also have... I don't know what the signifier is, but it looked really interesting. Is it a horror game? It looked really crazy. But Raw Fury sent me a lot of game codes if you guys want some. That was really nice of them. Raw Fury and one of my buddies sent over a ton of game codes. So if you guys are interested in something from the Raw Fury catalog, we're going to have some giveaways. They have a really good catalog too. Let's see here. I can't tell if this is... Yeah, this is a psychological horror game, multiple endings. Okay, we'll maybe play that tomorrow. We'll play that tomorrow. We'll do some Monsters Are Coming today, just because it's getting late, and you guys deserve your Magnus. That reminds me. What's up, Novel? Grimmi, didn't we gift you gift cards? Yes, we also have gift cards from Novel Horizon. So, what we're going to be doing, at least sometime in the future, I'm not 100% sure yet, but, I kind of want to set aside a day for it, and then, let's see, no crying, only bottling, no, you cry, and you get better.
You think about all the things going and you process your emotions. It'll hit you like a big wave where you can't even stand up straight and you want to die. And then it'll get a little bit easier. And then it'll get a little bit easier. And it'll hit you at random times. Like you'll be like looking at like a piece of laundry and go like, oh my God, my life has changed so much. And you'll cry. And then you'll get a little bit better. It'll just come in waves until things are feeling a lot more okay. And distract yourself with work. Give yourself time to distract yourself. Oh my God, the cat's learned how to turn on. No, the cat that knows how to turn on that toy is just awake. Very smart cat. So, yeah, toxic masculinity is real. I've been there. Yeah, just cry. It's okay, dude. Just cry. I haven't cried in decades. I have cried for a family or a friend recently, but not for myself in a while. You should probably cry for yourself sometime, because you're also an important person and you should treat yourself like a friend. It's okay. It's okay to cry and rest and feel better. Do push-ups until the adrenaline builds up and you break down on the floor. No! Don't play the cute dog game. We're not playing a cute dog game. We're playing Monsters Are Coming Rock and Road. This might be one of the last times we play it too, just because I think we beat Nightmare Mode, which is hard to do. We went a little bit crazy with it. So, there's no crying in baseball. There is no crying in baseball, but there is crying in your home. Last time I cried was in front of a pair of my close friends. That's nice that they were able to be there for you. That's beautiful. That's really nice. Did this VOD just get deleted? No, this VOD is not deleted, though it may be on no replay to, like, take clips and, get me banned and stuff. Because something popped up that was part of a narrative. It's technically TOS safe, but, anyway. She is probably worried how nothing seems to faze me. No. I mean, I think that everyone numbs out to trauma after a certain point. And I've definitely been there too. I think it's very common, and it's really easy to get into that kind of situation. Not to be too analytical, not to be too rude, but you seem like the type of person that since they had some sort of like trauma or rough time, or maybe even just like not getting all of your needs met as a child, now you systematically make sure that you're going to be covered in the future with investments and different types of things that instill a sense of happiness in you, but also are things that you can sell off if you need to, so they make you feel a bit more secure. I also do that, like, so not in a mean way. Anyways, want to play it safe? Twitch hates VTubers and constantly targets them. If they do, I'll just explain that it was a part of a narrative, and then we'll come back after a week. And if they ban me forever, then I guess we'll go to YouTube, but I like it here. So, quick ad. And we'll stop talking about the other thing, and we'll take down the VOD after, but we're gonna just chill. Chill.
And we're back. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope you had a good time. I hope you did something lovely with your moment of relaxation. We are now going to play a different game. And during this game, we don't usually talk as much. What's the background music? This is specifically a Yumi Nikki fan game mix. Let me get it for you. This is one of my personal favorites. There's a lot of different Yumi Nikki fan games, so this is a really lovely mix of like a bunch of different ones. That was a very, very intense horror game. I'm still kind of like feeling it. Like I feel like, oh man, that was a lot to think about. Does that make sense? That was a lot to think about. Oh, imagine being able to talk during the chaos of this game. My brain would be fried. I mean, I can talk during this game, but I do something else during it. I have major ADHD. Let's see. Okay, so what we're gonna be doing here is we're gonna be playing the Magnus Archives in the background. The Magnus Archives. And I hope that you guys enjoy this one because it is my favorite in the whole wide world, and I'm super, super excited that we get to listen to it. Like, it's incredible that people will politely wait as we, like, listen to this thing, so seriously, thank you. I greatly appreciate that, and I really do mean it. Okay. Alright. I think we got it now, baby. We got the Magnus up. Alright. I got really heated during that whole game. Sorry if I said anything bad. No, that game sucked. Like, no, it was really good. It was really good. That game sucked, but it was really good. Like, that game is gonna stick with me for, like, a while. Like, it kind of, like, brought up a bunch of, like, very repressed memories. Like, it's very hard to navigate the world, like, if you're just super oblivious, super sheltered, like, super ADHD. You have autism, you don't have anyone looking out for you, and then people are just like, oh yeah, I already have a girlfriend, you want to come hang out? And just like, yay! You have a cat? That's so cool! Like, something like that! I ran into a lot of crazy people, but then they'd be like, hey, I'm really into you, and I'd be like, haha, that's funny, and then I'd leave. And they'd be like, why didn't that work? I was immune to, like, people trying to, like, do that at least, because I was just like, that's so weird, you're funny, and like, not to say that I didn't have, like, bad experiences here and there. Every lady does, but okay. So, alright. Now let's get into, Grimmi is immune to the Riz, unironically, though. Alright, baby. This next one up is The Magnus Archives, episode 51, High Pressure. That was a horrifying, horrifying game, though. Dear God. It was not fun. It was not fun. No one has tried to hit on you, even as a joke, I think.
Rusty Quill presents.
You have autism? Someone's tried to hit at you at one point, probably. I'm just letting you know. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. Alright, I'm getting the game on stream, too. It is indiscernible sometimes.
Episode 51. High Pressure.
Art comforts the disturbed and disturbs the comforted. I guess that's true. Yeah, it did definitely disturb me. That's one of the games that got in there good compared to what we usually play. Usually it's like murder, bad stuff, murder, bad stuff. That one was very realistic. It felt very real. It wasn't anti-dating sim. Like, I don't think anyone was rooting for them to be around that dude. No one was like, give them a chance.
Statement of Antonia Haley regarding a deep dive that took place near Sable Island, Nova Scotia in August 2006. Original statement given January 7th, 2008. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins.
Yeah, this is one of the few ones I need.
I should be dead, really. It's a weird feeling. You ever had a near-death experience? I've had a few. They're not uncommon in my line of work, but this... it feels different. It's not that I put myself in danger and managed not to die. I should be dead. Decompression sickness that severe is almost never survivable, and I should have had an embolism. The fact that I didn't? Blind luck. It's hard to reconcile yourself with avoiding a death that you feel should have been yours. If there had been others with me who didn't make it, if I could write it off as survivor's guilt, but I was alone. Do you ever get that? Of course you don't, sorry. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about the bends. I'm a diver, both by nature and by trade. I grew up in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and was swimming almost before I was walking. I did my first scuba dive at 8 years old. It was barely deeper than a swimming pool, but it was enough to instill a lifelong passion for it. I got fully qualified as soon as I was legally able and almost flunked out of college because I was always running off to some dive or other. I must have missed more classes than I went to by the end. I scraped by, but as it turned out, even if I hadn't, it wouldn't have mattered too much, as it wasn't my psychology major that got me my first job after graduation. It was diving. I worked at a marine salvage company based off the coast of Nova Scotia. You'll forgive me if I don't give their name. I still hold out hope I might go back to work there someday, and I'd feel like an asshole dragging their name through the mud, even if it is just to you and your strict confidentiality procedures. If you're desperate, they shouldn't be hard to identify, but it's not really relevant to what happened. You ever heard of the Graveyard of the Atlantic? Probably not, and it's a confusing name anyway, since it actually refers to two distinct locations along the eastern coast of North America, both notorious hotspots for shipwrecks. In this case, I'm talking about the one of Sable Island in Nova Scotia. The waters there are some of the roughest, where the Gulf Stream hits the Labrador Current, and depending on which historical records you believe, there could be anything from 400 to 600 shipwrecks down there. And that's only from when the European settlers first arrived. Normally, it's not the sort of place where we would accept jobs. It's too dangerous to send a salvage crew in when the waters are that unpredictable. But this time was different. Maybe the old man was just a real sweet talker, or maybe he swipped the captain, a leathery old cuss by the name of Morton Kemp, just enough extra under the table that he fudged the location on the release forms. Either way, word came down that we were doing a dive off Sable Island. None of that was to say the captain was stupid about it. We kept a very close eye on the meteorological reports and only headed into the graveyard when we were certain we'd have a window of relatively calm seas to do it. It helped that the job was relatively simple. The old man, Simon Fairchild, had come to us claiming that he had pinpointed the location he believed his great-grandfather's sailing yacht had been sunk almost 120 years ago, and he was keen to retrieve any heirlooms or curios he could from it. The only thing interesting or unusual about his story was the amount of money he was willing to throw around to back it up. It was certainly enough to get us dropping anchor 100 miles from the coast on a hot, sunny morning at the end of August. The journey out had been a bit subdued. Normally, me and Julio Hernandez, the other diver on the crew, would spend our time chatting, playing cards, and once even screwing, though we generally don't talk about that. This time we had to babysit Mr. Fairchild,
Once even
which
what?
stubbornly insisted that he make the journey with us. Again,
What
this
did you
wouldn't
say?
normally have been an option, but the guy was not shy about throwing his money around. He must have been pushing 100 years old, just a tiny pink skeleton of a
They were
man,
banging?
sat in the corner watching us the whole trip.
That's...
It was hard to get any sort of friendly chat going, with him perched there like some sort of vulture. I tried to talk to him a few times, but he only seemed interested in discussing this shipwreck and how preserved I thought everything might be. I told him I had no idea, as it really wasn't my area. I was just the diver. He didn't say much to me after that. When we hit the graveyard, the sea was almost completely still, far more so than I would have expected, even given the weather predictions we'd been working on. It didn't strike me as odd at the time, just an unexpected bit of help with the job. Initial checks managed to locate a wreck that seemed to match the old man's description, a steam yacht circa 1890. It seemed to be in surprisingly good shape, and in the camera's torchlight, we could just about make out the name, the Maria Fairchild. The old man was practically dancing with joy, and I was genuinely concerned he might give himself a heart attack. We suited up and prepared to go under. The wreck was at a depth of 160 feet, which meant we'd be in a high-pressure environment, but we shouldn't need hypoxic gas or full pressure suits, which was something of a relief. Julio made his prayers, Captain Kemp gave us a stern nod, and into the water we went. As I went in, I thought I heard Simon, the old man, shout after me, but I couldn't make it out. And then the world was nothing but silent blue. I'd expected the water to be warmer, given the temperature on the surface, but the chill hit me all at once, and it took a moment to get to grips with it. I saw Julio next to me, a few yards away, and with a thumbs up, we began to dive down towards the sunken boat. Most people don't appreciate how quickly it gets dark underwater. You don't need to be nearly as deep as you think before the sun is just the faintest change in the water hues. If you're not careful, it's easy to forget which way is up and become lost in the murky depths. But Julio and I were a well-practiced team, and we weren't going so far down as to face any darkness that our torches couldn't handle. It was during that descent, when I saw that our 2 points of light were the only signs of movement down there, that I noticed the absence of life. I wasn't particularly worried by this. If anything, I was rather relieved. Anyone who's been diving more than a few years will be able to tell you of at least one close call with a shark, and I'd had 2 so far, so the less movement the better as far as I was concerned. Still, it was a surprise that we hadn't seen even a single school of fish on our journey to the sea floor, and once we were down there it was just as lifeless. I gestured my confusion to Julio, but he just shrugged and started over towards the wreck. Down there, deep below the surface, I find myself sometimes entering an almost meditative state. You can feel the weight of the world, a world you were never meant to be part of, pressing in on you from all directions, and the constant, overpowering awareness of your own breathing, of how little there is between you and the very space around you that is completely hostile to your existence. The danger is real, as is the faint, hardened fear in your gut, but I've always found that it sometimes put me in a state not too unlike how it feels staring into the flames of a fire. Hypnotic. My mind cleared of all thoughts but the dull, pulsing rush of adrenaline. That feeling was so strong here that I almost swam past the Maria Fairchild completely. Julio was already inside, and I quickly located a large enough tear in the hull and made my own entrance. The yacht was bigger than I had thought when viewing it from the boat, but the layout was not complicated, and we already had quite a good idea about where would be best to look for the sort of antiques and sentimental treasures that Simon wanted. Julio had taken the bedroom, so I started on the bridge. It was certainly an impressive sight. A late 19th century steam yacht, slightly decayed from its time on the ocean floor, but all in all, astoundingly well preserved. I looked over the chair and the various panels and controls, but could find nothing which could be classed as an easily removable heirloom, although I did make a mental note of which bits of the bridge were well enough preserved that they might be worth removing. It would need more equipment than we had with us, but I could suggest it to Simon if we returned empty-handed. I checked in on Julio, but he was still busy ransacking the bedroom, so I decided to do a sweep of the engine room. And it was there I found the hole. It was large, maybe 7 feet in diameter, not unlike the one I had used to get into the wreck in the first place, but there was something about it that immediately put me on edge. The shape was too regular somehow, the water outside it was too dark, and it took me a few seconds to notice this, but the direction of the tearing seemed to indicate it had been made from the inside out. I dropped the rusted wrench I had been examining and let it float slowly towards the floor as I made my way to the hole. I gripped the side and looked through. As soon as I put my head through, I felt a change wash over me. The pressure increased all at once, becoming so intense that I screamed in surprise and pain as my head erupted in agony. The pressure was upon my whole body now, and I was finding it hard to move with the crushing weight on every part of me. My eyes bulged as I stared forward, and I saw 2 things. The first was that below the hole there was no sea floor, just a deep and endless expanse of empty water, as though the boat were on a cliff edge. The second was that it was far, far too dark. The deepest that humans can survive in the ocean is the mesopelagic zone, which begins roughly 650 feet below the surface. It is colloquially known among oceanographers as the twilight zone, as it is the level where only the faintest of light penetrates from the sun, and the water can only be seen in the many shades of darkness. Down that far, any glow that makes it is so diffused as to be utterly useless in determining which way is up. But as I stared out in terror, I was absolutely sure that there was no up. And I could swim as far as I liked. There would never be anything but water. Then I saw it. It was only a shadow in the dark, but it was there. and it was huge. It stretched from one side of my vision to the other, and as I fought against the pressure to turn my aching head, I still couldn't see the end of it. Only its blurred outline was slightly better contrasted against the lighter shade of the twilight water that surrounded it. I could not see the ends of it. It was so big it made me lightheaded to think about it, to try and place myself in some believable scale against it. I think it was a hand, but I could not see enough to be sure. Then it moved, slowly but clearly, and I realized how far away it still was. As it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and I could see nothing else, and I screamed. It was the jagged metal of the hole itself that saved me in the end. As I cried out in horror, I felt the sharp edges of it digging into my hands, and they gripped it, and the unexpected burst of pain snapped me out of whatever it was that held me in place. With a surge of strength, I pushed myself back into the boat, and I felt the pressure lift all at once. Of course, this brought its own set of problems, but I didn't care. The lightheadedness was already setting in, and my vision was blurring when I swam out of the sunken ship and headed towards the surface at full speed, ignoring all decompression procedures. I blacked out 30 feet from the surface. I have vague memories of the trip back, fading in and out of consciousness, feeling the worst I have ever felt in my life. Then I recall a helicopter, shouting, and finally waking up fully in a hospital bed. Captain Kemp was there, and he immediately laid into me, calling me all sorts of horrendous names before informing me exactly how serious my condition had been, and how lucky I was to be alive. I should be dead, he told me, and I know he was right. I left the company soon afterwards. I still plan to go back someday, but it'll be a while longer before I'm comfortable in the water again. Julio never came to visit me in hospital, and I was unable to get in contact with him after I was discharged. I hope he's all right. I did ask Captain Kemp what happened to the job after I left, as I also hadn't seen the old man since that morning.
Yo, baby.
The captain got a strange look in his eyes then, and
Go check out this
gazed out the
beauty.
window with a scowl I had never seen on his face before. The sea is a dangerous place, he said, and walked away. Statement ends. No real follow-up can be made to this statement, as it all took place in...
We're gonna do a quick moment to just say, yo, Ghosty, what's up? I love this game too. I put it on while we're listening to Magnus Archives. It's probably like a very big contrast from Ghosty's streams where she is high energy and always doing something hype. This is a spooky podcast. A lot of horrifying stuff happens in it. We usually put it on and it's very like mellow and like kind of like lulls you into a sense of sleep, and you're like, and then the man went forward. He saw a beautiful rose and his father dying within it. Like it's very, very British and weird. Grimbo and Ghosty always, yo, what up, baby? Ghosty's lovely, guys. Please go check her out. She's very, very fun, very, very peppy. She's an actual ghost. I am a human. I just do not go outside. There's a big difference. Ghosty is a ghost. I know she looks more like she goes outside than I do, but she is a ghost. That is a ghost. She looks like a ghost. I look like I'm a sad person. Like, I don't know, like Edgar Allan Poe, like, but a girl. So don't say that to me. I like outside. See? There you go. Ghosty's lovely. Please go check her out. I am a human. My favorite ghost? Yes. I am a human. Not your favorite ghost. Okay. Anyways, please go check her out. Thank you so much for the raid. Let's see what you were playing really fast, and then we'll let Jonathan talk. But we just, you were doing hot tub and pools. Yo, that's so cute. We're mostly just, like when we play this, I don't usually talk too much. This isn't how the stream usually is, but, for right now it is. Like, it's just at night, past a certain hour, we put on this podcast, and we're slowly making our way through it. We're on episode 51. Episode 51! It's taking a while, but Gregory, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Ghosty. That's very sweet. Let's see. Godot is a good way towards getting how Grimmi looks. Yeah. I look like Edgar Allan Poe as an anime girl, I think, is a good way of putting it. But yeah, thank you, Gregory. Okay, we're gonna put this back on here. Ghosty is a free-range ghost. She can leave her enclosure whenever she wants. It's true. That's beautiful. You can give her little bits of treats like noodles and cheese and whatever. Give her some treats. Give Ghosty some treats. All right, but we're gonna get back to it. Thank you so much, though, Ghosty. She's a very lovely person. Okay, we're back to it with the Magnus Archives.
Canadian territory We don't have the contacts over there that we do here. Not to mention that what little I could glean appears to be a mass of overlapping and conflicting police, Coast Guard, and Port Authority reports. We could spend years trying to unravel this one case if we had a mind to, and I, for one, do not. We weren't even able to glean sufficient information to track down any of those mentioned in the statement, aside from Captain Morton Kemp, who now runs boat tours near Winnipeg and declined to comment on it in the strongest possible terms. Instead, I will focus on Simon Fairchild, who I recall may have come up in case 0022010, along with a young woman. I may have encountered Fairchild before, or it may just be a coincidence of names. One of my first cases as a researcher for the Institute in 2012 was looking into the history of the jewelers in Hackney that had reported cases becoming cracked in the night. Nothing was ever taken, but each morning it would be like a heavy weight had been dropped upon them. Looking into it, it turned out that the jewelers had, in the 1930s, belonged to a con artist and fence who had attracted the displeasure of the local population. When one particularly irate customer threw him out of a fourth-floor window into a crowded street at midday, no one claimed to have seen anything. A minor possible haunting with a decidedly pedestrian backstory, but notable because, while I was never able to discover the original name of the con artist, one of his many, many aliases was Simon Fairchild, and it appeared on several business listings around the time. Whether it's a coincidence or not is something of a moot point at this stage, however. A cursory bit of research reveals the Fairchilds in question to be an exceptionally wealthy family based down in Cornwall. No real business to speak of, but it appears they've invested very wisely in aerospace technology, shipping logistics, and underwater drilling and construction. Whatever their origin, I feel it's worth keeping an eye on them. End recording.
Yay! How do you know? Wait, what?
Supplemental. I had a strange conversation
Billy and
with
Mystery?
Sasha
What's happened? Is she
earlier
okay?
today. I've been doing some
I'll
research
ask how
into
she's
her, but there's little to go on, save that she worked in artifact storage. I decided to pay it a short visit to acquaint
Still
myself with any
has.
new acquisitions. Not much worth reporting, really. A new oak wardrobe, light is apparently unable to penetrate. A carved rock eye they keep in a black velvet bag, apparently it interferes with the video cameras otherwise. And a rather nasty-looking scalpel that is supposedly rife with disease, no matter what they use to sterilize or disinfect it. That one's kept in a hermetically sealed plastic box. I stumbled across Sasha, staring at that damn table again. Luckily, I had the wherewithal to bring my tape recorder and managed to turn it on unnoticed. Recording follows. It's fascinating, isn't it? In the literal sense, I mean.
Yes. Sometimes I can't pull myself away from it.
Given recent events, I've been trying to figure out if it's a fractal.
No. No, it isn't. I've always seen it more like a web.
I guess it has caught us in its own way.
I don't think we're the first to be caught.
No?
I believe it caught Graham as well.
I thought that was... whatever crawled through his window. Unless you think they're linked somehow.
I doubt it. It didn't sound like the sort of thing that would want to be bound to an object.
I suppose. And we haven't seen any long-limbed stalkers, so let's concentrate on the table.
Agreed. If you'll excuse me.
Of course. Odd, but not alarming, though I think I may discuss restricting her access to the table with Elias. Oh, and I've found out where she's been going when she takes extra long lunch breaks. It seems harmless enough, but I admit I'm a bit baffled. Every few days, she travels up to Baker Street to spend anywhere from 10 minutes to a full hour in Madame Tussauds Wax Museum. End supplement.
There we are.
That one was pretty good, though. It was all about the sense of, like, anxiety you get from water, the deep unknown, what could be happening there, being plunged into a place that you don't fully comprehend, and horrors beyond your imagination. The ocean and space have very similar stuff going on in terms of just not knowing what's happening. Also, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Plug me in, Ren. Yes, polar bears are horrifying, are they not? Yes. Like Baker Street and Wax Museum from Sherlock? I haven't seen Sherlock, but possibly. We know more about outer space than the ocean. Yeah, we do know more about outer space than the ocean, even. It's a famous wax museum in real life. Oh, so it's not just from Sherlock. Be nice if, I could become lost at sea. No, you wouldn't like that, probably. The sea is very dangerous and very intense. I feel like that looking out the window at night because it's so dark. Yeah, endless something. You don't know what it could be. Anything could be occurring. We have no way of using our senses to figure out how. I guess like a really big floodlight. But even then, it would just be a little droplet. Ooh, creepy. Creepy. But that was episode 51. I do like that all of these are like kind of... They're almost like Monster of the Week, but they deal with specific anxieties and trauma, which is crazy to think about. It's really cool. Let me toss on the next one.
This is episode 52, Exceptional Risk.
I don't think we're gonna get to any of like the super crazy episodes, but we're gonna keep trying. It's gonna take time. Gonna take a lot of time, but we'll get there eventually. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Magnus Archives.
Okay.
Episode 52, Exceptional Risk.
Let's go for another minion build here. Hopefully we get the right rolls for it.
Exceptional Risk.
RNG, baby!
Statement of Philip Brown regarding his time working at HMP Wakefield between 1990 and 2002. Original statement given April 9th, 2004. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. How much do you know about the prison service? Not much, I'd bet. Maybe you've seen a few prison movies, think you know a bit about how it is in there. You've got to keep face and watch your back, right? After all, you never know who's got a shiv with your name on it. Well, for a start, you're probably thinking of American movies about American prisons, and I can't speak to that. Maybe it is non-stop gang warfare over there, but in my experience, the biggest danger in a prison is, and always will be, boredom. I say that like it's some glib observation, but we work hard to keep it as boring as possible. The first hint of violence among the inmates gets smacked down. I worked as a prison officer in Her Majesty's Prison Wakefield, or the Monster Mansion, as the press insists on calling it. It houses the real scum of this country. Class A dangers, the lot of them, and it was always a point of pride to me that we kept that place quiet. I mean, I say it like I had any real power, but I was just a grunt, keeping an eye on a cage full of wild animals. I won't even pretend I was proportional in my use of force. I mean, prison inspector would have been over that with me already, but the sort of things you have to have done to end up in Wakefield. Well, let's just say the suicide attempts far outnumbered the murder attempts, and I never lost any sleep over that fact, nor did any of the inmates. I made sure of that. After lockup at 7 p.m. sharp, I made a point of keeping my wing dark and quiet. It helped that they were single cells, of course. No worries about conversation or violence between cellmates. But even then I was careful to make it very clear that drawing my attention after lights out was something they would regret. I'll admit, I was a real bastard when I worked there. Sometimes you need a bastard to keep an eye on the monsters. And back then, I really thought that the murderous filth we were looking after were the closest thing this world had to real monsters. I was wrong, of course. I'd been working there for almost 5 years when Robert Montauk came to us. Now don't get me wrong, we've had plenty of celebrity criminals pass through Wakefield over the years, but I can't say it didn't give me a slight chill to know that we were going to be keeping watch over the most prolific British serial killer of all time. I mean, he killed 40 people. That's a ridiculous number. I mean, maybe in America, where you have so many places to hide, but his nearest competition in this country barely reached half that. And he used to be a policeman. All told, you have the ingredients for a cocktail of posturing, unrest, and violence among certain quarters of the inmates. He wouldn't normally have gone to Wakefield, as his crimes had no sexual element to them, but we were the only ones that had space for a prisoner needing that level of security and scrutiny. He was a big guy. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. Usually with that kind of prisoner, they've got a you'd never know to look at them sort of feeling, but Montauk looked like a killer.
Montauk?
He must have been almost 6'6" and built like a barge. His dark hair was cropped close to his scalp, showing off a flat, angular face. Not to put too fine a point on it, but the man was terrifying. When he entered the rec room for the first time, I could almost hear the deflating egos as a dozen would-be hoodlums thought better of trying to make a reputation by standing up to Robert Montauk. Of course, there's always one. And in this case, it was Ivan Ilić, an aspiring Serbian gangster who decided to go after him, jumping him from the side. Me and the other warders had been waiting for something like this, but we were too slow to get there in time. Well, maybe we could have gone faster, but 40 murders. Sometimes you want to look at what you're up against. Ilić was not a small man and nearly matched Montauk in height, if not in weight. But there was an energy to Montauk, a tightness, like a rubber band about to snap. Ilić leapt forward with a shout and delivered a solid punch right into the other man's kidneys, but it was as though he'd hit the pressure pad on a bear trap. With terrifying speed, the hands snapped round, gripping the Serbian's right arm. There was a half moment of complete silence, as everyone seemed to be holding their breath, to see what Robert Montauk did next. He brought his hands around with a violent twist, cleanly dislocating his assailant's arm with a nasty pop, and replacing the silence with a scream and a string of Slavic curse words. At this point, me and the other screws broke it up. I got the unenviable task of taking the still cursing Ivan Ilić down to get his arm treated. I didn't see Montauk again for some time. After that little incident, he was immediately transferred over to F Block, where he wasn't going to be a danger to anyone but himself. I'd occasionally hear rumors about him filtering through the other inmates, and there wasn't a spooky story in Wakefield that didn't have him at the center of it. Barely a week went by without some loudmouth nobody spreading word that he'd killed a guard, or escaped, or been found dead in his cell with his heart ripped out. It was never true, of course, not at that point. I think most of it came from Dave Harrington on F-Wing. He always loved to drop fake gossip on new inmates, and the old hands knew not to trust a word he said. It was 1998 when... Hello?
Hey, I just
Oh,
wanted...
hold on.
Oh, yo.
Sorry, can't be too careful. Accidentally mentioned you on one of my earlier official recordings and had to go back over it.
Oh, sure.
Oh, he
I've
has
got
a
another
different
tape
one
for
now.
you.
Fantastic. Here's the other one.
Was there anything on it?
Oh, very much so. A Russian circus that... Oh, but, nothing relevant to Gertrude's murder, if that's what you mean.
It is what I mean.
Right, sorry. Have you had a chance to listen to any of them yourself?
Well, the precinct has exactly one tape player, and it exploded when I tried to put batteries in it.
Oh.
I've put in a requisition for a new one,
It's the
but
cop
that's
lady.
lost somewhere in the Met, and I haven't had a chance to
Yo.
chase it up, so no.
Well, if you keep bringing them to me...
It's better than nothing, yeah. Anyway, I thought you could try this one next.
They're
Alexandria?
gonna get married.
Hey, at least this one actually has a label. I figured you're probably into old libraries and stuff,
No,
so...
you're right. Thank you, Sarah.
A cop
Awesome.
wife that's
Yeah.
like an SCP
Oh,
Foundation
what's the name of
person would
that
be so
helper of
cool.
yours?
Martin.
No, the hot one. He has
What?
scars like you, but kind of manages to pull them off.
Yes,
What?
Yeah, what's his deal? He
No!
gave me the weirdest grin when I came in just now, and like, a thumbs up?
He thinks the main character and her are banging.
I wouldn't worry about it.
No?
He thinks we're sort of... together?
Oh, no. You know I'm
No,
not.
I know. I mean, he just got it in his head.
I mean, you're
and-
nice and all.
Yes,
and-
yes, no, I feel
No!
the same way.
Right. I mean, I suppose it's better he think that.
I won't tell if you won't.
I'm
Oh
gonna
no.
go then.
Yes.
Welcome to hell. Welcome to hell.
Right.
Oh, nice.
Statement resumes. It was in 1998 that I next came into regular contact with Robert Montauk. The government had commissioned the construction of close supervision centres in prisons all over the country, and Wakefield was one of the flagship initiatives. A good portion of F-Wing was given over to our own CSC, soon to be known as the Exceptional Risk Unit. It could only hold 8 prisoners, but they were to be the worst of the worst, kept under constant scrutiny and given no chance to harm anyone. I was picked to be one of the officers transferred into the new unit. I don't know if it was specifically because I had more inmate altercations on my record than any other prison officer
Sounds
at
more
Wakefield,
annoyed reading now.
but given the intensity of the setup, I'm sure it didn't hurt my application. Robert Montauk was an obvious choice for the Exceptional Risk Unit. During his time in Wakefield, he had been involved in several further violent incidents, and though he hadn't yet killed anyone inside the prison, the higher-ups reckoned it was only a matter of time. So in he went. The CSC was not a nice place. Wakefield had had the budget to make it secure, but not to make it anything less than starkly utilitarian. The individual cells were cramped and claustrophobic, with almost no natural light filtering in from the outside. Oh, they still got their exercise, but it was in bare, metal cages. We kept them separated from each other almost as much as we kept them from the rest of the prison. You must never underestimate how violent and desperate a trapped animal can become. We were cruel to them. I'm not ashamed of that.
What?
If I were to tell you all the crimes of those monsters we kept in the ERU, you'd probably lose your lunch before I was halfway through the list. Keeping them beat down was the only way to make sure they behaved. And besides, atonement is important. I'll admit, though, I always had a soft spot for Robert Montauk. He never gave us any trouble. Away from the other prisoners, he seemed docile, almost eerily so sometimes. Also, and it's a small thing, but he never denied his crimes. Wakefield is one of those prisons where everyone is innocent, and it gets so dull to hear their whining protestations day after day. Anyone who fully owned their crimes always went up in my estimation. I mean, we still beat him down on occasion, but not as bad as the others. After a year or two, I kind of started to forget who he was, you know? The mystique of being Britain's most successful serial killer just didn't hold up. When you have someone in your power like that, you forget any respect you might have had for them. And he never gave us any trouble. In 2001, he started to get visitors. His daughter, mostly. Given that she hadn't visited before, I'd guess she just turned 18. You get that a lot. Unaccompanied visits aren't allowed under that age, and plenty of inmates have kids living with overprotective guardians who refuse to take them, so I assumed she was similar. The visitor rooms in the main prison are quite nice. Not so much in the Exceptional Risk Unit. A dark, bare room like all of them, cut down the middle with a reinforced window. There were plenty of lights in there, but somehow it always seemed gloomy. I was on observation for a few of their father-daughter visits. She would talk about her life like her dad wasn't a murderer. He would lie about how it wasn't too bad in the prison. It was all very touching, I'm sure. Aside from his daughter, there was only one other time that he had a visitor. It was 6 months before he died, late March 2002. He was an older guy, I'd guess late 50s, wearing a well-tailored black suit and an expression of disgust. When I brought Montauk in, his face fell, and he went very pale. I'd helped folks beat Robert Montauk a dozen times or more, but I had never seen him look scared. He sat down opposite the old man, and they looked each other in the eye through the thick glass. I think the visitor might have been blind. His eyes were cloudy, but he had no cane or dog, and it didn't seem to affect how he looked at Montauk. Neither of them spoke. The seconds turned into minutes, and still they didn't say a word. They just sat there staring. Given where I work, it's really something to be able to say that I've never seen two people who hated each other as much as Robert Montauk and that old man. After a few minutes, I was all but ready to drag him out, but as I stepped forward, the lights blew. All of them at once, leaving us in the dark. I heard Pete Gordo, the warder with me on visitor duty, fumbling for the handle on the door to get help or torches. I was tense, ready to fight off Montauk if he decided to make a move, but instead, a soft voice came from out of the darkness. I didn't recognize it, but I thought it sounded like it came from the old man. And I don't think he was talking to me. You didn't think you could kill it for long, did you? That's what it said. Then Pete got the door open and a shaft of light poured in from the corridor. I could once again see Montauk and the old man sat there, motionless. It didn't seem like they'd moved an inch, though as I went to take Montauk back to his cell, I noticed that he was crying. I didn't mention it. I'll be honest, I was kind of freaked out by the whole thing. The next few months were quiet. Montauk seemed even more subdued than normal, and often had to be goaded into exercising during his allotted time. The only point where he seemed normal was when his daughter came for her visits, and maybe that was just because he was already so used to lying to her. That was the summer we had all the plumbing problems in the ERU, and the water kept going foul, so we were all kind of on edge. But nothing really happened until it turned to autumn, and November rolled around. It was November the 1st. I remember because the date was read out so many damn times at the assorted disciplinaries that followed. The worst part of it is I wasn't even doing anything wrong that day. I was working the late shift with Pete, and we were having coffee in the break room. At least, I was having coffee. Pete was swearing at the taps because the plumbing problem we had all been assured was fixed was back, and worse than ever. The taps were disgorging a jet of foul-smelling, stagnant water. I was laughing at him, sipping my own perfectly adequate drink, when all the lights went off. It was more widespread than last time, though. It seemed like the electricity had gone off altogether. We stood there in the pitch black, waiting for the generator to kick in or for whatever power problem this was to be fixed. But after a few minutes of silence and darkness, it became clear that that wasn't happening anytime soon. In the distance, we could hear the prisoners of the Exceptional Risk Unit start to shout and holler. Their cells were locked, of course. There was nothing a power cut could do about that, but it was still up to us to keep order until the lights came back. I had hoped that the other prison officers on shift would have come by to pick us up, but they were clearly busy elsewhere. I called out to Pete, making sure he was still nearby as I fumbled in the locker for my torch. I finally found it and turned it on. The beam was so bright in the oppressive darkness that I had to blink away tears. Using the light from mine, Pete found his own flashlight, and together we headed out into the CSC. We checked each cell in turn, lying to the prisoners inside about when the power would be back, and sending them back to their beds with threats of violence. I didn't see any of the other warders around and was starting to get really nervous. And when we had checked all the other cells, we went towards Robert Montauk's. The torch beams shot out in front of us, but as they fell upon the door to his cell, something was wrong. I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at for a second, and then I realized that his cell door was open, but the torchlight wasn't reaching the inside. As it hit the threshold, it just stopped. A clear and distinct line of darkness, beyond which nothing could be seen. From inside there came the wet sound of tearing and a low moan of pain. I wanted to run, but instead I took a step forward, and my torch died. Pete's went off as well, and we just stood there terrified, unable to see a thing. The sounds were no longer coming from inside the cell, and that didn't reassure me as much as it might have. About 15 feet behind me, I heard Pete fumbling around, calling out my name. I was about to reply, tell him to stay where he was, when I heard something that froze my blood. Pete said, "There you are." He was not touching me. Almost immediately there was a growl from the darkness. It was throaty and raw, but at the same time sounded almost musical. Pete screamed and I heard him fall to the floor. It was at that moment that the lights came back on. We were alone. I ran to do a quick circuit of the CSC as the other prison officers arrived, but there was no one else there. Apparently there'd been some problems with the doors, and they hadn't been able to get to the main ERU cells. Pete was still on the ground when I returned, though he seemed physically unharmed. It was one of the other warders that found what was left of Robert Montauk. I took the fall for it. They didn't try to make out like I had killed him, just that it had happened on my watch and due to my negligence. They'd been trying to push me out ever since the prison inspectorate had written the CSC up for excessive use of force the year before. They really threw the book at me. Gross incompetence. It's a bitter phrase to say out loud. What was I supposed to tell them? A monster made of darkness murdered him? Pete was no help. He handed in his notice 2 hours after the lights came back on. I didn't even get a chance to speak to him, ask what had happened. He was just gone. I don't really have anything more to say about it. It was a clearly paranormal incident that led to the end of my career, and it's not fair. Statement ends. Prison records are very hard to acquire for the close supervision centers. Due to the small number of inmates held there, most information could be considered identifying, so the prison service tends to hide behind data protection laws when asked about them. Beyond that, many of the prison records from before the mid-2000s have still not been digitized, making follow-up on this hard. Tim hit something of a dead end trying to look up Peter Gordo, though Sasha did manage to track down the 2002 visitor logs for the whole of Wakefield Prison. It took some searching, but I managed to find what I believe to be the entry for the visit from Mr. Brown's mysterious old man. The name given is Maxwell Rayner. Martin hasn't had much luck tracking down Mr. Brown himself. According to Caroline Brody, his ex-wife, she left him in 2004 after his dismissal from the prison service pushed him further into alcoholism and he became abusive. She says she got a single letter from him in 2009 asking for reconciliation, but she never replied. Martin says the letter was postmarked from Waterford in Ireland, but he's been unable to track Mr. Brown any further. So what is this thing that seems to have stalked Robert Montauk through so much of his life? And what's its connection to Rayner? Were they summoning it, containing it, worshipping it? Whatever the case, it seems as though Montauk earned its anger. I feel it might be worthwhile getting a few more torches for the archive. End recording.
Something that murders you in the dark.
Supplemental. I confronted Sasha about the wax museum. It was just too strange to not mention. I tried to pass it off like I had spotted her accidentally while in the area for other reasons. I doubt she bought it, but she did at least give me an answer. She has a new boyfriend, or so she claims, who works there, and she likes to get lunch with him.
Oh.
It is plausible. And at this stage I feel challenging her to produce said boyfriend would potentially damage what trust remains between us. No luck with any of my other leads yet. But at least I have another of Gertrude's tapes. It's always going to be a shot in the dark with them, but hopefully an informative one. I know the secret to her death is on one of them, it must be. I hope I don't have to hear it firsthand. End supplement.
He just goes to another school. A lot of fake boyfriends in this stream.
The Magnus Archives.
A lot of fake boyfriends this stream. Seriously, it's a recurring theme now. With evil characters.
Just like, I'd love to meet him. I'd love to meet him. Just looking out for you. Bring him to the office now.
At least 2 minutes of ads before the next episode. Yeah, we're gonna take an ad break, but I think we're getting into like more information about like what probably like their next big thing is gonna be. Poor Sasha, rip. Yeah. Also thank you so much, Wailing Gorchid. Wailing Gorchid. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for subscribing for 6 months. Holy crap. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. I love this specific podcast. It's something that people don't usually get to enjoy together, and oh my god, it makes me so happy to see everyone enjoying it. So let's see. Hope I'm not any type of boyfriend. But yeah, you don't have to be. That last game we played was pretty intense. Giddy Grimbo, the gamer, we're gaming and we're having a good time, baby. Let's see. Best way to start your morning? I'm so glad you're liking it. We are gonna use, let's see here. This next one that was Exceptional Risk. This next one is Crusader. But I really do like that they have such interesting characters, and I think the narrator is like really, really talented. Like he plays characters that are very soft and sweet. He plays he's definitely a good actor, like which is a little bit rare for like just voiceover. But he plays characters that are sweet and care about their children. He plays characters that are like sociopathic, like prison guards. He plays characters that are like a little bit more neurotic. He plays a lot of different characters. Who's my favorite character so far? My favorite character has always just been Martin. I'm sorry. Martin's just a nice guy. Reminder, there was a stream where I just titled it like, what are we gonna play today? Because I didn't want like a ton of people coming by. Like I was just like the true OGs. And I was like, guys, I got magic cards. I'm gonna raffle them by like, you know, like if you win the raffle, then I'm gonna open them and I'm gonna send them to your house. I'll even pay for postage. And everyone was like, no. Please, more Magnus Archives. Can't you play a game where someone decapitates us? Those are money. You could have made money. And everyone was like, no, we'd like to see the whole game, please. He plays the narrator and the voice of the hero and the voice of the smitten and the voice of the skeptic. And yes, he plays everyone so well. Martin is wonderful. Martin, I just love Martin. He's very sweet. He also stands up to John a lot and goes just like, dude, you're being crazy. He's like the only one that's real with John, but also very nice to him. And Jonathan is so mean to him for some reason. It's so rude. I hate it. But Martin's a very nice person. Not a raffle? That's not a raffle? It's free, though. I guess you don't have to pay for it. Is a raffle defined by paying for it? Magic cards are just magic cards. A horror game could be anything, even magic cards. Let's see. But John is also far more onto things than Martin seems to be. Martin's a little bit... No, he's not so airheaded, though. Like, because, like, he put a bunch of extinguishers in, like, different boxes to hide them from, like, the worms. And everyone was like, dude, they're worms. And he was like, well, it turned out to be true, didn't it? Like, so, more trusting than airheaded. Yeah, I think he's just a nice person. He's an intelligent, nice person, which is always, like, it's a rare character. It's a rare character trait, too. Okay, this next one, we're gonna have a quick 3-minute ad. I guess stretch, just to get a little bit of stretching in. We're gonna do some stretching, we're gonna do some relaxing, and then we're gonna get right back to this. So, raffle requires purchase of tickets, which leads... No, it wouldn't be purchasing anything. You wouldn't need to purchase anything, you wouldn't even need to be a subscriber. I just made it so the people that were already, like, in stream, even if I had a boring title, would be the ones that would get the free magic cards. I was like, alright, I won't promote it that much. It'll be something for the OGs, and everyone was like, more horror games! We don't care about this. We don't want to take those from you. Why don't you save those for yourself, Grimmi? And like, that's crazy. But okay, very quickly. 3 minutes. Take a big stretch. Take a nice little big stretch. Stretch. If you're dreaming of sleeping, you should probably go back to sleep. For everyone else, though, there's another episode of the Magnus Archive. Indeed, indeed, yes, there is. This one is called Crusader, and it's episode 53. 53 of the Magnus Archives. Welcome back, thank you. Welcome back to you too. Thank you so much, Yelma, for helping out so much during these streams. Not bad if I'm ever not noticing when the ads are popping up. I've not gotten a single minion roll.
Rusty Quill
This is crazy.
presents the Magnus Archives. Episode 53, Crusader.
Are you quite recovered?
Yes.
Gertrude!
I think so. Well enough to tell my story, at least.
Ah, good. Sergeant Walter Heller recording regarding a
Oh, I
discovery
love
made
her
near
voice.
Alexandria during
She
Operation
reminds me of
Crusader
the,
in November of 1941. Recording date 5th of September 1997. Anytime you're ready.
Right. Where do you want me to start?
Well, you say you were serving in North Africa when it happened.
Yes. I was with the 2nd Royal Gloucestershire Hussars. We weren't even meant to be down in Libya originally, but when the pushback against Rommel started, the whole brigade was reassigned. We were going to help with Operation Crusader. Well, that was fine by me. My brother Francis had died at Arras when the Germans had pushed through the year before. Rommel had been in command then as well, and I hated him for it. I knew I'd never get to do anything about it, but I always used to carry an old picture of him, like clipped from a newspaper, and I made sure to keep it in my pack, so I'd know him if I ever saw him again, or just in case. Well, there were 4 of us on the tank crew.
Good.
Frank Malloy was in command, Ralph McClellar did the driving, and we had a loader by the name of Dickie. Well, I'm afraid I don't remember his second name. He wasn't with us very long. I was the gunner. I've always had good eyes, you see, and you really need that for the gun. It's all very well for Frank to point at a speck on the horizon and give us the order to fire, but I'm the one that needs to line up the shot close to a mile away and turn a Nazi tank into a smouldering wreck before they can do the same to us. I was good at it, though I managed to get 3 M1340s when the fighting started. I would have liked to have had a crack at the Panzer, but it was the Italians who caught up with us at Bir el Gabir, so I never had a chance. Maybe it was just as well. By all accounts, the Germans had a lot more training, so maybe it would have gone even worse for us. But I still hated having to waste time on the Italians when I knew Rommel and his panzers are out there in the desert somewhere. It was all a bit of a mess, to be honest, that battle. Our air support were meant to have bombed their airfields to rubble, but weather had kept them grounded, so we were being hounded by German planes the whole time. The Italians had unsurprisingly taken a page out of Rommel's handbook, and they backed up their tanks with heavy infantry support, while we were left almost entirely on our own. Frank took to the machine gun when he could keep it pinned down, but it was hard enough to keep our eyes on the enemy tanks without constantly having to worry about a Panzerfaust coming out of you from nowhere. We were still in the Crusader Mark 1s back then, so we had the speed to keep ahead of them. But I was basically useless when we were driving, and any time we stopped long enough for me to get an eye on the Italian tank, we ended up a sitting duck for their infantry. All told, I think taking down 3 of them was a pretty good effort. You know, it was hot that day. I hadn't been in the desert more than a couple of weeks by then. and the sheer heat of the place was still something of a shock. I'm from Cheltenham, you see, so not exactly used to the blazing sun of a Libyan desert. And the Crusader, well, for all its advantages, didn't have very much in the way of ventilation. So we were spending a lot of time trapped in what was more or less a mobile oven. Even then, I could just about stand it. But once the fighting got going and the guns started firing, well, it was only a 2-pounder, but still, the heat was almost unbearable. It was about 2 hours into the battle that it happened. The gun was now so hot I couldn't touch it, and I was having to wipe a steady stream of sweat from my eyes every few seconds. The whole desert seemed to swell and sway in the heat haze, but I dimly heard Frank call an order to fire on the tank from the east. Ralph brought the Crusader to a stop, and I heard poor Dickie call from inside that we were clear to fire, swearing all the time over his burnt fingers. I could see the dark shape of an Italian gun in the distance, and was trying to get the angle right, but my vision was so hazy from the intense heat that it was hard to focus my binoculars properly. Then I saw it, a flash of light, a twinkling glint of sun from the enemy tank. In the back of my mind I knew what it meant, the sun reflecting off their own binoculars, which were trained on us, but my head was so foggy that for all the world it seemed as though they were winking at me. I tried to say something to the rest of the crew, but my mouth was too dry, and all that came out was a dull croak. It was strange, but even with the intense sunlight reflecting off that endless expanse of bright desert, I still remember seeing the flash of their gun. I didn't hear it, though. They always say that, don't they? That you never hear the shot that gets you. Well, I certainly didn't. Then I was on the ground, with Frank and Ralph standing over me. Ralph was trying to say something, but I couldn't hear it over the intense ringing in my ears. There was the smell of burning metal, and below it another scent I couldn't quite place. I tried to sit up, but there was such an intense shooting pain in my left leg as I did so that I collapsed again. A few yards away I could hear our Crusader, smoke pouring from a cracked armour. It surprised me how intact she seemed until I saw the flames creeping up from the hatch. It was then the ringing in my ears faded enough for me to hear it. The screaming from inside the tank. Dickie was still in there. I looked at my companions and saw in their faces that they heard it too. There was nothing they could have done to save the poor fool, of course. If they had trapped him in there, then getting to him would have been impossible, and trying would only have got them killed. So I had to lie there and listen to Dickie roast to death. I don't know how long it took, but it felt like hours. At some point, there must have been a retreat ordered as I saw the rest of the Crusaders pulling back. Frank managed to catch the attention of one of them, and the commander agreed to take me back somewhere the medics could get a look at my leg, although there wasn't room for us all. So they literally strapped me to the top of the tank, and we drove off, leaving Ralph and Frank to make their own way back. It wasn't until I tracked Ralph down almost 10 years later that I found they had been captured, and soon afterwards had spent the rest of the war in an Italian POW camp. Or the way they described it had been quite comfortable. But as far as I knew, at the time we were leaving them to their death. If it hadn't been so delirious with heat and pain, I might have cried. My memory of the
Cool,
trip back
alright.
is fragmented, and I have only faint impressions of the pain which every vibration of the tank's engine sent through my injured leg as I passed in and out of consciousness. Then there was stillness, shouting. I remember a faint prick in my arm, and then a different sort of haze settled over my mind as numbness and sleep spread through my veins. The next thing I recall with any clarity is my hospital bed. I'd been taken over the border back to Egypt and had ended up in the British military hospital in Alexandria. When I awoke, it was so quiet that for a minute I had the sudden panic thought that I might be deaf. But it was just that after so many days hearing the roar of one engine or another, the peace of an almost empty hospital was so deep and serene that I couldn't understand it. When she came round, the nurse was kind enough to inform me that I was one of the first wounded to have returned from Bile-Gabir, but they were expecting more. Sure enough, over the next few days the ward filled up, and my piece slipped away beneath the steady stream of injured soldiers. I didn't mind too much, as it was still a damn sight better than rolling over the boiling desert in an iron coffin, not to mention the fact that it turned out I wasn't going to lose the leg, which is the sort of news to put you in a very good mood. The doctors told me I'd probably always have a limp, as I'm sure you've noticed, but it wasn't infected and there wasn't the nerve damage they'd been afraid of, so all told it was a pretty good wound to get. After a few weeks, I was walking on without too much pain, and the nurses advised me to start taking the occasional walk around Alexandria. I did so, but between the locals and the army, it was a crowded, noisy place, even at night. I took to taking my walks further and further from the hospital and the city centre, and occasionally I'd find myself wandering some way beyond the city limits, at least as far as my leg would allow. It was still hot, even in late December, but beyond the edge of the city there was a peaceful quiet that I just couldn't find anywhere else. It was 2 days before I was due to return to active duty that it happened. I'd been restless all week, and I couldn't seem to settle down or focus on anything. Once I got out near Pompey's Pillar, the crowd seemed to disperse, and my mind finally cleared a bit. I kept walking, though not paying any real attention to my surroundings, until I found myself rather lost. After several hours, my leg was starting to ache badly, and I took a moment or two to rest against a nearby door. The wood of the door was old and dry, and creaked as I put my weight against it. I didn't even notice it buckling till it was too late. The next thing I knew, I was lying face down in a dingy basement, my leg screaming in fresh pain. It wasn't broken again, which was a relief, but I still had to sit there for a while, recovering from my fall. And nobody seemed to have noticed what had happened, or at least they didn't care, and I took a few moments to look exactly where I was. The basement looked old, really old. I'm not an expert on Egyptian architecture, but it didn't look much like the rest of Alexandria. More than that, aside from the now broken door, there didn't seem to be any entrance to the place, or anything connecting it to the building above. It was dry and cool, and there didn't seem to be anything else of note, except for an old grate made of brass or maybe bronze that I assumed led to the city's sewer system. It was, as I finally painfully dragging myself to my feet, that I saw it. From somewhere far beyond the grate, as the setting sun fell on it, came the glint of something round and white. It was only for a second, and I hadn't spent so long training to spot objects at distance I probably wouldn't have noticed it, but there was definitely something there. I approached the metal grate, expecting to smell the sewer beyond, but instead there came the scent of something else. All that at that point I had no idea what it was, but I would have described it as not unlike wood. I tested the grate and found it came away easily from the floor, leaving a hole large enough to climb through without any problems. I had taken to keeping a torch with me on my walks, as I sometimes had a tendency to wander too far, and so I'd be walking back in the dark. Shining it into the now open hole revealed what looked like to be an old tunnel. Whether it was man-made, a naturally occurring cave, or somewhere in between, I couldn't say, but it was easily big enough for me to walk down, and once again I saw that glint of pale white a long way down, so I went in. It was slow going, as my leg was still weak, and the floor of the tunnel was not level. I had to crouch at points and place my hands upon the dusty walls for support. After a few minutes, I was deep enough that my torch was the only source of light, and the passage began to open up into what seemed to be a larger room. It was there, in a small alcove carved into the wall, that I saw what I caught the light. It was an old papyrus scroll lying amongst the shattered remnants of its case. I cast my torch around and saw more shelves carved into the walls of the chamber, each of which housed a scroll of its own. They were written in a language I didn't recognize, but they were old and they smelt of age and dry decay. It wasn't the only room like that. There were dozens of chambers like it, all of different shapes and sizes, connected like a warren. Some were empty, others still had a handful of old scrolls left in alcoves or fallen to the floor. It looked like the place had been looted long time ago. After checking through a few rooms, I was sure that whatever this was, it must have been a huge archaeological find. I really didn't know who to tell about it, but I knew I needed to tell somebody. As I turned to head back towards the entrance, my torch beam fell upon something dark in an adjoining room. It was a body. From the looks of it, the corpse had been dead a long time, and the dry air had almost mummified it, leaving a desiccated skin stretched tight over the bony frame. It wore what looked to be the remains of chainmail, and a black cloth tabard with a pointed white cross emblazoned on the chest. A broken sword lay nearby, now rusted almost into nothing, and as I gazed at the dead man's face, I couldn't stop a chill running down my spine. I tried to tell myself that it was just the way the skull had walked over the years that made him look like he was screaming. His eyes were gone, but rather than simply decaying into nothingness, there were ragged scratches around the edge of the socket, leaving messy, hollow pits. I was feeling very afraid now, and had just turned around to leave when my torch abruptly turned off. It was the strangest thing. It should have been pitch dark. There was no light at all filtering through into those underground caverns, but still I could see everything. Every detail of the shriveled corpse before me was as clear as day, though there was no light to see it. I can't explain it, even really describe how it felt, but it was absolute darkness and I could still see. At the same time, I suddenly got the most intense feeling of being watched, like 1,000 eyes turned to me at once. I froze. From somewhere, deeper within that strange ancient library, there was a sound of movement, the rustling of cloth, and a slow, rhythmic step coming toward me. I started to back away, towards the tunnel that had brought me there, but it was hard. The sense of being watched was getting stronger, an almost physical weight that seemed to drag me down. I reached the mouth of the tunnel just as a figure came into view. It wore what looked like the remains of an ancient robe, and in the darkness I could see long, spindly fingers stretching, probing toward me. From within its huge, flowing hood, I could see nothing except a single lidless eye. I don't know at what point I started screaming, but I know I didn't stop until I was restrained by military police, fleeing through the streets of Alexandria in the early hours of the morning. I spent another month there undergoing psychiatric evaluation before being discharged.
I see. Did you ever locate that basement again?
Well, I wanted to, but I was supervised the rest of my time in Alexandria.
Did you tell any of your superiors about it?
No, I was half convinced I dreamt the whole thing up.
And did you replace the grate?
The what?
The bronze grate over the entrance to the archive. Did you replace it when you fled?
Yes, I think I did.
One other thing. That feeling of being watched, have you ever had it since?
Well, I wasn't sure whether to say anything, but yes, I have, just now. That funny turn I took on the way down the stairs. I felt it again. All those eyes watching me.
Thank you, Walter. Now, I need to check some maps
Walter,
with you,
you're
but I don't
God.
think we need that on tape. Are you all right here for now?
Well, I should be.
It's unlikely to happen, but if anyone else comes down here...
I'll tell them I'm an old friend of yours, paying you a visit.
Thank you. This statement is off the record, and I don't want anyone to bother you about it further. Let's keep it between us. Well, that was certainly useful. It's taken a long time to track down someone still living who found the Serapeum of Alexandria. It's not a full confirmation of my theory about ancient iterations of the archive, but I'm certainly feeling validated for pursuing it. I'd been working on the assumption that the Great Library itself would have fulfilled the function, but it makes a lot more sense that it would have been the Serapeum offshoot. The ruins of the main Serapeum itself, near Pompey's Pillar, are quite well researched, so this could be the secret caves mentioned in certain accounts of its destruction. According to Eunapius, the destruction of the Serapeum in 391 AD was conducted by a Christian mob, emboldened by the reforms of Pope Theodosius I, attempting to drive the worship of all other gods from Alexandria. There are other accounts, however, that claim the scholars barricaded themselves inside with prisoners and retreated to hidden caverns deep below. Some even go so far as to claim the captains were tortured into the worship of pagan deities, or offered as blood sacrifices. There's even one unnamed contemporary historian that describes the mob attacking the Serapeum not as Christians, but using a phrase which roughly translates as those who sing the night. The corpse found by Mr. Heller would seem to be the remains of a Hospitaller Knight of the Order of St. John, at least based on his description of the tabard, most likely from the sack of Alexandria in 1365 by Peter I of Cyprus. While generally grouped in with the rest of the Crusades, it's generally considered to be one of the few such attacks with no religious motivation. Given this discovery, however, I do wonder if there might have been other reasons. Regardless, I have further follow-up of my own to do. My biggest concern right now is whatever creature Mr. Heller encountered down there. It was 56 years ago, but if it's still alive, I should be careful. What was it? A guardian of some sort, or perhaps it too was once an archivist.
Well, only 2 tapes so far, and already I don't know what to think. Another archive. An earlier version. Am I just part of a chain?
Michael, give me 1
A
second.
string of people who call themselves the
Almost
archivist, stretching back to... Are we all destined to end up like Gertrude? Just following the same path?
Michael, give me 1 second.
I need to find out more about her. One thing's becoming clear, though. She did not trust the Magnus Institute, something that I can certainly...
I was just going down to the cafe. Did you want a sandwich?
That depends. Are you going to keep hovering around me if I go to the canteen?
I just worry. You needed 5 stitches after you accidentally stabbed yourself with the bread knife. If you're still claiming that's what happened.
I am.
Then you'll forgive me for worrying when you use sharp knives.
Fine. I'll come with. Just give me a second to grab my coat.
Making him go outside. That's
Mr.
nice.
Heller died from a stroke in 2004, making follow-up on this tape difficult.
Michael, I swear, give me 1
but
second.
I found a news article from March 1998, 6 months after the statement was taken. It reports an explosion in Alexandria which destroyed several buildings in the vicinity of Pompey's Pillar and killed 17 people. Official investigation determined it to be a gas mains explosion, but
Michael, chill.
I wonder. Gertrude Robinson is not who I thought she was. End supplement.
Ooh, very good episode. I like Martin just going like, "You are going to eat food, please!" How did you stab yourself with the bread knife? I think it happens sometimes. I stabbed myself with the knife while I was cutting an avocado. Okay, Michael, I'll go and turn on your toy. 1 second. Cats get really angry if I don't do that. I have to go and manually turn on their toy, but they want it on like 24 hours a day. What was that? Sounded interesting? It's some sort of like string machine thing where like it pulls a string around and it makes like this little tiny like feathery thing like zoop around, so they go crazy for it. But all they want now is for that to be on, and it only stays on for like 15 minutes, so they go crazy going like, put it back on! Rosewater, thank you so much for being here for 22 months. Stay you, Grimmi, stay you. Chatos, you will get some rest. Yeah, you get some rest too. Gave me time to run 30-second ad. Now we have, time to play 2 more episodes. Yo, let's go! But I like that one. That one had a very good voice actor too. Like, I always love hearing Gertrude. But I also really, really love hearing like one of the like really nice character actors they get every once in a while. So that one was a real treat. That the Italian prisons.
Just like, oh yes, they were actually quite happy there, I heard. Kind of wish I could have gone, but you know, it'd be what it be.
Like, what the hell is happening? Alright, whatever. It be what it be. But yeah, we're going in more episodes, baby. We're going to more episodes. Let me put the next one on. I just love these little details like that, where they just come in and you're like, what the hell? And they just move on because it's not the biggest thing. And you're just like, no, that's the biggest thing for me. I want to know what happened there. I guess it be what it be. It is what it is. Poor guy got to sent to hell while his friends were in cool place, yeah? It's like, I was old and I saw him, he was screaming and oh my god, and you know, I saw my face and my mother passing away hundreds of times over, and then, you know, they said they had really nice food in the Italian prison camps. It was, I was quite jealous. Like, I like the little aside there. Hell yeah.
Episode 54. Still Life.
Here we go. Oh, wow. Let's go for here, and then let's go for... Oh, there's a third one, yeah.
Statement of Alexander Scapelhorn regarding his evaluation of the trophy room taxidermists in Barnet. Original statement given June 23rd, 2013. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London.
Cool.
Statement begins. I try not to judge on appearances. I have a certain sympathy with those who find themselves instinctively reviled by those about them. Not simply because I myself am what you might generously describe as odd-looking, but because my career has taken me down the path of working for the Inland Revenue. And you should see the way people recoil from you when they find out you work for the taxman. So I try to have a little bit more depth than that, and give everyone a chance. So it was with what could be described as an aggressively open mind that I made my way to undertake an inspection of the Trophy Room, a taxidermist's shop near Woodside Park in Barnet. I have never been in any way attracted to the idea of taxidermy, aside from a few interesting examples in the Natural History Museum, but I was quite certain it didn't deserve its ghoulish reputation. Of course, I was inspecting it to ensure it wasn't being used for money laundering purposes, so if it turned out it was involved in criminal activity, I would be quite justified in any bad opinion I might care to indulge.
What was that?
But I didn't want to be premature.
It was me hearing someone say something
the trophy
psychotic.
room has been a staple of Woodside Park for some 30 years. But like
It
many
happens
niche
often.
interest shops, seemed to see little real business. Its taxes were all in order, but there were very few regular customers, and most of the money that kept it in the black came from occasional large transactions that seemed somewhat excessive for the items being purchased. All hallmarks of money laundering. You'd be surprised how many businesses that you pass every day on the street are being used in a similar manner. Those shops that never seem to be open, or who cater to such a specific market, you wonder how they can break even. Well, often they can't without some illicit assistance. Now, I'm not the police. I have no power to arrest anyone, revoke any licenses, or even issue a fine without a good deal of hassle. That all comes later and from other people. My job is just to discuss their compliances and policies to prevent money laundering and examine their transactions to confirm that they're not too suspect. I find it fascinating, but I am keenly aware that the majority of the people I inspect do not share my opinion. As soon as I arrived at the trophy room, I could tell that it was going to take some time. The shop had that layer of grime that only accumulates after a business has been in place for decades without change. The painted golden letters were now a dirty brown, and the edges of the olive green awning were streaked with muck. The stuffed tiger in the window was so faded by the sun that I had to do a double take to check it wasn't a lion, so faint were the stripes. Its eyes were glassy, and one of its teeth seemed to have broken off. Even so, there was something about the curve of its mouth that drew me in, and I got so lost looking at it that I quite jumped when the bell above the door sounded its jarring clang. I looked up to see a surprisingly young man standing there. I had expected some crusty old gamekeeper type, judging by the look of the place, but instead this fresh-faced 20-something held out his hand for me to shake. I did so. The hand was firm and very dry. I asked him if he was the owner, and he said he was. introducing himself as Daniel Rawlings. Apparently the place had belonged to an old friend of his father's who didn't have much in the way of family, and when he'd passed away a few years before, Daniel had inherited it. I asked him if he was even interested in taxidermy, and he just shrugged and gestured me inside. The smell hit me as soon as I crossed the threshold. It was so thick you could almost taste it, like something had murdered a lily and it was rotting under the floorboards. Dreadful smell. I turned to see Daniel lighting a cigarette as if in acknowledgement of the odor. He just shrugged again and said it was chemicals, casting an eye over the assembled collection of taxidermied wildlife. It was then I became aware of them. Hundreds of glassy, dead eyes staring at me from all directions. A huge moose in front of me, a shelf full of squirrels along the wall, unmoving ravens attached to an old electric chandelier, and dozens of fish, mounted on plaques or sealed in fake tanks. Fur, feathers, scales, every manner and type of dead skin surrounded me, each frozen in uncanny stillness, as though they were trapped in a world where time had simply stopped. Everything except their eyes, of course. Their eyes had never been alive, and they all seemed to stare in my direction, so that to look too close at any of them was to gaze into that unseeing glass. I took a moment to compose myself and tried to remember that I had made a decision to not judge the shop or its owner based on the fact that many consider taxidermy unsettling. I could see myself becoming one of these people, and I fought very hard against the feeling of wrongness that seemed to be trying to worm itself into my mind. I forced myself to pay Daniel some vague compliment about the variety of his pieces as he lit another cigarette. I considered mentioning the smoking ban, but that wasn't really why I was there, so I just started talking about money laundering instead. He nodded and said he'd had the letter announcing the inspection and had got all the accounts and transactions for the past few years ready for me. He explained that, as he'd only taken over the business very recently, he wasn't aware of much in the way of anti-money laundering policies or procedures. This was music to my ears, as there's very little I enjoy more than taking an engaged new business owner through the basics, and in a few minutes I'd forgotten all the glassy eyes that seemed to follow me around the room. At least mostly. Daniel seemed remarkably interested when I outlined basic checks and due diligence, but it wasn't the first time. People, especially new business owners, tend to sit up and take notice when HMRC turns up for a visit. I mean, I try not to exploit my position, but people take a visit from the taxman very seriously, and it can produce some wonderfully attentive audiences. Daniel didn't seem panicked or worried, though, simply intrigued. He asked all the right questions and was always ready with a good example for any of the more abstract aspects of the discussion. All in all, he was a real pleasure to discuss money laundering with. I'd even stopped noticing the smell after a while, though I'd become aware of it again whenever he started another cigarette, something that usually happened almost immediately after he finished his last one. I can't even imagine what his lungs must have looked like. The only thing that was a touch awkward was that he seemed determined to avoid eye contact, looking at the floor or the taxidermied animals, but never directly at me. It was a little bit disconcerting, but I have a cousin with autism, so it wasn't an entirely new situation to me.
Aww.
Eventually the discussion ended, and Daniel talked through some of the potential policies he was going to put in place. They actually seemed a bit excessive, given that he was the only person currently employed at the trophy room, but I certainly wasn't going to tell him to be less careful. I then asked if I could have a look at his books, and he nodded again and took me through to the back room. The office behind the main shop was small and very clean. Most of the space was taken up by a large oak desk, and I could see another door leading through to what seemed to be a workshop, judging by the tables and bags of sawdust. Daniel handed me his account books, bank records, and receipts and left me to it. None of it had been digitized, and I could tell it was going to take me a long time to get through it all. The smell was fainter here, though, so it wasn't quite as dreadful as it might have been. There was taxidermy in this room as well, though different to the ones out front. Hung along the back walls were pelts and treated animal skins. They looked very old. Some I recognized as Native American or African in origin, and one seemed so old I was worried to even breathe near it in case it collapsed into dust. On top of the desk, pressed up against the wall, was a mounted hare in a small waistcoat. It reminded me of the white rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, although its fur was faded and now stained a faint yellow. I found its face a bit more unsettling than the others, though I couldn't tell you why, and I tried not to look too closely at it as I went through the shop's records. It didn't look like there was any money laundering going on, which was a relief. The prices that people were occasionally paying for the stuffed creatures were very high, but I'm by no means an expert on the industry, and there didn't seem to be anything else suspicious in the books. I did wonder the sort of people he was selling to, though. From the back room, I watched 4 customers enter over the course of the day. In each case, I watched as they got more and more unnerved, before finally fleeing back out the door, trying to rationalize their fear. I sympathized. It was almost closing time when Daniel came back to check on me. I gave him the good news. He didn't seem particularly relieved, but told me he was glad to hear it. Then he laughed and asked if I knew how honored I was. I didn't understand. He told me that I was sat here among some of the oldest skin in the world. That was how he phrased it. It put me a bit on edge, and I cast a nervous glance towards the workshop before reminding myself that I was keeping an open mind about his strange profession. Daniel started to go through the pieces on display. Buffalo skin from North America, jaguar from the South, a wolf pelt from the early Middle Ages. The hair, he said, had been part of the Great Exhibition of 1851 and had helped drive Victorian England mad for the craft. I didn't like the emphasis he put on mad when he said that. Finally, he pointed to the oldest of the pelts. He told me it was gorilla skin from Carthage, brought by Hanno in the 5th century BC, and it might just be the oldest piece of taxidermy in the world. To be honest, I didn't believe him. Even if a gorilla's hide could be preserved for more than 2 millennia, it seems an unlikely thing to be found in the back of a shop in Barnet. It was clearly very old, though, and I didn't challenge him on it. I was just about to make my excuses and go when the bell rang out at the front of the shop and a pair of obnoxious Cockney voices started to call out for Daniel. His face went blank at this, and he asked me to excuse him 1 second, abruptly leaving me in the back room alone. I heard the men say something about unloading a van, and then the bell rang again, taking Daniel with it. I was alone. I was just packing up and making some final notes for my report when I heard something. It was muffled, but definitely seemed to be words. It sounded like it was coming from beneath the floor. I looked and saw a ring pull connected to a small door I hadn't noticed, which I assumed led to a basement. The sound came again. I cast a look into the main shop to see if Daniel had returned, but it was quiet. I knew opening the door was a stupid thing to do. I can't imagine a single scenario where it would have ended well for me, but the whole place was so strange that part of me couldn't resist seeing how deep the rabbit hole went, if you'll pardon the joke. So I opened the door. It did indeed have a flight of stairs disappearing down into what seemed to be a basement. If there was a light switch, I couldn't see it. It was impossible to see anything beyond the first dozen steps or so. The light that filtered through from the dim bulb behind me did illuminate one thing, though. A face. I couldn't make out any details, but it was pale and swayed ever so slightly from side to side. The body below it was shadowed and hidden, but it seemed to stare up at me as it moved. It spoke, the cadence identical to what I had heard through the wooden door. "We've got one down here. Come on, I'll show you." It was so flat, almost mechanical, it felt about as much like genuine speech as the wind flowing through a cracked rock sounds like a flute being played. Which is to say, they may sound almost identical, but only one of them is made by a living human. I started to say something to call out, but my voice died in my throat slightly as the face retreated back into the basement. "We've got one down here. Come on, I'll show you." I turned and walked very briskly into the main shop. I was now fully terrified and could feel the cold sweat dripping off my forehead. In the doorway stood Daniel. He asked if I was all right with a smile that made my stomach drop, and at last, he looked me in the eyes. I recognized the glassy stare, the same eyes that gazed at me from 100 sawdust-filled sockets around the room. When they all began to move, I nearly broke down. If I had, I have no doubt that I would be dead. Or maybe far worse. Instead, I had a sudden rush of adrenaline and charged into Daniel, knocking him sprawling to the floor in surprise. It was like hitting a sandbag. His 2 Cockney friends were too slow to grab me before I was off down the road. I may not look it, but I can move at a fair pace when I need to.
Michael.
And I did so for almost an hour before I finally felt safe enough to stop.
Michael, don't knock over the cards.
I was very lucky, you know. I had the foresight to gather all my notes before I opened the basement door. It meant I didn't have to return. I could simply write them up a glowing report and never think about it again. Save for giving you my statement, of course. That's exactly what I did. After all, whatever all that other stuff was, they weren't laundering money. Statement ends. It was with some trepidation that I made the discovery that the trophy room is still in business, and still under the proprietorship of Daniel
Michael,
Rawlings.
stop.
It's the sort of lead we never get in these cases. Still active and available for investigation. However, given the events detailed here, I had some very serious reservations about sending anyone to investigate. I may not entirely trust my assistants, but
I'm gonna leave it for 1 second.
I won't lose
I'll
them.
leave media playing too often.
Eventually, Sasha volunteered. I warned her it might be dangerous, but she did seem very keen. It turned out to be rather a letdown in the end. Sinister as the taxidermy was, there was apparently no figure in the basement, which Rawlings was happy to let her investigate, nor any obvious weirdness to any other aspect of the shop. Rawlings denies any memory of specifically Cockney delivery men, but I'm sure I don't need to spell out my suspicions there. There's nothing we can prove, and if he doesn't want to talk, there's precious little we can do to change his mind. He also denies being the same Daniel Rawlings who disappeared from Edinburgh in 2006. He allowed Sasha to take a photograph of him, and I've been comparing the pictures available for the Daniel Rawlings who disappeared. It's the strangest thing. They're different heights, different builds, different shapes to the face, but their hair is identical. Their eyes, on the other hand, are not, and I find it hard to credit that they could be the same person. Another dead end. End recording. Supplemental. I broke into Gertrude's flat. I was doing some digging when I discovered that her home had not yet been re-let. A quick discussion with the agent confirmed that there were some legal delays due to the manner of her disappearance and death, and she was paid up for the next 6 months. So they hadn't yet cleared it out. So I broke in. It wasn't easy, and the window meant that I didn't get a lot of time before I heard sirens, but I think I got away with it. I learned a few things from this. Firstly, Gertrude lived a very minimalist existence. There was nothing in the kitchen except tea bags, a pot, a kettle, and a single mug. Her bed was neatly made, and she had a single bookshelf filled with an array of volumes, mostly on history. Judging by the bag I found nearby, I think she must have gotten rid of books once she had read them. She didn't own a television, but I did find something that piqued my interest. A laptop charger. There was no sign of the computer that went with it, but the indication that she might have owned one has inserted itself rather high on my priorities list. Still, her home has given me little information in and of itself, though it continues to prove that my impressions of Gertrude could hardly have been less accurate. I'm starting to feel like the only correct assumption I made about her was that she probably liked tea. Oh, and I looked through a handful of books on her shelf. They were very well taken care of, with the exception that any time a person's face was featured on the cover, their eyes had been cut out and very carefully removed.
What?
End supplement.
Oh my god, that's crazy. I wonder if that means, not gonna lie, I never thought I enjoy watching a stream, but this is amazingly fun. I'm glad you're liking it, Flame Pig. I really like this one specific radio broadcast, so this has been lovely so far. Or I guess podcast, not radio broadcast. I've been too into radios lately. But that one was really nice. Paranoia fueled by a life of validation. It was a very, very interesting one, yeah. Like, they were used to having people go like, oh my god, the IRS man, oh, I'm so sorry, let me get you this and that and this and that. And then they slowly realized that something very horrible was about to happen. That was cool. It sounds like also she became paranoid about eyes and, like, I guess pieces of, like, just art or, like, media. That's really interesting. Ooh. That one was called Still Life also, so it kind of implies that maybe they were taking them and putting them into like little, like almost, not dolls, but like, you know, like animal skins, stuff like that, trapping their souls. Very, very cool. I like it. I think it's fun. I think they did a good thing with this one. If IRS Man disappears, that shop would be in trouble. Yeah, it certainly would, wouldn't it? It's very funny, though. Oh man, that was good, though. I liked it. I really liked it. I was a big fan. Oh, we found a glitch for the developer. That hitbox is still there. Okay. But, let's, I mean, we can still listen to more. We have all the time in the world right now. It's only 2:30. We started really early. We got through the game really quick, so, let's see. We're probably gonna get to... I think 60 is our max for today. 60 is our max for the day. So this next one coming up is called... Pest Control. Yeah, baby! Pest Control. But I'm glad you guys like this. I love this show so much. This is crazy. We gotta reread Kurosawa on here, too. That would be so fun.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
I think I like the Necromancer builds in this game the most, too. We do Necromancer builds well with this, baby. Goes with the theme of the show, too.
Episode 55. Pest Control.
Say it again, please.
Excuse me?
What you just said, can you say it again so I have it on tape?
Oh.
Okay. Jane Prentice is dead.
You're sure? Completely?
Yeah, I watched the incineration.
And there were no complications?
Like what?
Surviving worms that escaped. Movement from the body during incineration. Noises from it, like screams or chanting. Weird feelings, like 1,000 tiny crawling things are moving across your skin.
Jonathan, calm down.
Wow, no, nothing like that. Just the smell, but, I mean, I'll get to that. It went well. Nothing left but the ashes I gave to your friend. Which I shouldn't have, by the way, so keep it to yourself.
Of course. And thank you.
Sure.
It's been months,
gold
though.
build now.
Why are you just looking to make your statement now?
Well, it's not really... It's not just burning her body. It was also the one that was first called in to deal with the nest in her old apartment.
Ooh.
Yeah. But there are a few things I've been thinking about. Putting some pieces together, and I thought, well, you guys should probably know.
Right. Well, start from the beginning, whenever you feel comfortable. Statement of Jordan Kennedy regarding...
Several weird things I've found while working in pest control.
Statement taken direct from subject, 3rd November, 2016.
Which unlock are you going for? I'm trying really
Statement
hard
begins.
to get the last one of these.
I've worked as an exterminator for the better part of 10 years now.
I can't figure
should
it
say
out.
Pest controller, really.
I can't figure it out.
BPCA generally advise against using the E word. They feel it sounds a bit too unpleasant. Harms our public image. I've never really minded. I mean, I guess I could say killing things is sort of exerting control over them, but I've always felt that trying to sanitize my job is somehow a bit dishonest.
They have a specific...
Like trying to help people forget that what they're actually doing is commissioning the deaths of creatures which we've deemed too disgusting or unhealthy to live. It needs doing, don't get me wrong, and I'm happy enough to do it. But it isn't my job to hold people's hands and make them feel better about it. I've done places all over London. Mainly big commercial buildings where I have to work at night while all the bankers and the like have gone home. Setting traps, putting down poison boxes, the usual. Residential homes don't call me out quite as much for rats and mice, especially if it's a rental place. Most landlords don't bother paying out for that sort of thing or try to deal with it themselves. You get a lot of calls about bed bugs, though. Those little bastards are a devil to get rid of, and of course come summer we have to deal with plenty of wasps' nests. Sprinkle in a generous handful of cockroaches, ants, and occasionally even birds or foxes, and you have a pretty good idea of what my working life consists of. Pretty normal. Got my first weird call about 5 years ago. It was ants, or so I was told, down in Bromley. The house itself looked like a pretty standard suburban home. Maybe a bit more run down than its neighbours, but nothing particularly unusual about that, especially if they were calling me in. There was no car in the driveway, and the blinds were all drawn despite the summer sun. It didn't look like there was anyone home. I found out later that it had actually been one of the neighbours that called me in, a woman named Laura Starr. But at that point, I was still expecting to be met by someone at the house. I knocked on the door, but obviously there was no answer. Now, I always wear gloves when I'm on the job, and when I noticed my hand, I noticed a very faint sheen where the thin leather had touched the wood. It seemed to be some sort of oily residue. I was feeling less comfortable with the job by the second. I couldn't hear anything from inside, so I knocked again. The woman who hired me had said to let myself in, but I didn't want to just waltz in unannounced. After a few seconds of silence, I tried the handle, and sure enough, the door opened. There were no lights on the inside, and the place seemed almost completely empty of furniture. I could see faint movement on the wooden floor as I looked around for the light switch. I found it quickly enough, and flicked it on to reveal exactly what I'd expected. Ants. I just hadn't expected that many, and there were so very many of them. To this day, I've never seen more ants inside a building at once. There must have been thousands carpeting the floor and swarming over the walls. I drew my hand back from the light switch as I noticed dozens of them crawling around it. Even the bulb seemed to be covered with them, causing the light in the room to be covered with twitching shadow. The house itself didn't look much better. Wherever there was a gap in the ants, I could see that same oily rot, and I couldn't escape the idea that the building was somehow sick. Now, I've seen plenty of disgusting things in this job, but I reckon that moment was one of the most intense. I fled briefly back to my van to decide on my next move. Normally, I'd leave out some poisoned bait for them to take back to their colony, eliminating the problem at its source, but an infestation that bad, well, that doesn't come from nothing. I needed to get a sense of exactly what I was dealing with. Even from the road, I could see a steady stream flowing out the open door and over the step. I kitted up with pesticide spray and headed in for a closer look. I wouldn't normally bother using spray on ants, but this wasn't normal, and the formula I was using worked on ants just fine. That said, I didn't actually see any of them die. I wouldn't have expected to immediately anyway, and what was important is that wherever I sprayed, they fled, clearing a path of discoloured floor for me to walk. It was slow going, but I got through most of the ground floor like that, and didn't see anything except more ants. No people, no furniture, nothing. At least until I reached the kitchen and saw the fridge. There was nothing else in that kitchen. Even the sink had been removed, leaving just the water pipe sticking out of the wall like rusty, diseased bones. But up against the far wall stood an old fridge. Its once white skin was now a jaundiced yellow, and I couldn't quite shake the feeling that it was pulsing ever so gently. A thick black mass of ants swarmed from the crack in its door, and I had no doubt that whatever was at the heart of this incredibly unpleasant situation, it was going to be in that fridge. So, I decided it was probably a good idea to step outside for a cigarette before I opened it. The air outside seemed much fresher as I left the house. I walked a few yards away from the door so that I wasn't too close, and then I lit up. It was as I took the first drag that I saw a car pull up to the driveway. It was a small red compact, and the license plate seemed to indicate that it had only been bought the year before. But even so, I could see the rust starting to bubble the paint near the edges of the panelling. I watched as the door opened and a man stepped out. He was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, but it was hard to be sure of his shape inside the huge brown suit he was wearing. He took one look at me, then the sign on the side of my van that read Kennedy Pest Control, and his face began to crease with rage. I took another drag on my cigarette. I was uneasy about the whole situation and was waiting to see what the strange-looking man would do. He walked up to me, great strides that brought him close enough that I could see the unhealthy gloss of sweat on his skin. Was everything here sick? He leaned in far closer than I was comfortable with and demanded to know what I was doing. I told him that the homeowner had hired me to take care of an ant infestation and I'd been doing a preliminary sweep. He started to shake his head violently, saying that he was the homeowner. That this was his house and I had no business being there. Well, those weren't his exact words. What he actually said was that I had no business plying my vile trade on his property. I was about to get out my phone and call the woman who hired me when his hand shot out without warning and grabbed me by the throat. He lifted me off my feet with a strength that terrified me, and I was very glad that, even with the hood down, my protective suit kept my neck covered. I could feel his hand through the thick plastic. It was hot, like he was running some incredibly high fever, and I started to panic. He held me there, almost a foot off the ground, and my vision began to swim as he squeezed my throat. As I struggled for breath, I flailed for something to fight him off with, and realised that I was still holding my lighter. With a degree of composure that, looking back on it now, still surprises me, I flicked the lighter on and raised it to just below his arm. The result was a lot more dramatic than I expected. His loose brown suit sleeve caught almost immediately, and within a few moments his whole arm was alight. He helped and dropped me onto the ground as he began to flail about, trying to stop the fire spreading further across his body. I staggered to my van. By then it didn't matter who the rightful owner of that house was, I was done with that job. It was as I was climbing into the van that I smelled it. It is the most disgusting thing I have ever encountered. Halfway between sun-cooked roadkill, stale sweat and rotten eggs with just a hint of burning rubber. And underneath it all is that undefinable scent of sickness. You know that smell you get when you enter a room where someone's been ill for several days? No matter what else it smells like, beneath it all there's that vague but undeniable whiff of disease. That's what this man smelled like as he desperately tried to extinguish his burning flesh. I drove away, trying not to gag, and I didn't look back. I didn't call the police either, as I felt they might not look too kindly on me setting a man alight, even if he did attack me. I assume he didn't file a report either, as no one ever turned up to question me about it. So that was the first time I encountered that smell.
I see. And the other time was when you burned Jane Prentice?
Not just. I mean, I didn't actually see her. The incineration was the first time I ever saw her in person. But a couple of years ago, I was called in to deal with a wasp's nest. That's what the landlord had called it on the phone, at least.
Wasp's nest, like all
Apparently it had injured one of his tenants earlier that day, and I was the first pest control service he had called that was free immediately. He didn't tell me the name of the tenant, though obviously I now know who it was. He didn't give me any real details on the phone, but he seemed happy to pay the emergency call-out charge, so I bundled up my wasp gear and headed out to Prospero Road. It was a bit strange to get a call about wasps at that time of year. It was late February or early March, I think, and still quite cold. Still, if it was a warm enough building, they could easily be getting active. Regardless, I made sure to check over the thick suit I used for that sort of job to make sure there was no weakness or damage. If they were aggressive enough to injure someone, I wasn't going to take any chances. The landlord's name was Arthur Nolan. He was a short man with a constant scowl, thinning white hair and a well-chewed cigar. It looked like his denim shirt had once contained quite an athletic build, but it had long since settled. He looked me up and down as I left my van, and I saw his mouth twist briefly in irritation. Clearly, he wasn't impressed. I gave him the usual talk through what was going to happen, and he nodded absently before pressing the keys to flat 4 into my hands and pointing me towards it. If I needed anything, he said he'd be in flat 1 where I lived. I advised him and the other tenants to stay out of the building while I was dealing with the wasps, but he just grunted and told me again that he'd be in flat 1. The other tenants had apparently already left. I loaded up on Ficam D insecticide and headed in. It was a lot quieter than I expected. By the time I was outside flat 4, I would normally have expected to be hearing the buzzing sound of wasps, but the evening was quiet. I opened the door slowly, no sudden movements that might alarm anything on the other side, but again, the flat seemed to be empty. It looked like there'd been some chaos, though, with books and clothes strewn across the floor and a shattered TV screen in the corner. I found the ladder up into the loft space in the centre of the bedroom. It was quite small, and climbing in my bulky suit was tricky, but I got up there. Still no wasps, but it was very dark, so I rooted around again until I found the switch to a single bare bulb. The light was very faint, but enough to make out a thick, pulpy lump up against the far wall. It certainly didn't look like any wasp's nest I'd seen before. I mean, the shape was familiar enough, but the texture of the surface was way off. It seemed a lot less papery than would have been normal, and the walls were less regular, going off at odd angles and making it kind of hard to look away. The whole thing was spongy, popped with tiny holes, and generally looking very unhealthy indeed. And most disconcerting of all, there were still no wasps. None of this changed the job I had to do, so I figured I'd start off like any other wasp's nest and see if it worked. I reached forward, staying as far from this thing as the nozzle would let me, and I pushed it into one of the larger holes. It sank in with almost no resistance at all. I took a deep breath and pulled the trigger, spraying the insecticide dust deep into the mass. The effect was immediate. The whole thing started to pulse and spasm, the spongy flesh of it throbbing and bubbling like some sort of vile putty. It began to grow in size, blossoming out and covering the rest of the nozzle, reaching out for me. And then it began to scream. Not the sound of air escaping or a buzzing that sounded like screaming. The weird nest thing was letting out a long, warbling cry of anger and pain. I dropped the pump and was down the ladder so fast I almost fell into the flat below. I could still hear it as I reached the door to the corridor. I threw it open, only to be confronted by the face of Arthur Nolan, the landlord, staring at me with a look of disappointment. He nodded and began to walk down the hall. I followed him, desperate for answers, but he just ignored my questions about what the hell was going on, what that thing was, and kept walking down the stairs to his own flat. At one point, he shook his head and mumbled something about hoping it wouldn't get this far, but he didn't seem to be saying it to me. As soon as the door opened, I became aware of how uncomfortably warm Flat 1 was. The air was thick and dry and made my throat feel a bit scratchy. The landlord continued to ignore my presence and walked over to an old armchair in the centre of the room. As he did so, he started to unbutton his denim shirt. More so than anything else that had happened, that was the thing that finally stopped me in confusion. I couldn't understand what he was doing. As he sat down, his shirt flapped open, and I saw what looked to be an intricate scar on his chest. If I had to guess what it was, I'd have said it looked like a stylized flame, but it also made me think of a face contorted in pain. Time seemed to move slowly as he reached for the ashtray on the arm of the chair and picked up a pack of matches. He struck one, and without even looking at me, he gently pressed the small flame to the center of the scar. His flesh caught fire immediately, the flames spreading across his body like rippling water. The armchair caught, then the floor, and then I was running out of the building before the rolling inferno covered me as well. This time, I didn't drive away. I stood there, and I watched it burn until the fire brigade arrived. It was when the fire hit that attic space at the top floor, where I knew that awful nest still sat. That was when I smelled it. The same grotesque stench that had come from that oily, fevered man 3 years before. At the time, I didn't really connect the two. I was too busy trying to comprehend what had just happened. And when trucks from the ECDC showed up to put me in quarantine, it slipped my mind entirely. They were surprisingly forthcoming about Jane Prentice and what had happened. And after an extensive debriefing, they actually offered me a job. Apparently disease control and pest control often go hand in hand, and I've been working for them since. Most of the jobs have been mundane, a couple slightly weird, but nothing like those two.
So why make your statement now?
When I helped incinerate her body, I smelled it again, like before. Took me a while to piece the two together, but I thought you should know.
Are you saying there might be more out there like her?
God, I hope not. I don't know. The man from the ant house, he wasn't like her, not at all. But that smell where they burned, I think they're connected somehow. And that scares me.
Yes. Yes, it rather scares me too. Mr. Kennedy's statement has left me somewhat rattled. While I am always glad of any further closure to the case of Jane Prentice, this seems to come with the rather serious caveat that she might not have been working alone. No, that doesn't sound right. Jane Prentice, or whatever this flesh hive was that took her, does not seem like the sort of being that would work well with others. The house in Bromley was torn down last year, but Martin managed to locate the ownership records. It was listed as belonging to John Amherst,
It's all connected.
The dates aren't entirely clear as to whether this was just before or just after
What if they were
he apparently
sentient?
took charge of Ivy Meadows nursing home.
What if they
But
were...
there can be no doubt that it was the same person. All the ownership records from the ant house lead to dead ends or deactivated bank accounts. It doesn't sound like he's another flesh hive. And yet... no connection except disease and insects. And a foul smell when they burn. Jane Prentice is dead. But this is a long way from over. End recording.
Ooh. Good news. Oh,
Supplemental.
more.
I don't have much to report, actually. It's been Halloween week, which means the research department is always inundated with statements. Most of them are patently false, but the volume means that they've called in the archive to assist with the overflow. It's been nice, actually. Disproving piles of nonsense felt good. Like real work, not just driving myself to distraction with conspiracy theories and paranoia. I even got a good night's sleep. I miss those days. And supplemental.
Aw, that's nice. It could have been worse. It was a good day. But yeah, everything's starting to come together in a very weird way. The same guys with Ivy Meadows. Every single person's thing comes together in a very weird way, it feels like. This show is really good. It's kind of hard to describe it to an outside person and like kind of like show what'll happen without sounding crazy or spoiling it and going like, no. Trust me, the worms, they come back. And the worms are really cool with it. You sound insane. But I'm glad you guys are liking it. It's a very, very, very fun time. Hi, Grimmi. Hello, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope life has been good to you. Hope life was good today. Baby. Alright, we're gonna do the next episode, and I hope you guys enjoy this one as well. I think we might have enough time. Let me check. We need one more, and then we'll have the last one. I figured out that you needed a very specific type of support tower. Like, you need one that has like a weird outline around the base of it and not like a house. It's very hard to like explain unless you... Okay, come on, baby. One more. Come on, one more. Fine. Crap, that's gonna be a really nice cannon. That's gonna be really damaging. Hi, Michael. Do you need me to turn the toy back on? It's been a great background noise for the last 2.5 hours. It's really nice, isn't it? Ads in 2. Okay, so we're gonna take some ads, and I'm gonna very quickly go and help Michael because he. Do you need your thing turned back on, Mike? Okay, he does. I don't know if you can hear him. He makes very cute cooing sounds when he's not destroying your stuff. Okay, so really quickly, really short ad break, and then we're gonna be getting on to the next one. Is called. Let's see here. The next one's called The Children of the Night, episode 56. I really want to get to like the next crazy set of them, but it's gonna take some time. Okay, so let's see here. Okay. Please enjoy the haunting music that follows now. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go fix this for Michael. Also, this game is Monsters Are Coming. It's really, really good. Sorry that I have not replied to people. It's called Monsters Are Coming. It's really, really cool. It's really, really cool. So please check it out. Alright, baby, we are back. We are back with the next episode of the Magnus Archives. Here to lull you to sleep, or alternatively make it so you have horrible nightmares that you can't fully comprehend. Whichever it is you prefer, baby! Welcome back, thank you! I love this show, it's put me in such a good mood. It's so good. Thank you. I hope you enjoy this one. Yo.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives. Episode 56, Children of the Night.
Continued statement of Trevor Herbert regarding the latter years of his career as a vampire hunter. Original statement given July 10th, 2010, audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Note: several pages are missing from the file around the time that he apparently did not die of lung cancer in the Institute. Statement resumes. She died in the end. Sad old thing, but she didn't deserve that. Always wondered what would have happened if I'd gotten there a bit sooner. Trouble is, once they've really got their teeth into you, you're as good as dead even if they don't drain you. Gushing on the floor or bloating a vampire's belly doesn't make much difference to the poor fool bleeding out. I often wondered if I was mad, you know. I mean, no one else seems to have seen these things, and I've found plenty across my life. Perhaps I just got the smell of them. Like no one else ever really got away, and my early escape from Sylvia MacDonald gave me a sense that could pick them out. There's a sharpness to them. They're hunters. But over the years, I've become a hunter as well, and maybe predators recognize each other. All I know is these days I can almost smell the blood coming off them. That's not to say I can't be wrong, though. I can be very wrong indeed. I found Allard Dupont in the summer of 1982 and murdered him shortly afterwards. I use the word murder here where I have not before because he was the only one I've killed I know to have been human. In most ways, I regret his death, but there is a certain comfort to it. If I was just a serial killer with a hallucination, I don't see why my mind wouldn't have made Dupont a vampire as well. The fact I was able to kill normal people reassures me that the creatures I hunt are real. Do you understand? That's not to say that the death of Allard Dupont wasn't the result of several extremely bad decisions on my part. In the early 80s, I was deep in the grip of my twin addictions. As I mentioned, after a while, the hunt became an addiction of its own. Of the two, I have always found heroin the easier one to quit. Heroin is calm. It's a small chunk of peace in a world that's full of nothing but hard edges. It's hard to put that down permanently. But the hunt is a purpose. It's not just a way to get through the day, it's a reason for there to be a day at all. I tried to give it up for a while after Dupont, but it burned in me far deeper than any itch I got when I was clucking. Back in 82, though, those addictions were running pretty much unchecked. It had been several years since I'd last found a vampire, and every waking moment I wasn't high was spent in keen lookout for anything suspicious. I was in bad shape physically. I'd acquired an infection from injecting between my toes, which would eventually hospitalize me and lead to my losing two of them, though I luckily kept the foot. At that point, though, it just slowed me to a limp and caused me a reasonable amount of pain. Perhaps if I'd been faster, able to keep up with Dupont more easily, I would have realized my mistake. Perhaps if my mind hadn't been so fogged with Brown, I might have figured it out, or perhaps if I hadn't been so dead eager to kill another vampire, any of these might have saved him. Maybe even if he'd had a name that didn't make me think of Dracula. But none of those things were the case, so dwelling on them is pointless. I don't know if Dupont was technically a mute or not. I've had no real experience with the condition, and he didn't seem to have any problems with his hearing. Either way, I never saw him speak, which by now I'm sure you know is what I would consider a significant warning sign for vampirism. A friend of mine I'd shared a shelter with some weeks before, and who shared a similar weakness for narcotics, had mentioned how amazing it was that his dealer was always able to know exactly what he was after without either of them saying a word. In retrospect, I should have realized that this didn't exactly match the vampires I'd met before, who'd never displayed any sort of mind reading. But I was aching for a kill. The kid who told me this was a weird one. Must have been about 19 years old. Told everyone his name was Stanley Kubrick. He was always making references to his film career, and I was never able to figure out if it was actually his real name that he happened to share with the director, or if it was just some weird joke he was really committed to. What struck me about him more than that, though, were the scars on his neck. I later discovered they were from a dog attack when he was younger, but at the time I was convinced they were connected to Dupont. So I found where Allard Dupont made his handovers in Piccadilly Gardens, and I started to watch. He was surprisingly brazen about it, sat there on a park bench for hours, smoking or reading some magazine or other. I'd never seen a vampire read a magazine before, but I had seen them pantomime watching television or reading a book to better blend in, so it didn't raise any suspicions for me. Then came the moment that fully convinced me that I had to kill Dupont. As he sat there on the bench, two policemen walked past me, heading towards him. They took no notice of me. Nobody notices a tramp. But as they walked up the path towards the figure on the bench, one of the police nudged his partner and gestured towards him. They clearly considered him suspicious and began to walk over. As they got close, though, Dupont looked up and made eye contact with them. They stopped, just for a moment, and he nodded gently. The policemen looked at each other, turned, and walked away. That was all I needed to be sure of what he was. The idea I have come to since, that the two police officers were simply on the take and hadn't immediately recognized him, didn't occur to me until much later. It was an overcast day, and it seemed to me that Dupont was keeping in the shadows, just as I thought he would. The kept watching as he made a few more transactions. I was craving a hit of my own by that point. There was a much more intense rush I was chasing just then, and it pushed all thoughts of junk to the back of my mind.
I don't understand.
Eventually evening fell, and I watched DuPont rise from his bench and make his way down into the town centre, keeping downwind of him and sticking to the shadows. Obviously the darkness would be no impediment to him spotting me, but I'd learned that, inconspicuous as a homeless man might be, it's still always best to be seen by as few witnesses as possible. I figured he was heading towards a nightclub or dance hall, a favourite haunt of the vampire, since the loud music makes their lack of speech that much easier to hide. I was right, in as far as he headed towards the Hacienda, one of the loudest clubs in Manchester. It wasn't as notorious then as it would later become. In fact, I think it had only recently opened when all this happened, but even at its worst, it would probably have drawn the line at allowing me entrance, given the state I was in. So I watched DuPont head inside, adopting my camouflage of softly asking passers-by for change, and waited. It was about 2 hours later that he emerged, another man following close behind him. I didn't recognize them. I mean, there's no reason I should have, but DuPont's new friend was almost as big as he was. Vampires tend to go for the smaller victims, those less able to defend themselves should the initial surprise of their attack not be enough. This one really looked like he could take care of himself. Still, as far as I was concerned, he had no idea what was about to happen to him, and as DuPont led him down a nearby alley, I hurried after them. I was quiet as I limped through the rubbish that covered the alleyway, and I silently drew my trusty hammer. After a minute, they turned into a doorway and took out a key. The door opened, and they both stepped inside. I had a sudden alarm at the thought of getting locked out and being unable to reach him. Forgetting stealth, I grabbed the door and flung it open. They turned to face me. I charged in with a cry, slamming the hammer into DuPont's shoulder and knocking him to the ground with a sickening crack. I will never forget the moment I heard Allard DuPont scream. It was such a piercing sound and something I'd never expected. In a moment, everything I'd built up in my head over the past couple of days shattered, and I felt a sudden panic at what I'd done, what I was doing. His friend screamed as well and started to run back out the door. I don't know if he got a good look at me. Given the police never came around to question me, I guess not. DuPont was still screaming, that horrid sound overriding all other thoughts. Blood was streaming from his face where it had hit the ground, and I didn't know what to do. I had to get out of there, but that noise was too much. I couldn't focus, couldn't do anything. So I hit him again. Hard. In the head. And then he was quiet. And everything was horribly still. He just lay there. I have never felt anything like the shame and disgust I felt at that moment. I tried to burn his body more out of habit than anything else, but it didn't really take, and I fled out into the street before the police arrived. After that, I spent over a decade in a very serious spiral. I don't remember much of it, except that I spent most of it so high that looking back, I'm genuinely astounded I never OD'd. I only snapped out of it in '96, when a chance encounter with a creature that called itself Hannah Edwards led to my saving a young woman from becoming its dinner. I won't bother with details. It was very similar to my hunt for June Lewis, except that the victim made it out alive this time. I wonder why it is that I only ever seem to find them just before they attack. It can't be that they spend every night feeding. The world will be a bloodbath. Maybe they just blend in better when they're not on the hunt and I don't spot them.
It could be that.
Or maybe they hibernate. It's not a question I think I'll ever be able to answer, but it does mean that there is always an urgency to the hunts that has, for the most part, stopped me doing much investigation into them. Hannah was my 5th confirmed vampire, and the last one, assuming I don't find another before the cancer takes me. I really considered myself retired, resting after a life spent defending the world from the darkness. Because that's what I thought it was, you know? Vampires were what lurked in the dark. The only thing that lurked in the dark. Last year, though, just before my diagnosis, I met something that made me rethink this. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that winter's a hard time to be homeless. Doesn't matter how many times you've done it, when that first cold wind blows through you, it's like some awful debt coming due. The last one was really bad. A bunch of the shelters I normally hit up had closed up shop, and those that were left tended to fill up fast. I do pretty okay, given I'm a well-known face and all that, but I still felt the pressure to scrape enough cash together to secure my spot early. Even then, there'd be a couple of times a week that I still ended up in the cold. My old bones don't do so well at that these days, so I was keeping quite a close eye on the comings and goings around the night shelters of Manchester, and after a few weeks I started to notice something strange. Several times, at a couple of different shelters, I watched one of the sleepers get up in the middle of the night, gather their possessions and walk out into the freezing streets of the city. To see it happen once would have been strange, but to see it happen several times was surreal. I was sober at the time, so I couldn't even pass it off as a trick of the mind. Even stranger, every time it happened, within 10 minutes, a woman would walk in and take their place. It was the same one every time. She must have been about 40 and slender, though her clothes bulged a bit in odd places. Her face was lined from what I could recognize as a hard life, and a thin layer of grime matted her hair. She looked pretty normal for the place, and I could even write off the distant, neutral expression as the sort of trauma all too common among my people. That's why I didn't pay her any mind the first time it happened, or the second. When I noticed it happening a third time, I finally started to pay attention, though I didn't approach her immediately. I did ask about her the following morning, but even the staff didn't seem to know anything. I decided to keep a lookout, and if she turned up again, I would confront her. Well, she did. It was late January when it happened, about 2 in the morning, just when the night was at its coldest. I saw one of my fellow sleepers get slowly out of bed. His name was Craig, I think. I didn't know him well. He was a seasonal drifter, and we'd only occasionally crossed paths. Well, he walked out without a sound, gathering up his belongings quietly and leaving an empty bed. I waited, wide awake, hand on my knife, breathing steady. Sure enough, a few minutes later, in she walks, no backpack or gear of any sort, and sat on Craig's bed. I stood up and walked towards her. As soon as she saw me, her posture changed and she became defensive, although the expression on her face never changed from that blankness. I started to introduce myself and ask how come she was taking over Craig's bed when she locked eyes with me. The weirdest sensation began to flow through me. I wanted to leave. It wasn't like with a vampire, where I would feel like I'd been spoken to. This was just a sudden awareness of my own desire. I'd been sober for 3 years at that point, but I felt like I desperately wanted to get high, and I knew that the best place to get some was out in the night. Looking back, I think it might have been my own mind rationalizing the way I felt my will being tugged out of the room, but it was still very powerful. If I hadn't had a lifetime's experience identifying and fighting off the effect of the vampire's gaze, I probably would have done it too. But I did, so I stood my ground. There was a long pause as that woman gazed levelly at me. Then she broke into a run, through the door and out. I followed. Didn't matter to me whether she was a vampire or not. There was something wrong, and I wanted to find out what was going on. I chased her out into the road. It was cold and still, and if anyone saw us, they didn't make a sound. She ran strangely, more like a spasm than smooth steps, and her arms shifted in weird ways as she moved. I'm not as spry as I once was, and my lungs are obviously shot, but I managed to keep pace with her. I could feel it in my blood. It was a hunt, and I always felt stronger on a hunt. Finally, I got close enough to grab her by the arm. My fingers locked around her elbow, and then they sort of sunk inside. They didn't go through the skin or anything, but it sort of shifted beneath my fingers, like when you squeeze an uncooked sausage. And I could feel movement from inside the arm itself. It wasn't a vampire, but it definitely wasn't human. With its other arm, it took a wide, sweep-in swing at me, but I was prepared and ducked below the flailing punch. I got out my knife to try and threaten the thing, maybe get it to answer some questions, but I misjudged the draw and ended up slashing it slightly across its stomach. It wasn't a deep cut, or a long one, but apparently it was enough. The whole body began to shudder as tiny shapes began to stream out of the wound. Spiders. Thousands and thousands of spiders. She opened her mouth at last as if to scream, and more poured out, tens of thousands of skittering legs and evil little eyes. I screamed and started to back up as the dark shapes pooled around her feet and spread out in a twitching circle. For a second I was worried they were coming for me, but then they just scurried off into the shadows and crevices of nearby buildings, until the street was empty of everything except this woman. She was still standing upright, but from the open mouth, I could see that her body was completely hollow, save for a few cobwebs that I could just make out under the streetlights. I ran the hell away. And that's the last creature I encountered. That's my whole story. You're welcome to it. When I thought it was just vampires about, I might have given you people a miss as a bunch of kooks. But if there's other stuff around out there, well, maybe you know more about it than me. And maybe you could use a bit more information on vampires. It's a shame I'm on the way out. I will miss the hunt. Statement ends. Well, this is certainly a surprise. Martin informed me that Mr. Herbert passed away after making his initial statement, so it is rather a shock to find this misfiled addition to his original, even if it is partially incomplete. What's more, actually checking the hospital and death records for both London and Manchester, I can't find any record of Mr. Herbert's death.
Why did Martin pretend?
Then again, I can find no record of him alive either, after the date of the statement. The idea that he could survive 6 years with untreated late-stage lung cancer is implausible, to say the least. And yet, Allard Dupont's death appears to match the statement in most of the particulars. He had a half-dozen convictions against him for various drug charges or violent misdemeanors, but nothing exceptional. I can't find any indication of mutinous, but aside from that, everything checks out. As for the spider person, the only proof of its existence seems to be that I am far too unlucky for it to simply be an old tramp's hallucination. I need to have some words with Martin. End recording.
Martin's a good boy. Be nice to him. We love Martin.
Sit down. What is... Sit.
Be nice to him!
Why did you lie to me about Trevor?
What?
Why did you tell me he was dead?
Sorry, who's Trevor?
Trevor Herbert, the tramp, the vampire hunter. You told me he died.
But I mean, he did, didn't he?
Apparently not.
Oh, well, sorry.
Sorry?
I mean, I didn't ever actually meet him. I just heard some of the other researchers mentioning it.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, well, I could have sworn they had said he died. I mean, maybe they just said he looks like death or something, but I really thought they said he was dead.
So that's it. Just a misunderstanding.
Yeah, dude.
You seem to be taking this kind of person...
Because you keep lying to me, Martin.
About what?
I don't know, but you are.
Dude.
Where did you get that? Have you been going through the bin?
It was in the old document room, just next to where you used to sleep. Your handwriting.
Dude!
If the others find out I've been lying. Lying about what, Martin?
Look, just forget about it, okay? Please.
I can't forget it. Everyone in this place has so many goddamn secrets, and I can't trust a word you say. Not about
Dude!
this, and not about Trevor.
John.
Be nice!
Okay. Just promise you won't fire me.
Fire?
Oh, poor Martin.
I lied on my CV.
What?
I don't have a master's in parapsychology. I don't even have a degree. When I was 17, my mum, she had some problems, and I ended up dropping out of school, trying to support us. I tried everything, but no one was hiring, so I just kind of started to lie on my applications, sending them out to just about anywhere.
This was the rehearsal.
For some reason, my lie about parapsychology got me an interview with Elias, and then a job here. Most of my employment is never made up. I'm only 29.
Right, I believe you.
Why are you smiling?
Yes, I won't mention it to Elias. Just between us.
So you don't mind?
To be quite honest, Martin, I'm really rather relieved.
Oh, that's nice and psychotic that he was screaming at him. Yay! I like that episode. That one was really fun. Just like, you've been lying to me about everyone. The homeless man's alive. What's wrong with you? And then he's like, oh, I don't know. I lied on my job application like most people do. Please be nice to me. I'm sorry. The lie and the reason is so very Martin. Yeah. Something like relatively, like, it's not good, but like it's very, considering like the stakes, it's just kind of like mundane. Like, it's not ideal, but it's just kind of not affecting anyone at all. Oh, poor Martin. Oh, poor Martin. Martin is a small dog. I think Martin's a medium... No, Martin's a large cat, I feel like. No, he's not, like, moody. Are there cats that are nice? Martin's a large, nice cat. Does that sound, like, correct? Martin sounds like him would be like hugging a pillow. Yeah, it said that he's a... I think there was a few references to him being, like, a little bit chubby. And, like, very, very nice. I think Martin's the best character, honestly. They're a very nice character. No, that was so funny. Okay. So we're going for the next episode. Please get hype. Come on. Come on. Yes! There we go. It's what I like to see, baby. It's what you like to see. Woo! Okay. One more. Nah, nothing. This feels like gambling as we try to do this one. This is absurd. Okay. No, that's a different type. One more. No! Losing it all, baby. Losing it all. Okay. Another. Grimmi likes Martin because of the toxic yaoi? There's no toxic yaoi. It's just like having an annoying coworker. Dude, we played a toxic yaoi game. That was... Now you understand. This was like a wholesome, relatively normal thing. Which tower are you surrounding? This main one. We're surrounding this main tower. So we're surrounding this main tower with 8 of these. Or more of these. More than 8, actually. So, okay. This definitely influenced my dream. Ooh. Oh, very cool. So we're gonna try one more time on getting this tower, and if we can't, then we'll go to a different game that that Yama sent me that might be good for this, but... This next one is Personal Space. Number 57. Ooh. Ooh. This one's really cool, like, as a concept. Really cool as a concept. Okay.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Was in World War I? Ooh. I want that twink obliterate. Is that something someone said? I can't scroll up. Dude, the last game was horrifying.
7. Personal Space.
Jonathan just has a personality disorder, but he's a nice person. He has empathy towards others, even if he has mental breakdowns. He's always apologetic. I think that's very important. The other guy was a pure sociopath. Less easy to get with as a concept. Jonathan every 5 episodes.
Statement of Carter Chilcott regarding his time spent in isolation aboard the space station Daedalus in September 2007. Original statement given April 4th, 2009. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. We're all alone out there. I know the statistics, how big the universe is, the probabilities and proximities and the promises of other beings out there among the stars. But I've been there. There's nothing. Nothing but empty, uncaring void, lacing dead worlds and dead stars all together like a tapestry of lonely meaninglessness. Humans have existed for the smallest sliver of a fraction of a moment in the existence of the universe, and we will be extinguished just as quickly.
Yeah.
And when we are at last gone forever into the quiet emptiness of death, there will be nothing left but the cold universe. And nothing shall mark our passing because there is nothing to do so. Dismiss me if you wish to. Take comfort in your escapist fantasies of aliens and visitors from other worlds, but there's no proof I can give you beyond the testimony of one who has spent so very long staring into that black and empty infinity and knowing, truly knowing, what it means to be floating and forsaken in an empty universe. I knew isolation experiments could be rough when I signed up.
Apparently not.
I'm not some fool who thought he'd endure a few quirky side effects for science. No, I'm an astronaut. So I do my research. When I was picked for the project, a long-term isolation study set in conditions of low Earth orbit,
I read up on as many previous cases and similar experiments from the past 30 years, familiarizing myself with possible side effects and likely psychological hurdles. It was daunting, to say the least. I wasn't keen to experience some of what the previous tests seemed to promise would happen to my mind, but I didn't feel like I had much choice. I'd had my application to the International Space Station floating in limbo for so long that when a private consortium approached me, telling me they'd recently launched Daedalus, a small manned satellite of their own, and needed qualified crew members, I jumped at the chance to go to space at last. I should have realized that what they meant by crew member was lab monkey, but to be honest, even after I found this out, it didn't do a lot to dampen my enthusiasm for the project. I was going to space. There were 2 other people technically on the crew. I say technically as I never spent any time with them beyond the trip up to the Daedalus. Their names were Jan Kilbride and Manuela Dominguez. I'm sure that they probably did a lot more looking after the station than I ever did, but as far as I was concerned, I was the only one up there. From the chatter I heard before the mission began, each of us had an experiment of our own to be concerned with, but they were also there as a backup in case something went horribly wrong with mine. Since the observing scientists simply didn't have the option of intervening themselves. I remember the man in charge of my particular project, Conrad Lucas, made a face of rather overstated disgust when he told me I wouldn't be up there entirely on my own. I got the distinct impression he was one of those people who feel that ethical restrictions do nothing but bind the hands of the true scientist and leave them at the mercy of their subjects' limitations.
Oh, Resident
My
Evil.
section of the tiny space station was completely self-contained. There was food, sleeping arrangements, and zero-gravity exercise equipment, all for my personal use. The single entrance to the rest of the satellite was locked and sealed. It could be opened from either side, but on my side it required a code. I did have access to the code in case of emergency, but I had way too much riding on the mission to even think about being responsible for its early termination. I also had one large, domed window. It allowed me a decent view of the Earth below, as well as plenty of chance to stare off into space, which I did quite a lot in those early days. I was told the other astronauts would do their best to avoid that window while doing maintenance or repair work outside. Mission Control had also supplied me with a lot of books and films and other entertainments as, like Conrad had told me at the first briefing, the experiment was into isolation, not boredom. So when I locked that door for the first time, I was feeling in pretty good spirits about the whole thing, to be honest. I knew I was being monitored. There was a little camera mounted on the wall that kept a beady eye on me. It wasn't so invasive that I couldn't get away from it when I wanted to, but for the most part I was happy enough to eat and read and exercise in front of the watchful lens. Obviously those assessing my progress would never communicate with me directly, and they might not even be watching a live feed, so if they had opinions on how I was undertaking my task, I never heard them. Even if my task was just sitting around in a room in space, waiting for my mind to break. I tried not to take too much comfort in the knowledge that there were people watching my every move, as I felt that to find that reassuring would go quite strongly against the spirit of the experiment. I had to really feel alone. That at least didn't take too long to set in. I can't honestly see how strapping yourself in to sleep or drinking your juice with a space foil pack on a straw can have much effect on isolation, but I wasn't going to be the one to bring it up. I believe some people would have been more disturbed than others by its location orbiting Earth, but it didn't feel markedly different to me from any of the other isolation studies they conducted over the last few decades. If anything, the silent, rolling green and blue of the Earth far below was another source of comfort, and the sure knowledge of the billions of other people making their way through life who had no idea what was right above their heads. Both of these comforts lasted me almost 6 weeks. That was when I was aware I should start to experience some of the more distressing side effects. I'd already passed through listlessness and a bout of insomnia, and I hadn't been using my exercise machine properly for almost a fortnight, but I still didn't expect the severity of the hallucinations when they began. Twice I was woken up by the sound of the door opening, only to find it as tight as it had ever been. And throughout the daytime I would occasionally hear footsteps, which shouldn't even have been possible in zero gravity. There was also a blackout for about 20 minutes at one point that may or may not have been real.
Certainly we didn't seem to lose power in any other systems, except the lights. So this was all reasonably distressing, but at least it had the advantage of not being unexpected. No, the first warning I got about how bad things were going to get was the spacesuit. The clocks read it as 14:30 UTC, and I was rewatching 28 Days Later, one of the better films that had been provided for my entertainment, when a movement in the window caught my eye. At first I thought it might have been some orbital debris moving past, but then I spotted it. Still at the edge of the domed window, it was a hand, the white, bulky, gloved hand of someone wearing an EVA suit. It started to float slowly across the window, followed by the rest of the arm, then the torso, until almost the whole suit was slowly floating across. I was excited by the idea of seeing another human being at first, even if it was only brief or might compromise some of the work. But as the suit made its painstaking drift across the space outside, it rotated enough that I could see clearly through the suit's visor. There was nobody inside. The floating suit was completely empty, and I started to suddenly get very scared. At last, it had passed right across and off into the night, the other side, and I stopped to try and calm myself in the face of what had been a deeply strange thing to watch. I managed to do so, but only until I looked again out of that window. There were no more empty floating clothes, but I noticed something that for some reason hadn't dawned on me when watching the empty suit. It was, to put it quite simply, impossible, and I must have approached it from 100 different angles trying to make sense of it. The Earth was gone. At first, I assumed it must have been an orientation change, but that didn't make any sense. The planet below had never been hidden from my position before, and if we shifted that radically, I would have felt it, I was sure. But still, the fact remained that where the Earth should have been, there was empty, dark space. I must have watched for hours, waiting to see the sun. We were definitely still moving, and from what I could tell, we still seemed to be moving in some sort of orbit. But without a planet below, I have no idea why we kept to the same pattern. Regardless, the sun should have been visible sooner or later. After 2 days of waiting, I finally accepted that the sun and the moon had gone as well. It wasn't completely empty out there. Far off in the distance, I could still see stars, twinkling, and probably long dead, but I knew that there was nothing they could do to save me. At some point on the first day, I remembered the camera. I focused my attention on it and began to scream and shout for help in the vain hope that someone might be watching a feed of it and be able to make contact. I cried and begged and pleaded with that camera for almost 4 hours before I was suddenly struck by a terrifying thought. I floated over to it and gently took hold of the cables that fed out from the back into the wall. I followed them along, looking for where they connected to the power or broadcasting apparatus. What I found instead were a pair of neatly severed wires, transmitting nothing, powering nothing, connected to nothing. The camera had never even been turned on, and had certainly not been transmitting anything to Earth. So what data had they been collecting? I still have no idea the answer to that question. But I did feel like I gained some small sliver of control back after spending an all-too-brief hour smashing up the camera. After that, it was time to break out the code and get the door to the rest of the satellite open. I had decided that even if this somehow was simply a really elaborate and convincing trick to examine reactions to certain stimulus in a test environment, it was still far beyond what I had signed up for. One way or another, I decided I was getting out of this damned experiment. I opened the small safe that contained the passcode document and eagerly broke the seal on its container. I was desperate to get out of that door as soon as possible and took a few moments to memorize it. E109GHT8. I can still remember it vividly, as I entered that code over and over in an attempt to get that locked door to open. Each time I painstakingly entered it with as much precision as I still had within me, and each time the password field read out what I had apparently typed in.
"No one is coming," and the door remained closed. And that was it. I was trapped alone in a tiny room floating in space. Deserted, empty space. I had plenty of food and water, so starvation wasn't a danger. But sometime in the first week, the clock stopped working. With no timepiece and nothing left outside of the sun or moon, keeping any sort of time at all became utterly impossible. If I had to guess how long I spent in that strange exile, I would say somewhere between 3 and 6 months. But that is based solely on my eating and sleeping patterns, which were largely fueled by despair and that quiet, aching terror of being utterly forsaken. I couldn't even read my books or watch anything, as characters seemed dead and lifeless, the emptiness of their artificial existence made plain to me. The hallucinations stopped. I did not even get the comfort of company in my delusions, though at some point the line between dreaming and reality seemed to blur. I would be sleeping, strapped into my bed in the middle of the void, while at the same time floating through ancient graveyards or the open, empty sea. They weren't hallucinations, though, they were dreams, even if the cold did seem to seep out of them and into the bones of me. I spent so long trying to get that door open, but nothing worked. The mechanisms and electronics were not accessible from my side. When I finally stopped trying, it was the final abandoning of my hope. That was also when I noticed something else that alarmed me in a very different way. I did some calculations and realized that my food and water levels did not seem to be depleting. For all the time I had been there, in what I could now only think of as my imprisonment, it did not seem like there had been any significant change in my supplies. No one could be restocking me because there was no one but me there. If the food remained static, then, did that mean I could remain trapped in this place for the rest of my life? Assuming I even still aged, I began to very seriously consider the idea that I had died, and this was hell. Given that worry, the way I finally escaped could be considered ironic. I starved myself to death. Well, not to death, I suppose, given I'm alive enough to talk to you, but close enough. I don't know how long I just floated there, strapped into my lonely cocoon of a bed, refusing to eat or drink and waiting for the end. After everything else, I had no guarantee it was even possible for me to die, but I had to try. When I finally faded from consciousness for what I hoped was the last time, it was the greatest relief I have ever felt. I don't know exactly when I realized I wasn't dead. There were various moments I faded back into consciousness, and I know that I felt the re-entry very hard, but it's difficult to pin down clear thoughts before the hospital. No one's really given me an official account of what happened. Aside from that it became known I was in serious danger of death, and my colleagues on the Daedalus retrieved me and managed to keep me alive until the next opportunity to send me back down. I'm not pushing to know more. Not really. I know what happened. And no rational cover story that they could feed me is going to change it.
Are you winning?
I haven't followed up with Conrad, and as far as I'm aware, he hasn't made any attempt to contact me. I was paid in full, though, which was a surprise. I wanted to tell someone what really happened for almost a year before I found your institute. There's nothing really to be done about it, but I wanted to get it off my chest. So, thank you for letting me get it down on paper. Statement ends. While there's plenty of media coverage of the launch of the Daedalus satellite in early 2007 by Stratosphere Group, a consortium of various scientific and aerospace companies, it seems the actual operation of the facility is guarded with a great deal more secrecy by the various organizations involved. Martin was able to confirm that during its 2 years of operation it did have a total of 3 staff on board: Jan Kilbride, Manuela Dominguez, and Mr. Chilcott. Beyond that, however, there's little that can be retrieved from beyond the wall of corporate bureaucracy. Tim was, however, able to get a list of the businesses involved in the venture. 3 names stand out: Pinnacle Aerospace, majority owned by the Fairchild family;
a large private investment by Nathaniel Lucas, and Optic Solutions Limited, a relatively benign-seeming company manufacturing specialist cameras for research and industrial application, who are nonetheless notable for having their business address listed as being in Ny-Alesund in Norway. I fear, however, that's as much digging as I can do at the moment without drawing attention, so it may be wise to let the matter drop. End recording.
Jesus, that one's really
John?
intense.
What are you doing?
Sash, I can't seem to find the new file for the Hilltop Road case. I thought I gave it to you to follow up on the children.
You did, and I gave it back.
Ah, right.
Even if I hadn't, I would very much prefer it if you stay out of my desk.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I didn't realize you were still here, or I would have asked.
Of course.
No, no,
I'll see
no.
if it's with Tim, then.
Also, John.
No.
I have asked before.
What?
Please, don't record our conversations.
Stupid. I thought Sasha had left for the evening. I wanted to have a look in her desk for anything that might shed light on her recent weird behavior. I didn't get much of a chance, but it all looked normal. Except there were a few scraps of torn paper. They could be from files or just torn scrap paper. It's hard to tell. I'm at a loss why she would want to destroy files, though. Still, I think I probably need to back off from Sasha for a while after this. I'll just keep an eye from a distance for now. I did find several pictures of her and her new boyfriend, though, which puts my mind somewhat at ease. Well, mostly, there's something about him that doesn't seem quite right.
Dude.
Something about the smile, maybe?
Dude!
I mean, they're all pictures of Sasha and Tom, as I'm told his name is, having fun together, but...
Dude!
It's hard to put into words exactly, but every one of them looks somehow like a stock photo. End supplement.
AI generation before it existed. That was the Magnus Archives, Personal Space. I thought that one was really good. That one was one of my favorites. I had forgotten about it being this far into it. But the idea of someone sending you on a mission like that, and then no longer having the ability to, like, return anywhere. There being no other people, there being no other place, just drifting through space forever and ever. It would be quite horrible. Does this organization not have an HR department? I'm not sure. I think, like, when it comes to the HR department, they just keep reporting John, and John just keeps going like, oh yes, I was just, you know, looking through this, having a bit of a fun time here, you know, it's just, this, and then he just wanders off, and they're like, that dude's super weird. And then they kind of get back to their day. And, like, they keep warning him, and he's just like, oh yes, and I was just looking for my packet of gum in this drawer, yes, your drawer. Full of things that say, do not open. Yes, your locked drawer says gun, do not open. I was looking for my packet of gum. And then he just continues onward, and everyone's like, well, he's very charismatic. Even if he's weird. The narrator is smart, but his wisdom is questionable. He's really odd, and he's really paranoid, so he's starting to make really odd choices that don't make much sense to us. If you were in your right mind and behaving correctly, like, you'd be like, okay, yeah, not gonna do that, not gonna do that, but he's becoming increasingly more paranoid as the episodes progress. And it's gonna be kind of hard for him to just stabilize and go like, alright, you know what, whatever Sasha's up to, I'll stop filming her home. That's a good start towards that direction. I'll stop filming a home that's just weird. Like, stuff like that, you know? Little things like that to help people feel a little bit more comfortable. Come on. Yes! Alright, score. I'm finally doing this correctly, by the way, as you can see. Took me a while. Took me a long while to figure this out. But yeah, that was another episode, and we're heading into another one now. A lot of his reactions to the cosmic horrors of the world are pretty understandable and reasonable. Yes, he doesn't know how to protect himself, so he's... this is what happens a lot with people that have a traumatic event. They don't know what to do, so they start compensating for everything that might hurt them. They try to, like, overcompensate, essentially. Like, which gets really scary for everyone, because they're just like, okay, dude, chill. No. Okay, well, we can have another one of these. Okay, but next episode, Okay. We should just we can play the full 3. We'll play the full 3. This next one coming up is called Trial Rations. Trial Rations. This one's about possible cannibalism. Ooh, hey, baby. Oh, baby. Okay. So we're gonna do the full 3 minutes so I can turn the cat stuff back on, walk around a little bit, do my thing. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back, and we'll be right back. You go get some water. And we're back. Sorry, I was refilling my water purifier or what's it called? Humidifier? Humidifier. It's all okay now. Everything is alright. Stream's still going. And welcome to the Magnus Archives. Next episode, Trail Rations, and I'm getting this stupid final tower. If so help me God, I'm gonna go crazy. Yes, we're listening to the Magnus Archives, and we're also
Rusty Quill presents
playing a lovely game. It has so many good ways of presenting so many different, like, fears and anxieties. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, another.
Episode 58, Trail Rations.
Yeah, baby. Come on, yes! Whoops, I missed this. Oh, got it.
Unsigned statement regarding potential cannibalism while attempting to travel the Oregon Trail. Original letter dated November the 10th, 1845. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I have accepted I shall not survive this. The cold bites through my skin and feels as though it cuts into my very soul, and I am so hungry that I can barely stand. But I shall not give in.
It's similar.
I can hear him taunting me still, tempting me. But I shall choose to die rather than take part in such an unholy meal. Nor shall I take my own life, whatever extremity my suffering may reach. I am certain my final reward will come soon, and I shall face my Saviour with a clear conscience and a heart full of faith. Pastor Lawrence once told me that there are no empty bellies in heaven, and I am sure that he is right. I wonder if I shall see Benjamin there. I should hope so, for all his faults and his incessant chatter, and together with all those we have lost, I am sure we shall look down upon perdition, and watch Eustace Wick writhing in agony among the well-earned flames. Speaking of flames, I must apologize about the state of the paper to whoever may be discovering this message. I am having to write this close to what fire there is, both for light and to stop the ink from freezing. There will likely be some scorching, but I should hope it remains legible. We should never have attempted the Oregon Trail. I see that now. I should have stayed in Savannah and built what life I could, maybe accepted the proposal of Adam Hawthorne. He was a decade my senior, but I heard no complaints from his previous wife while she lived, and it would have been a better fate than to freeze to death in these mountains, listening to Benjamin's incessant taunting. But my life before had been hardship and travel, and there was a part of my soul that felt that such a thing was simply my lot. So when my father joined my mother in heaven, not 3 years after moving us to the small town of Savannah, Missouri, it felt as though moving again was what the good Lord intended for me. It was then, as I had to choose between trying to scrape a living from 20 acres of Missouri soil that my father had left me, or forge out on my own, that Benjamin Carlyle kindly asked permission to repair his wagon on my land. I will not deny he was a handsome man. Even now, the cold has preserved that pleasing cast of his face, gaunt though it may be. I was somewhat taken with him, but had no further thoughts about it, being somewhat plain in my own appearance. It took me quite aback when I brought a jug of water to his fire that evening, and he asked me directly if there was anywhere in the town of Savannah where he might find a wife. Well, this seemed to me something of a strange request, though I myself knew little of courting. Benjamin explained that he was set to be traveling up out of St. Joseph, along the Oregon Trail towards Willamette Valley, a lush paradise of the frontier. The settlers of Oregon country, he said, had offered land to those who might follow. 320 acres of land for the unmarried, he said, but a married settler could claim 640 acres. That, and the prospect of another pair of hands to help with the work of farming, was a great incentive. All told, he said, if he was able to find himself a wife before he reached Oregon country, he very much intended to do so. Well, after he told me this, I explained my situation to him, and we were married by Pastor Lawrence the following day. Even now, I can't fully bring myself to regret that part of the events that led me here.
Dude.
And had we reached the Willamette Valley as planned, I believe we would have been far happier than most. I had few real possessions to pack and little food left, but I took what I could into Benjamin's wagon. It was late May when we began our trip, and had I known more about the route we were to take, I might have known that this was dangerously late to be starting such an expedition, but I did not. In many ways, Benjamin was as impulsive in his travel plans as he was in choosing a wife, and it was only after we had been on the road for some time that I realized how ill-prepared he was for many of the hardships of the trail. I never asked him exactly where he was from or why he wished to settle in Oregon. Those few times I broached the subject, he would talk all sorts of circles around it, and I had some inkling that he might have been fleeing trouble back east. I never pressed the matter. I had a lot of gratitude to him for taking me along, sharing his food and his bed with me, and rescuing me, as I saw it, from a life of grief and Missouri dirt. It became apparent as we traveled the blessings were not entirely one-sided. It turned out I was far more suited to the hardships of the trail than him, and far more skilled at keeping the wagon moving than he was. I nursed him through a fever as we crossed through Colorado, and more than once I even managed to avoid an attack by natives, securing the wagon in a small ravine until the war party had passed by. All told, I feel I more than earned my bacon. I still remember the first time Benjamin saw skulls near our campsite, those travelers before us who had not fared as well as we had. Poor man almost fainted, and I could not help but reflect that, were it not for me, he would likely have joined those poor departed souls. I decided not to share that particular reflection. We reached the Laramie River and Fort John in October. It was a squalid little fur trading post in Wyoming, with thick wooden walls that were solid enough to keep out any war-minded natives, and there were all the signs that a great many people had recently passed through the place. The manager, an officious man who introduced himself as Bruce, told us that we had missed the chance to safely cross the Rockies, and that the passes would be snowed up within the month. He said we could winter at Fort John if we had the food and money for it, or we could turn round and leave. From his tone of voice, it sounded like he had not much care for which of the options we chose. We were, of course, devastated, and spent several days discussing our options and trying to make a decision as to the wisest course of action, though we knew that for every hour we spent in such conference, our choices became fewer and the consequences sharper. It was at that point we were approached by a man who introduced himself as Eustace Wick. He was a short, squat figure, broad of shoulder, and with the rough, dark skin of one who has spent most of his life under the sun's unforgiving glare. His long, shaggy beard was shot through with grey, but his eyes sparkled with a cunning and intelligence I would not have expected to see from such an unkempt face. He also possessed one other attribute which surprised me, though in hindsight it takes on a somewhat sinister light. He had in his mouth a full and healthy set of teeth. Now, Mr. Eustace Wick inquired as to our purpose in Fort John, and, speaking far more candidly than I was truly comfortable with, Benjamin explained to him our journey and our dilemma. At the mention of the words Willamette Valley, the short man's eyes lit up and a smile practically split his face in two, for he was, so he said, the best guide since Sacagawea, and could get us through the Rockies long before the snows hit with any force. For a price. When he said this, he smiled, and all the square and shining teeth in his mouth seemed to catch the light. I was hesitant, as I'd met plenty of hucksters and bandits who were keen to pass themselves off as guides, and as Benjamin haggled the price, my misgivings grew, for Eustace Wick seemed to offer little in the way of resistance, and we secured his services for only $20. Plenty of money, to be sure, but for the services he was offering and the dangers involved, it was practically nothing. Unfortunately, for all my consternation, it soon became clear that Benjamin had made up his mind to hire the man. To be fair to him, we did not have the resources to winter in Fort John, and were we to try and make our way back, there was every possibility the weather would still turn deadly on us. We were caught between the devil and the sea, and Benjamin had determined that, guided by Eustace Wick, we were going to try and swim. The poor fool had no idea the devil was the one leading us into the water. Nobody tried to stop us leaving, though it was clear from the looks upon them that they believed us to be dead already. My own hopes for us were scarce higher, but the little man who now rode with us cackled and joked as we travelled, keeping Benjamin in higher spirits than I had seen him in months. This began to fade as the cold air began to hit us, and the paths through the Rockies became steeper and narrower. The journey was hard, but we pushed on for almost a week. Eustace Wick seemed to be as good as his word, keeping us on those trails that the wagon could use without too much danger. The cold robbed us of sleep, though, and after those first days the once beautiful vistas and rolling peaks of the mountains seemed to become jagged and vile, ribs jutting from the carcass of the world
not in the podcast.
and picked clean by vultures. Benjamin became quiet. I became sullen. Eustace Wick became more aggravatingly jovial than before. By the time the first snowflakes began to fall, he was practically hooting with joy. My suspicions about his motives had begun to freeze into an icicle within my chest, hard and focused. When we woke up one morning, a week and a half into the journey, to find one of our wagon's wheels smashed and destroyed beyond repair, I could not find it in myself to be surprised. The snow was falling thickly by this point, and we had already used all our replacement wheels over the many months of the journey. We were trapped there, and would surely die. It was then that Eustace Wick appeared, standing on a nearby rock, that same big grin on his face. He told us that there looked to be a snowstorm coming, but he had found a nearby cave where we could wait it out. He didn't even pretend dismay at the state of the wagon. Benjamin and I followed him, and sure enough, there in the side of the mountain was a shallow but well-hidden cave. It's hard to say at exactly what point I realized specifically that Eustace Wick was planning to eat us. It may have been that he made no mention of retrieving any food from the wagon when he led us to his den. It could have been the piles of firewood already neatly stacked up against the far wall, cut into logs. It might just have been the way he looked at Benjamin, with his square white teeth bared in a mirthless smile. But somewhere between the wagon and the cave, I became convinced that our so-called guide had lured us up here with no intention short of killing us and eating our flesh. I had no time to communicate this thought to my husband, however, who still seemed woefully oblivious of the situation, and once we were inside the small cave, there was no privacy in which to discuss it. So I just had to sit there, watching Eustace Wick building a fire as Benjamin tried to suppress his shivers and make conversation with the man who he still did not realize had turned from our guide into our captor. I simply watched and waited as the storm began to descend outside, and the warmth of the fire was quickly overcome by the icy chill of the wind. Night began to fall, and the fire was the only light, casting long, dancing shadows upon the walls behind us. I could feel hunger gnawing at me, and was sure that I was not the only one. But I had a strange thought, that the bearded man squatting the other side of the flames was waiting for someone to mention it, so I refused to do so. My husband, of course, had no such reservations, and began to bemoan our forgetfulness at leaving what little food we still had in the wagon. At this, Eustace Wick's smile, if it were even possible, got wider, and he said that we had all the food we needed. He stared into the fire and began to mutter something. It sounded like a prayer. I think he was, in his own demented way, saying grace. I remember the words exactly. He locked eyes with Benjamin and said, "Come, meet, be my guest, and let thy gifts to me be blessed." As he said this, a silence fell across the cave. The wind died and the shadows on the wall stopped moving, as though they were watching the scene in rapt attention. Eustace Wick withdrew a long, sharp knife and stalked over to Benjamin, who made no move to defend himself. His eyes were wide, staring at the mad cannibal approaching him with a look of both fear and rapture. The whole scene was so utterly unreal that it took me almost a full second to remember and draw my gun. All through this journey I had kept my father's caplock pistol hidden, tucked inside my crinoline. Benjamin knew about it, of course, but had obviously never mentioned it to Eustace. Had I had a possibility of reloading it, I might have drawn it earlier, but with only a single shot, and I a barely passable shooter, I knew that I needed to be sure of my moment. As it turned out, I left it too late, for even as I placed the barrel to the temple of the foul murderer and pulled the trigger, he drew the blade across my husband's throat. There was a terrific bang, a splash of brain and a spray of blood. The two men fell dead upon the floor, and I found myself alone in the silence of the icy night. I'm sure I need not tell you the tears that I shed that night. Tears that were ice even before they touched the ground. I wept for my beautiful, stupid Benjamin, and I wept for my own life, now most certainly lost to the cold and snow, and to hunger. It was as this last thought passed, unbidden through my mind, that I heard it, very faint, calling softly, the sound of Benjamin's voice. I crawled over to him, for a second overjoyed that he might be alive, but as soon as I touched his ice-cold skin, already beginning to turn blue, I knew that it could not be so. Despite this, his head began to turn towards me, and his frozen eyes opened. His lips parted above the gaping red slash across his throat, and he spoke. "Eat me," he said. I leapt back, shaking my head, praying the Lord to rid me of these terrible visions, but his voice came again, clearer and louder this time, begging me again to eat him. He told me how good he would taste, better than any salted pork. I could cook him over the fire, he said, and the cold would keep him fresh for as long as I needed. I yelled at him, screamed at him to be quiet, for whatever devil had taken up inside to go back to hell, but it made no difference. Still, he pleaded to be eaten. It has been 5 days now, and Benjamin still entreats me. He taunts and curses me by turns, calls me a coward who would rather die than be part of something greater than myself. The entrance to the cave is all but blocked with snow, and even if I were to dig my way out, there is nowhere for me to go. I don't even know where whatever's left of the wagon would be. I think I might try, though, now I have finished this account of the events that led up to my fate. I hope whoever finds this does not judge us too harshly. We were simply seeking a better life. I leave this here, in the oilskins of Eustace Wick, in the hopes it may be protected from the depredations of winter. As for myself, I will try to dig my way out and get as far as I can. I will not survive, but I hope the Lord understands it is not suicide. It is simply that I can no longer stand to be trapped here, where the corpse of my husband begs me to make it meat. Statement ends. Certainly a grotesque tale, but I don't have access to the sort of information required to verify any of the details.
We're gonna very quickly say thank you so much. I'm sorry that thank you so much, Bob, for gifting 10 subs, and thank you so much, Kyundere, for the raid. I apologize for it being at this specific moment. It's we're listening to a very fun podcast about slash I guess radio drama. It's more like a radio drama than a podcast, but about demons and horrifying stuff. Kind of like it's kind of like a very British SCP Foundation where they just kind of suffer because they don't know how to help themselves. It's really fun though. But that was the story of a woman on the Oregon Trail that was, I think, ran into a demon that was trying to get her to eat her husband. So sounds really cool. I'm really enjoying it. It's really good. It's interesting, low-key locking in for it. Yo, awesome. Okay. But thank you so much. And I hope Resident Evil was really good. Thank you again, Bob. We got the last town hall in this. I thought these were towers in the center, not town halls, so I got a bit confused, but we finally got the atrium. So we're probably doing one more game of this, and then we might move on to another one, or we might call it since it's been 8 hours. But I love this series, and I'm glad you're enjoying it too. We usually play spooky games and stuff, so back to the Magnus archives for Jonathan to give his little song and dance at the end.
Details provided by the unnamed Mrs. Carlyle. There is no record of any Eustace Wick that I could find. There is a Benjamin Carlyle mentioned in an 1838 census of Burke County, North Carolina, but that's about it. The prayer apparently spoken by Mr. Wick is a perversion of the old Lutheran grace, "Come, Lord Jesus, be our guest, and let thy gifts to us be blessed." There was a noted Lutheran preacher by the name of Horatio Wick that is mentioned briefly in several histories of Massachusetts as rather violently falling out with his colleagues in the church over the sacrament of the Eucharist, but he apparently drowned in 1832. What interests me most is how this unsigned letter, if it is to be believed, made its way from an icebound cave in Wyoming or Idaho all the way to the personal collection of Jonah Magnus. End recording.
Oh.
Look, I've tried talking to Elias about it, but it doesn't seem to do any good.
Are you in the bathroom?
You know how messed up he's been since Prentice?
How messed up he's been?
Of course, I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean that you weren't. Just
No, because I didn't start stalking my co-workers.
maybe try talking to him.
Sure, like he doesn't already look at me like I'm a murderer.
Okay, we've just got to let him work through this. I suggested therapy, but he just says no.
Well, we need to do something.
Yeah, maybe.
preceding conversation was overheard on the 19th of November 2016.
Dude.
It reaffirms my current worries about Tim, though does go some way to reassure me that Martin is unlikely to be the culprit, especially following our earlier conversation.
Dude.
I need to be more careful.
Need to do a lot of things, dude. Jonathan is insane.
The Magnus
Oh my
Archives is a podcast distributed by RustyQuill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's
I really
episode
like
was
that
written and
episode,
performed
though.
by John.
I don't usually like historical things, like where like they're going back in a specific point of history and referencing stuff, but this show like does it really well. Like I've never felt like bored when they start to go into like historical accounts and stuff. Like they always like really set the scene, but they don't like spend too much time in it. It feels realistic almost. Like there's no exposition and like it's not like we sure are in the old west, baby. Oh goodness my. Like it feels like yes, it feels like more realistic. Holy crap. Yeah, that helps a lot. Damn. That's very helpful. Let's do one more reroll. Okay. But yeah, I've been loving it so far. It's a very good show. Okay, let's go for money now too, since we're gonna be getting money here. But it's a good balance to entry. Yeah, it is good balanced entry. I'm back where you had to leave for a bit to congratulations on all your job applications. Let's see here. My current overnight job is making me emotionally unhappy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'd say just focus on how things are getting better and how everything works out for you. Even if it's a lie, it'll help you. I voted for Grimmi. For what? Don't put me in the streamer awards. Everyone is pissed off at each other. Don't put me in the streamer awards. Everyone gets so angry at each other. Never vote for me. Never acknowledge me. Never look at me. No, that's rude. It's very nice. It's very nice. If anyone wants to vote for me for anything, I will eternally be grateful. But holy crap, people want to murder each other over some stuff. The Horror Game Awards, everyone's really nice to each other. Everyone's like, oh yay, that's nice. Oh goodness, I hope this person wins. Oh, if they don't, it's okay. But like, oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I hadn't seen the streamer awards. Like, I had just been like, man, people are really angry at that peanut. People were pissy. That was a weird award show. That was weird. I hope you guys are okay. That was weird. You guys need to chill out. We are people that go and play video games online, dude. We need to chill out. We need to take a chill pill. We need to step back just a little bit. I'm just saying. I don't care about it. I did not watch it, but like when I saw some clips, I was like, holy crap. No, this is pretty intense. I don't want to get involved in this. Oh my goodness gracious. The whole event was very politicized, so I don't know if politicized is the right word. I think it was contrasting and controversial. I don't know if politicized was the right word, but controversial for sure. Let's see. Anyways, Peanut's 100% kayfabe too. Okay, or kayfabe. I don't know how to say it. People are pissed at each other. I'll say that much. Everyone takes it very seriously. I'm gonna give you the best piece of advice you can have. If people are insane, ignore them. Ignore them. Ignore them. Ignore them. Ignore them. You'll feel so much better. Just, I don't know. Like, it seems like there's a lot of weird stuff. Try to clear the air. Try to get things resolved. If you can't, ignore them. You will feel better. For streamers, by the streamers, it's a very specific group of people. And I don't think that they're bad people, and I think they put a lot of time and effort into it. But it's so serious and it's so crazy for so many people, so. But vote for me, I guess, if you'd like to, in any place. I don't think many people will know of me, though. Like, I'm not a very large streamer compared to the ones that get nominated for stuff. I'm an itty-bitty baby, and I'm always on at times where no one even knows I'm hanging out and doing stuff. I'm just a little itty-bitty baby over here. I'm just having a good time. I don't have to worry about it. It works with your intrusive thoughts too. Yes, ignore them. Go like, everything's working out, man. I can understand people feeling a little bit of weird about he's using a filter, but also who cares? I'd say they aren't the worst person in the world. The people that they were up against aren't upset. It's good just to go, okay, this doesn't matter. Make your own award show. Make your own award show. Make your own award show. Give me an award. Give me an award for Best Grimmi. Thank you. There you go. Best Grimmi. I'm gonna clear that award real easy. There you go. All right, there you go. All right, there we go. Best streamer to crush on? Oh God, no, I'm a mess. I would set your car on fire, I would ruin your life. I am crazy, I have really bad post-traumatic stress disorder, I would ruin your life. I think that if you have a crush on someone this far gone and this far off and this crazy, you need to reassess what's going on in your own life because you're attracted to very insecure, scared people that have accepted themselves on a certain level but have no faith in others. That's not good. You're going through it. Good luck, baby. Good luck. This is the next episode. This is Magnus Archive 59. Recluse. There you go. I will crush your enemies with hammers, probably. There you go. Recluse.
Rusty Quill presents
Recluse.
The Magnus Archives.
I am a pathetic and crazy woman. For real. Not saying that a lot of women are, but I'm gonna be upfront about it. That's how it be, baby.
Episode 59.
Ah, come on. I should have been a little more careful there. My bad. Recluse. That last one was really good. Like, you think when they go back to the Monster of the Week format, it's not gonna hold your attention as much, but God, do they make it work, baby? Do they make it work? You're dating someone way crazier than you wish me luck. Good luck. They're probably just very hurt. Be gentle with them and try your best, but don't let them,
Statement of Ronald
don't let them
Sinclair
go past your
regarding years
boundaries.
spent in a
Make sure they
teenage
respect you
halfway
as a
house
human.
on Hilltop Road, Oxford. Original statement given November 29,
Halfway
2005. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I should have come in to tell you people about this before, really. I heard about your institute back in the 80s, and I thought, should I tell them? But I didn't. Thought you'd be all about old castles and ancient cairns, not have any time for weird goings-on in a suburban house in Oxford. And you're academics as well, so probably have more rigorous standards than one crackpot's horror story. Still, I saw last week that they were planning to build on that land again. Another house where the old fielding place used to be. I don't know, it's not like you'd have any power to stop the construction, but I needed to tell someone about it. And you were less likely to throw me out of my ear than the planning department of Oxford City Council. You see, I lived with Raymond Fielding for almost 3 years. And believe me when I say that there is nothing good that can come from disturbing that dreadful place. I was a bad kid. I've cleaned up my act in the 40-odd years since, but back then I was a little thug. Wasn't entirely my fault. I came from a bad family. My father left before I was born, and I'm not sure how much you know about single motherhood in the late 40s, but it was clearly hard enough that my mother ended up with a serious alcohol problem. I won't go into the gory details of my childhood, but let's just say it's no surprise I was out of school and in the system before my 13th birthday. They tried a few places to set me straight. Back then, these sort of places weren't quite as enlightened, and the only life lesson I learned worth a damn was how to take a beating. Finally, when I was 15, after the justice system was finished with me for the 3rd time, I was given the chance to re-enter society and offered a place at a halfway house on Hilltop Road. It's weird. I've tried to get information on it so many times in the years since, but there's nothing there. It's like it never existed. I mean, this was a long way pre-digital, and files got lost plenty, but it still bothers me. The most traumatic thing that ever happened to me, and as far as any official record is concerned, I couldn't have even been there. Raymond Fielding was younger than I expected. Every other place, the people in charge had been old, leathery moralists with scowls on their faces and calluses on their knuckles. A lot of ex-military types who would lecture for hours on how their wasted life had been saved by the discipline of the army, and did their best to impose it on us. Ray, as he insisted we call him, was different. He couldn't have been much older than 30, and he let his brown hair grow long. Not by today's standards, I suppose, but it would have sent any of the crew-cut authoritarians into a red-faced rage. He was friendly and approachable, but didn't seem like he was trying to be our friend. He was easygoing and smiled a lot, but there was something in his eyes that made me wary of trying to take advantage of him. I didn't like him from the start. The other adults I'd met on my journey through delinquency had been awful, and they'd run the spectrum from drippy, patronizing do-gooders to abusive thugs. But I'd always known. I would know what they were and where I stood with them. Ray was a mystery, and that unsettled me. Still, he wasn't too strict with our comings and goings, and the other kids staying there seemed all right. The one thing that surprised me was how rare it was to see anyone come back. Most other halfway houses I'd stayed in, you always had some of the older residents, those who had fallen into even worse criminal company, coming back occasionally, usually to sell drugs or do some recruiting. Amphetamines were the thing back in the early 60s, so I was surprised when I moved into Hilltop Road and there wasn't a Purple Heart or a Black Bomber to be found. It didn't seem like any alumni of Ray's little family came back for a visit. At the time, I just assumed it was a pretty nice neighborhood, so probably wasn't the sort of place my kind, as I thought of it then, made a habit of visiting. I wasn't wrong. The local residents hated us. We never really got into any proper trouble, but the sort of glares we got just for smoking on the street made me want to break a window sometimes. I never did, though. I'm not quite sure why I didn't, to be honest. Before I met Ray, I would have. There were plenty of broken windows in my past. There was something about living there, though, that dulled the urge. My memories of a lot of my time there are, well, not exactly foggy, but feel almost like I'm watching someone else's memories. I remember that it sometimes felt like I'd do things without actually deciding to do them. Like it was just muscle memory moving me or a string gently guiding me. It was never bad or dangerous stuff, just things I wouldn't normally have done, like brushing my teeth. I'm glad for it now I've passed 60 and teeth have stopped being something I take for granted. But at 15 the thought never even crossed my mind. But when I lived on Hilltop Road, I cleaned them every night. Up and down and side to side, my arm moving like I didn't even need to think about it. The other kids living there were the same. At least, I think they were. I remember them being kind of dull. Not that they were boring exactly, we'd spend time together and smoke and play games and the like, but there was something about them, as though there were some things that they said and did without anything behind them. Occasionally there'd be flashes of something, like the time me and Dick Barrodale snuck out after dark and set Mr. Hainsley's bins on fire, but mostly they were quiet, almost placid. I'm sure they'd have said the same things about me, and at the time nothing seemed amiss. I did what I did because it was what I was supposed to do, and it never struck me to question it. I'm not sure I really recognize who I became while living at that house. I did take up reading, though. There was a shop down in Cowley that kept a bucket of old pulp magazines, marked down to sixpence because they weren't the latest issue. I used to spend whatever money I had down there, and then I'd sit under the tree in the back garden and read them cover to cover, over and over again. They were daft, really, but I loved them. In the summer, with the...
Sorry, I just wanted to give you a little background. There was a very specific, I think it was like a blog. It was a horror blog called Sixpence. Apparently this person was canceled because their family had slaves. So they no longer post about spooky stuff. But yes, their name was Sixpence. And that just brought me back to that. I thought that was interesting. Okay.
Leaves giving you just enough shade to keep cool. I'd say I was happier than I'd ever been before then. For the most part, Ray seemed content to stay out of our hair and leave us to our own devices.
Sixpence.
He had his own study in the basement where he spent almost all his time, and usually trusted one of us to go to the grocer's for food and sundries.
Yes, family kept slaves.
Aside from church, which he made us attend with him every Sunday, he rarely went out at all. Occasionally one of the other residents of the neighborhood would overcome their distaste for us long enough to ask how Ray was keeping and whether he was well. I gradually got the sense that, with the exception of the teenagers staying at his house, Raymond Fielding was something of a recluse. A well-liked recluse, certainly, but to see him leave the house on any day other than a Sunday was quite a remarkable thing. Aside from church, there was one other regular activity that he always insisted we take part in. We generally ate our meals in the dining room, which was a bit cramped sometimes, as when full there were 8 of us in the house aside from Ray, and the table was barely big enough. On Sunday evenings, however, we'd all gather for the evening meal, and before we sat down to eat, he would remove the bright white tablecloth that covered it, and we'd gather around the dark wood. I remember it was carved in all sorts of strange, swirling designs and patterns. It felt like if you picked a line, any line, you could follow it through to the center to some deep truth, if only your eye could keep track of the strand that had caught it. The center of the table looked at first like it was simply part of the wooden top, but if you looked closely, as I did so often, you could see an outline marking the very middle as a small square box, carved with patterns just like the ones that laced their way over the rest of the table. I don't remember how long we sat around the table those evenings, nor do I have any memory of what we might have eaten. So I passed a couple of years in relative peace. I actually studied, stayed mostly out of trouble, and as my 18th birthday approached, it looked like I might be able to find someone to teach me a decent trade. At that point, I was the oldest there by a few months, the others having left the house as they each turned 18 in turn. A suited man would come around, though rarely the same one twice. Ray would sign some papers, and my former house sibling would head out the door and into the wide world. I didn't see them after that, but at the time I didn't really think anything of it. I assumed they were too busy trying to survive in a world that I had always considered deeply hostile. Magnus came to the house 2 months before my birthday, in the middle of winter. Ray had never mentioned her, never held one of his little meetings to introduce her. She was just suddenly in the house one day, and no one really thought to question it. She was younger than the other kids, maybe 10 or 11 years old, and didn't talk much. She had a small, sharp face, and long brown hair always braided into 2 tight pigtails, which she would twirl around her fingers whenever you tried to talk to her. I'll admit she was a bit spooky, looking back on it. But to be honest, at the time, I never really questioned it, the same way I never really questioned any of it. She never came to church, though. Never sat around the dinner table when it was uncovered. Whenever Ray came in the room and she was in there, he would often just turn around and leave. And once I could have sworn that he looked at her with something in his eyes that, even in my dulled state, I recognized as fear. I was so focused on my upcoming emancipation that I didn't pay much attention to these developments, and I can't tell you much more about Agnes or what she did with her time in the house. All I know is that when the man from the Children's Committee came with the papers for Ray to sign, she was standing at the bottom of the stairs, watching me with an expression that looked almost playful. Ray signed the documents to remand me fully back to state custody. The age of majority back then was 21, but from 18, I was expected to be finding work and accommodation on my own. It was all a bit surreal, watching pens sign my life into its different stages without holding any of them myself. As the man in the suit told me to follow him in a clipped BBC accent, Agnes walked over and gestured for me to lean down and listen to her. I did so, but instead of a conspiratorial whisper, she just gave me a quick kiss on the cheek, then ran off down the hall. I stood there for a moment, confused, before my temporary guardian once again instructed me to follow him. I did so, and the cold air of the outside hit me like a slap across the face. We walked for a few minutes to the end of the road, and I felt as though my meager suitcase was almost frozen to my hand. He told me to wait there while he brought his car around, then disappeared down a side street. I stood there as the bitter wind cut through my thin coat. The sun was out, but it didn't do much to soften the sharpness of the February air as I waited. Then, without warning, I wasn't waiting anymore. I had turned around, put down my suitcase, and started walking back toward Raymond Fielding's house. I didn't want to go back. I had no reason to go back, but I had apparently decided to anyway, because I knew that's where I was going. After 2.5 years, I was rather used to this feeling, but there was something else there this time, something in the back of my mind, a frantic, scuttling terror. It didn't do any good, though. I was returning to Hilltop Road, no matter what I might feel about it. Choice didn't even come into it. The door was unlocked when I returned, and the house was quiet. My eyes darted around, looking for anyone who might be able to tell me what was going on, why the fine threads that pulled me through my life had dragged me back here, but I was alone. I walked over to the door that led down into the basement into Ray's study, and I was suddenly struck by the realization that nobody other than him had ever gone inside, at least not to my knowledge. Nonetheless, I reached up and turned the handle. It twisted silently, and the door swung open, revealing a set of stairs leading down. Light bulbs in spherical lampshades lit the way, and the thought struck me that, given how much time Ray spent down here, It was surprising how many cobwebs there were. They covered every corner and lightly coated part of the walls. As I headed down the stairs, closing the door behind me, I saw even more, and came to the unsettling realization that what covered the bare bulbs were not, in fact, lampshades, but were instead thick clumps of cobweb. The sight that greeted me when I finally reached the bottom of the stairs was about as far from what I had expected as it could possibly have been. Rather than a study filled with books, papers, desks, or the like, the room was large and almost empty. The walls and ceiling were bare earth, and it looked more like a burrow than anything else. In the center of the room stood that strange, hypnotic table, though how he had gotten the heavy wooden thing down here was beyond me. The whole place was covered with a thick gossamer of spider's web, and in the thick clumps around the edges of the chamber I saw shapes I recognized. Doris Hardy, Dick Barradale, Greg Montgomery, the older ones who had left the house before I had. They lay still now, wrapped in their sticky cocoons. Their bodies seemed warped and bloated in a way I didn't recognize. But that's only because at that point in my life, I had never before seen a spider egg sac. In the chair sat Raymond Fielding. He looked the same as ever, that placid, unreadable smile still on his face. His brown leather coat seemed to shift around his body. The texture in the dim light seemed more like coarse fur. He didn't say anything, just watched as I continued to make my way towards the table. For all the terror strangling my heart at that moment at the discovery of the grotesque fate of my friends, I could still feel the bland, uncaring expression on my face, and found myself stood in front of the table as though nothing whatsoever was wrong. I reached over and pulled the wooden square from the center of the table. On its own, it appeared to be a small wooden box, and the lid opened smoothly as my hands moved in a practiced motion. Inside was an apple, green and fresh, and still wet with morning dew. I knew I was going to eat it. I could feel tears desperately trying to push themselves out of my eyes, but I instead decided not to cry. I placed the box down on the table, reached over, and picked up the apple. All at once my cheek erupted in pain. It was like someone had pressed a hot branding iron into my face, and I could swear that I heard the flesh sizzle as I let out a scream and fell to my knees. I raised my hands to my face and realized in that moment two very important things. The first is that my face seemed to be untouched, and I could feel no injury or burn. The second was that raising my hand had been a truly voluntary act. I had willed it myself, and whatever power had been gripping me, tugging me into its web, I was free of it. I looked at Raymond Fielding, whose face finally had a real expression on it, one of confusion and anger. As he stood up, I saw small, twitching shapes tumbling out of his jacket, and I ran up those stairs, out the door, and away into the night. I didn't look back, and to this day I pray every night that the others down in the basement were already dead. That's it, really. Within 2 hours I was out of Oxford, on the first train I could jump onto. I jumped off at Birmingham to avoid a ticket inspector, and that's where I spent the next several years. Given my start in life, I've done very well for myself, and I now have comfort, education, and money. I try to think that I've left my past behind, but that sort of denial doesn't help me sleep. I only had my first truly restful night since that day, after reading about the fire that burned the house to the ground.
Jesus Christ, that episode!
They're breaking ground that should be left burned and empty, and I've started to dream again. Statement ends.
Dear Lord!
Mr. Sinclair was not exaggerating when he described the difficulties of tracking down information on any youth halfway house in Hilltop Road, or Raymond Fielding more generally.
Damn.
While I am naturally inclined to suspect conspiracy, Martin informs me that the nature of the gaps look like lost or damaged files. There are whole swathes of records missing from that period, not only related to Fielding, but many other similar institutions in the area. There's no attempt to cover up or redirect it either. It just looks like whichever cabinet housed those records got lost or damaged in the years since. I have done my best to prevent Martin reading this statement in too much detail. I have no interest in having another argument about spiders. In fact, after reading this statement, I have no interest in thinking about spiders any more than is professionally required. It raises further questions about the relationship between Raymond Fielding and this Magnus, and I can only hope some answers lie elsewhere in the archives. I wouldn't be surprised. Between Ronald Sinclair, Ivo Lenzig, and Father Burroughs, it appears there's still much to learn about Hilltop Road.
This game's on Game Pass, probably.
End recording.
You guys want a key, by the way? I have a bunch of extra keys.
Supplemental.
Sorry.
Everyone's avoiding me. They've taken the working father away from me than normal.
Yeah, you were stalking them.
For any reason, they're always keen to leave as soon as possible.
Dude, you were stalking them.
Glances when they think I'm not looking. I don't like it. I feel like they're planning something. End supplemental.
Oh my god.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast
need to run at least 30 seconds before episode 60. We gotta do to episode 60. We're already to episode 60 out of 200. We've been going through it slowly but surely. This is lovely. I can't even stalk coworkers anymore. I'm sorry. What day is it? It's Monday. No, it's going into Tuesday, so it's Tuesday right now. We should probably do another YouTube stream. It's been a while. So, how do you guys feel about a YouTube stream tomorrow? We'll do episode 60, though. Maybe we'll even just do more crime scene cleaner and relax. That might be kind of nice. Feel like they're planning something? It's a surprise birthday party? Hell, yeah, I don't think so, though. I think they're concerned about getting him to a hospital. I think they're like, what could we do? He needs to stop screaming and doing this. Okay. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna take a quick commercial break. We're just gonna be doing just 30 seconds. Let's just do 30 seconds then. So we're gonna be doing 30 seconds of ads and we're just gonna be chilling. That's it. Taco Tuesday. Savi's around. Go look at Savi. Go hang out with Savi. A decorated hospital room with a cake. That'd be nice. It's like, hello, John. We're putting you into rehab. There you are. An Eye Patch Wolf video breakdown? Wait, is one of those out for this? I got his new book. I think it's pretty okay, but it's very rudimentary. It's like short passages about different fake video games. I still like it because that's like I really like that sort of thing, but let's see here. No, he hasn't. It was the most disturbing fake video game. I don't know if I've watched this one. Is this just the one on Vermis? I think so. I don't know much about Super Eye Patch Wolf. He just seems like he gets to make whatever video he wants at any given time, and he does one like twice a year now, and that's his life. So, we're gonna do 30 seconds of ads. We're just gonna sit here and talk for it, so let me do that really quick. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Alright. And while we're doing this, how about, if you guys would like a copy of this game, we can give one away right now, actually. Let me get the key for that, actually. So if you would like a key for Monsters Are Coming, just say that in chat. Just say that right now. I can give you a key for Monsters Are Coming, either on Xbox or PC. So it is on Xbox, apparently. It's a key giveaway. So, I'm unsure. Should we just do marbles? Should we do marbles, or should we just have like a word? I don't know how to set it up. Only the mods know. I need to understand. Also, yo, Death Spoder, thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate it. I'd like a key. Okay, let's marbles. We'll do marbles really fast. We'll do a quick marble. Might have to do another 30 seconds of ads. Sorry. Whew. All right, I'm getting a little tired. Okay, Vivi. Would you ever consider watching some Magnus Archives animations with us? Oh, absolutely. That would be lovely. Some people make some very, fun, what's it called? They make some very fun interpretations of this stuff. We could honestly have, like, a full, like, we watch fandom videos entire stream kind of thing. No. Race. Okay. So let's see. We're just gonna do a random one. This looks good. This looks good. Okay. So if you would like to play marbles, I set up a keyword giveaway. Oh shoot, sorry. We'll do two then. Whoever wins the keyword giveaway will get one, and we'll also be doing a marbles. We'll be doing a marbles match. So feel free to do !play, Exclamation point play is what you do if you'd like to get in on this. This is a very good game. We've been playing it for several hours now. I'm a big fan of a lot of the stuff Raw Fury has been putting out. They're a very good publisher. They kind of remind me of like Digital Devolver, like way back when. No, I don't dislike Digital Devolver. They still put out some really good games I like. It's just, now it's like a little bit inconsistent for me, you know? Like, does that make sense? Like, it's not always just like a big hit for me. So, okay. It looks like everyone's doing play. If you'd like a copy of a game we've been playing, I know a lot of you are probably passed out asleep. A lot of you are waking up, I see now, though, too. So, come on in. We're gonna give it a good, few minutes, and then we'll throw this on there. We'll throw it on. Still in Monsters Are Coming. I refreshed and it still shows. Yes, this is just for like 30 seconds. So, we're just gonna be doing one match of marbles. We're gonna be giving away one key to the person that wins the other giveaway too. Oh, you closed the keyword one? Oh, okay. Okay. No worries then. So we're gonna be doing one giveaway. We're gonna be doing one giveaway. All right. Just hop on in here. This is your chance to win a copy of Monsters Are Coming. Kronos, thank you for the 100 bits. And I would love to watch more animations and stuff. That would be amazing. Also, I'm very sorry if you've typed in chat and you're like, why isn't Grimmi talking to me? I get really involved in those and I don't want to interrupt the episodes, but I am enraptured. It's such a good show. It's such a good show. Okay, so now that we've got everyone on board, we're gonna be doing the countdown. Oh, blues? What the hell? All right, I'm joining, and also we're starting. I wonder if like you're closer to the bottom, if like you have a better chance of winning. We'll find out. I think I'm pretty close to the bottom too right now, actually. De-equip my skin I use. Alright, everyone. It looks like in the lead is Frodo_395. Yes, Frodo_395. And okay, never mind. Everyone is in completely different places now. Never mind. None of that mattered. How did I get so far back? I thought, okay, damn. Okay, maybe it's not about being in first. Never mind. Frodo's doing well, though. Holy crap. He could be the one that makes it. He could be the one that... Oh, but Schnitzel Dog. Coming up. And Subject Seraph 1. Holy man. Okay, look, quite a few different people. We're coming up to stairs here. That's slowing quite a few people down. Let's see here. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? It looks like this upcoming place could get a little bit nasty. But everyone, so... Most people... Sorry, crew. Most people are clear. Oh, crap. We're getting a lot of death. We're getting a lot of death now, but Frodo is back in the lead. Bob! Frodo! We have Amy Thist. Amy Thist, congratulations. You are the winner, Amy Thist. We will be sending you your key in just a moment. Please have your DMs open and ready. If you do not have your DMs open and ready, you will not be getting your key. So just letting you know, you must have your DMs open for this to occur. Just letting you know, have your DMs open. Amy Thist. All right, baby. All right. There we go. All right, cool. But yes, that was Marbles. That was the final result. Thank you so much, Amy Thist. Just make sure you have... I'll be sending it via chat warning. Yes. Okay, so what's actually going to happen is you're going to be getting a warning. You're going to be a little bit confused, probably. It's not going to be a knock on your account. It's just going to be issuing you a warning, and that will have your code in it. No one else will be able to see it, so that's perfect. Wait, are you sure no one else can see it? What if it's like one of those, like... Okay, I think you're right. People can't see other people's warnings and stuff, so... All right. Anyway. Yo. There we are. How are there 2K when there are only 1K, in here? No. This is the thing. Most people are asleep at this point in time. When they killed Lurking, everyone was gone. Like, it was just like, it's fine. So what usually happens is that people wake up whenever I accidentally show a penis on screen, is what happens. I'm not going to do that at this time, but you see a significant amount of chat increase whenever I accidentally show some sort of PP or PP related. Yep, okay, even just talking about it. All right. Yep. Nice. Just one PP Grimmi. We had a really bad experience with showing PPs early. Okay, anyway. There we are. There we are. There we are. It was called, I was called to the PP. No. Okay, everyone go back to sleep. No. No. Okay, so, let's see here. We are gonna be doing another brief, minute of, wait, does it not let me do a minute of ads? Okay, we might have to take a way break. We might have to do a midway break, because I think it's, I must wait to run another. I did 30 seconds, Mother Flipper. Let's just start. Let's just start, Mother Flipper. We just listened to Recluse. That was a really, really good one. And then this next one is The Observer Effect. The Observer Effect. This is a short one, actually. This is a short one. So we might be okay. This is a short one. But I need to raid the fridge, Grimmi. A slice of pie calls me. Ooh, congratulations on the pie. Yo. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy it. There's like not a ton we need left, but I want to try to get one more unlock.
The Magnus Archive.
I don't know what a shelter arena is. 20 resource resource producing? We could get that probably. Upgrade towers. We can do that. We can upgrade towers.
Episode 60.
We'll do that.
The Observer Effect.
Or maybe we should try to get money from like that one, there's one where you just need money. 500 gold, relative ashes. Okay. We can do that. We can just do that with a very easy to use one. Alright, we're going for money in this. We're getting 500 gold. We can run 30 seconds of ads now. Okay, we're gonna run the 30 seconds of ads. Crap! I accidentally hit 3. Okay, we're doing 3 minutes of ads. We'll do another episode. We'll do 2 episodes, because I'm an idiot. Cool, baby. Alright. We're doing 2 episodes. Don't worry, if anyone's locked in ads, I'm letting them know. It's a happy accident. 2 of them. Yo, numbers, 2 of them. Let's see. Did you get the code to them? Let's see. I'm just checking in on your conversation now. Let's see here. Looking into it? Okay, so you guys are figuring it out if there was any problems. Okay, great. I hope that you enjoy it. Thank you so much. Said it was invalid? That's not good. It might be that they sent me creator codes that other people got too or something. Or it might be that that's an Xbox one. If they did send me Xbox ones, I'll ask them like for Steam ones and then figure it out from there. I'm very sorry about that if that's the case. Lucky that my region does not have ads. Yo, where are you from? That's so fun. Where is that? Oh, Michael? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Once we get the next episode going, I'll give you I'll put your toy back on, okay? They are going insane. I have to get up and like do this like most of the day. Like it's now most of the day. Oh, so that's Xbox Store. It's probably an Xbox Store one. Oh, okay. You didn't get ads this time? That's good, because there's like 1,030,000 of them for most people. Crap. Whoops. We're taking our time, though. How are you? I'm really loving this series. Thank you guys for letting me show it to you guys. We'll probably be back to... I want to do more spooky games throughout, though. Like, there were other spooky games we could have played, so we might alternate it a little bit. It's just very easy to go like, no, we have to listen to this. It's the best thing ever. Like, really, really consistently, so... But we'll get to it. We'll figure it out. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be lovely. Don't you worry. If you VPN to a country that buys ads, oh, you can get ads if you want to VPN to a place where you get ads? I like that. Just like, I'm gonna see what's going on. I need to see what Taco Bell's up to. So help me God. I can't escape this. I don't want to. I need to be sold the nacho cheese fries. I need to be disappointed. Michael, I am begging you, don't do that. Michael, don't do that. I will turn on the toy in just 20 seconds. I swear to you. Stop, okay? You don't have to do this. Sorry, I have to negotiate with my cat like they have a gun to my head like every No, stop doing that. Don't do that. Oh my God, okay. Don't do it. Don't do it. Michael, 5 seconds. Okay, we're starting the episode. I'm gonna go run and do that for him really fast. One sec. Getting your stuff. Okay.
Statement of Rosa Meyer concerning a persistent feeling of being watched. Original statement given July 12th, 1972. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. It's still there. Still watching me. There's nowhere I can go, no place I can hide, that it doesn't keep looking at me. I don't know why. No idea what it wants from me, or if it ever had any plans beyond just staring from wherever it is hiding. I can't eat, I can't sleep. It's been months now, and it's still there. You can't see it, I know. I can't see it either, but that doesn't matter.
Demonic animals.
It can see me. That's what matters. I can feel its gaze burrowing into the back of my neck. Does it hate me? Does it just want me to keep living in fear? I don't know why this is happening to me. At first, I thought it was a person, some stalker who just kept hiding. I had this thought that if I kept feeling something was watching me, then it must be a person doing it. There must be someone following me. It's not like I haven't had stalkers before.
What?
I started to scan the faces of everyone I passed, looking to see if I recognized them, if I'd seen
Crazy
them before
thing to say.
anywhere. Did I recognize the man in the green overcoat from the bus this morning? Did that bike messenger loop around the road and pass me again? No, they never did. Never. No one was following me, but something was watching. It still is. The strange thing is, it's a feeling I should be used to. I've been watched by people for years. I present the Look East segment for BBC News almost every day.
Oh, okay.
Well, I used to. And on the other end of that camera, there were tens of thousands of people. But I never felt it from them. Sometimes, as I kept my eyes locked on that camera reeling off the latest string of burglaries, I'd try to feel it. Try to imagine all the people seeing me, watching me. Even then, even when I was trying, it was never more than a dead, empty lens. Maybe it's just as well that I never felt it before. I lost my job within 2 weeks of this feeling coming over me. I couldn't concentrate. I couldn't look at the camera. I couldn't read the dead, empty words on the page. I ended up having something of an on-air breakdown.
Oh.
I guess it's lucky you're based in London, so you couldn't have seen it. I know the moment it started. Looking back, it all seems so arbitrary. Like a switch suddenly being clicked on, and all at once my life is destroyed.
Oh, God.
It was 3 months ago in April. I was doing inventory for some of my brother's estate. It was largely up to me to take care of it after his death. My parents were taking it very hard and weren't well enough themselves to make the journey down to his small house in Southampton to try and organise his meagre possessions. I suppose I wasn't in a good place to begin with. You're not meant to die of a stroke that young. I mean, he was only 38 and he wasn't exactly the healthiest, but it just seemed so unprovoked. I've always been quite religious and believed that things happened for a reason. Blessings ultimately came to the virtuous and misfortune to the wicked, but now I don't know. Perhaps you could say that my curiosity was a fault that brought this on me, but I didn't open the box because I was curious. I opened it because I had to in order to fully inventory my dead brother's possessions. I honestly don't think that's a transgression. It wasn't even marked as special. No oak chests or triple-locked brass boxes, just another brown cardboard box like any other. I don't think that anything about it struck me as special. Looking back, I feel like it marked itself, that it drew my eye and I would stare at it for longer than the other boxes piled up around his house. The place was so quiet. A lonely testament to Christopher's isolation. He'd never married, and there seemed to be nothing in that dingy home that said he had any friends to speak of. In a lot of ways, it reminded me of my own life. I have friends enough in Norwich, but no family except Christopher and my parents. Though I do have my reasons. Still, looking through my late brother's things led to the sort of reflection that makes me uncomfortable, and I was drinking more than I normally would. It was my second day down there when I opened the box. I'd been going through all his old document boxes, and there were a lot. Christopher had worked for the history department at the University of Southampton. I don't know what he specialised in. We never really talked about his work. But based on what I found in his study, he'd written a few books on the subject of ancient myths and fetishes, those objects that were believed by various cultures to have supernatural or religious power imbued within them. His first book was on the Holy Cross of Christianity and how it operates as a fetish within our culture. This offended me a little bit. I was worried he was trivializing a faith that, as far as I knew, he shared with me.
Still, I tried to read a chapter of it on the use of the cross in the vampire myth, but it was very dry and, quite frankly, a bit dull.
Mind your business.
Most of the boxes were similar,
Like, be less
full of notes
rude.
and clippings and bits of research that meant absolutely nothing to me. I put these aside to check with Angus Cartwright, one of Christopher's colleagues, who I had contacted to have a look at what papers of his I couldn't understand. Some of the boxes, however, contained what I can only assume was practical research. Fetish objects and totems from all around the world, small animal figures carved from bones, strings of glass beads tied together in intricate knotted patterns, grotesque quasi-human statuettes made of wood and old leather. Some of them were more than a little bit unsettling, but only one managed to send me spiraling into the place I am now. As I said, it was one of the last boxes I opened on the second day. It was late, and I had already made my way through most of a bottle of wine. The more I think about it, the more I think that opening that box felt no different to any of the others. No odd feelings, no smells, nothing. It was just a box, empty of everything except a single typewritten note and an old hand mirror. It lay inside, utterly innocuous. If it was a trap, there was no way to tell. I picked up the note first. The typing was neat, managed to be completely centered even though the paper seemed to be a scrap that had been torn from a larger piece. It read, in all capitals, "Behind you." I'm sure you don't need me to tell you how unsettling that was. I turned and looked almost before I fully understood what I had read. There was a window behind me, with a view of the street below my brother's study and the darkening sky above it. There was nothing there, though. Nobody walking along the street, no cars driving down it, nothing that seemed in any way out of place. I looked back at the note, shrugged, and reached down for the mirror. It was a bit heavier than I had expected, and under a thick layer of tarnish the frame seemed to be gold, or at least gold-plated. The glass itself was a bit grimy, but still seemed to be intact. I have no idea how old it was, or what period it might have been made, and though I searched the box thoroughly, I couldn't find anything that might explain where Christopher got it. I looked in the mirror. I was a mess. Hair unwashed, eyes red from crying, lips patchily stained a bruised purple from the wine. I hadn't really had any time to take care of or even look at myself since I got to Christopher's house, and this ancient hand mirror really showed it. I sighed, shook my head and prepared to check the next box, when the angle on the mirror shifted in my hand slightly, and I screamed. It now reflected the window behind me, and I could see a face staring in. It was dark outside, and it was almost entirely in shadow, so I couldn't tell you much about the features, but it was huge, seeming to take up most of the window behind me. The only thing about it that I could see with any real clarity were the eyes, bright, shining, bulging eyes with pupils so dark it made me feel sick, drinking everything in, watching with a greedy intensity. I could feel its gaze burning into the back of my neck, feel its unblinking eyes. My muscles locked in sudden terror, and the mirror tumbled out of my hand, spinning only once before it hit the floor and shattered into 1,000 tiny shards. 7 years bad luck, isn't it? Maybe that's it. Maybe I have to feel this horrid, aching panic of the eyes I know are following me for 7 years before they finally leave. I hope not. But maybe even that's wishful thinking. Maybe this is now my life forever, and it will never, ever stop. I've tried to think whether I'd be able to go on if that was the case. I think I'd try, at least until my parents passed away. I couldn't stand for them to lose both children. Obviously, that was when my real problems began. I could write the face off as a brief but horrid hallucination, but the feeling of being under constant scrutiny and observation isn't something I can explain away so easily. I've considered the possibility that I'm just going insane. Being watched is not an uncommon symptom of psychosis or schizophrenia, and I've been keeping an eye out for the other symptoms, but in all other ways I feel fine. It's true, I'm finding it hard to concentrate, but that's only because I can't sleep, because they're watching me, those unseen eyes that hover everywhere and won't let me rest. I'm not mad. I'm sure I'm not mad. I still have what's left of the mirror. It's just a bent gold frame now. I tried to have new glass put in, but the only eyes it showed were mine. I did talk to Angus, though. He seemed a little bit unnerved by the line of questioning I was pursuing, or maybe just by how intensely I was asking the questions, but he answered me. He didn't recognize the mirror, But a few years ago, Christopher was looking into writing a book on the totems of what he called outer cults, small, organized groups of worshippers whose beliefs weren't simply deviations from paganism or other major religions, but seemed to focus on holy beings or concepts completely apart from what would be considered normal religious practice. Some seemed to have more in common with ancient shamanism than with organized hierarchical worship, and all were highly secretive. Christopher had apparently collected several artifacts considered holy by certain of these sects, though I could find no details among his documents. Angus couldn't be sure, but he believed that the mirror might have been one such object. Christopher had apparently abandoned the project about a year before his death, choosing instead to pursue a line of research into Inuit ceremonial carvings. And here's where we finally come to why I'm here, because Angus told me that my brother wasn't researching alone. He had apparently logged several trips to London in order to consult with your institute. I don't know why or what about, and no one here seems to be able or willing to help me find out, but he was here. I'm not going to rest until I find out why. Not that I could rest anyway. Those eyes still haunt my dreams and follow me through the waking world. Even here. Especially here.
Ooh.
Statement ends. A bit of
I
an
like
odd
that
one,
one a
this.
lot.
The mid-late 20th century seems marginally better filed than most of the archives, so we haven't seen as many rogue statements cropping up from that period. Most of the details from Ms. Meyer's statement seem to check out. Sasha got a confirmation from the BBC that she had indeed been one of the anchors for the Look East Evening News between 1970 and 72, until she suffered a nervous breakdown and damaged several cameras in their Norwich studio.
Oh, that was a
Martin's
lady.
checking with the University of Southampton also seems to confirm the details of Christopher Meyer's
Now she
life
has to
and
be a
death.
VTuber.
I even tried to read one or two of his books, but
That's so
they were a bit
sad.
dry even for me, and didn't appear to have any particular relevance to the case. I've been unable to locate any evidence that he made use of the Institute's library or consultation services, but even these days those records aren't kept in as much detail as they really should be, so that doesn't necessarily mean he wasn't here. What's most interesting is what Tim found out about the final 2 decades of Ms. Meyer's life before she died in prison in 1993. Following this statement, she apparently spent almost 12 years working low-level service jobs until both her mother and father passed away of cancer and heart disease respectively. There's nothing notable about this period in any official records, but on October the 24th, 1984, she murdered a delivery van driver named Danilo Kostic. She unloaded the van's normal cargo of filing paper and envelopes before filling it with several barrels of petrol. She was apprehended just south of Vauxhall Bridge after she jumped a red light and collided with another car. Luckily, the petrol did not ignite, and she was picked up by police as she tried to flee the scene. Originally charged with reckless driving, it didn't take long for them to connect her to the murder of Mr. Kostic, and she was given a sentence of 17 years in HMP Holloway. She died of pneumonia 9 years later. A bizarre and apparently motiveless crime. The one detail that still nags at me is that the company that Danilo Kostic worked for, Paper Run Limited, is the same company that, at the time, supplied most of the stationery to the Magnus Institute. I have a nasty feeling about exactly where she was taking that petrol. End recording. You don't mind if I record this, I trust?
Well, to be honest...
That's kind of one of the things we wanted to talk about.
This is an intervention.
Excuse me.
If you'd rather it was an official disciplinary hearing, John, we can arrange it.
Fine.
Oh.
Say your piece.
We care about you, John.
Everyone.
Since the Prentice incident.
And we'd really like
to not have to fire you.
To make sure that you're doing okay.
Look, I understand I've been a bit distant recently.
You were watching my house.
You followed me on my lunch break and searched my desk.
You said I was lying about a murder.
That is to say,
You think we killed Gertrude?
No, it's... Maybe. Maybe you did. I don't know.
John, this is absurd. This goes far beyond an unhealthy work environment. I'll admit it's partly my fault for letting it get this bad. I should have stepped in earlier.
You still don't believe us, do you?
It's not that I don't believe you. It's just... I mean, you could have done it.
Seriously? Listen
Oh,
to
goodness.
yourself.
Right. We've gone a long way beyond right, Martin. There are monsters out there, and I don't know who or where they are, or if any of you... If you want me to trust you, then I'm sorry, but I need evidence.
Here.
And this is?
A copy of all the CCTV from the week Gertrude disappeared. The police finally finished cleaning it up and examining it, and returned a copy.
There aren't any cameras in the archive.
But there are everywhere else, including all of the entrances into the archive, and across all of the feeds, it provides a remarkably detailed account of all of our movements over that week, even yours.
And you think this gives everyone an alibi?
The police certainly do, but feel free to check it yourself.
Thank you. I will.
And let's have no more of this paranoia.
Sasha.
I've been examining the CCTV feeds Elias gave me. It does seem to provide everyone with a solid alibi, and no one is seen entering or exiting the archives except Gertrude. At least not before Elias goes down and discovers the blood. Gertrude's own movements are somewhat erratic, and she seems to be in and out of the archives at all hours of the day and night. At some points looking rather disheveled. That could stand closer scrutiny later, but for now I can't quite figure out whether this exoneration of my colleagues is more of a relief or a frustration. At the very least, it seems I have been rather unfair to them. I just hope they haven't entirely lost respect for me. One thing that does nothing to ease my mind, though, is the renewed significance this puts on the tunnels beneath the archive, as it seems more and more likely that whoever or whatever is living down there is the same thing that killed Gertrude. End supplemental.
That was a really fun episode. I always like hearing about entertainers and them being haunted and murdered and stuff. Like, it feels like it's almost, it feels like it's almost close to what we do here. It's kind of cool. Their intervention is, hey, cheer up, buddy. You can spy on us with this. Stop following us to our house and stop filming us, like, whenever we leave our desks. It's really creepy if you film, like, the bathroom door. I know it's not in the bathroom, but it's still really creepy. I know it's not your intention, but it's still really creepy. You can't do that. I don't trust not Sasha or Elias. Ooh. I don't trust any of... I trust Martin. Martin seems very sweet. Martin's a sweet boy. Martin's a sweet boy. Why are you guys screaming at your toy? It's on. I can't make it do more. The cats are going crazy. This next one is called Hard Shoulder. Yes. Here we go. Ooh, I'm excited. Okay, this is gonna be the last one of the night because it's 5 a.m. and I gotta start fixing my sleep schedule. Dude, I've missed like 5 collabs. I've been going crazy. I know the holidays are a little bit harder, especially this year, but I need to shape up. Alright, let's go. Last episode.
Episode 61.
Even though it doesn't make me very happy, I'd like to listen to 12 more. Well, thank you, Will Rao, for gifting a sub. I appreciate that.
You don't mind if I record this, do you?
Knock yourself out.
Right.
Of course, if anyone else ever hears it.
You'll arrest me.
No.
Right. So you came to deliver one of the tapes? From Basira? The audio tapes.
It's okay, kittens.
So, can I have it? Please?
I'm thinking.
What?
I thought you needed me to check them.
You don't get it, do you?
I'm not sure I follow.
The tapes. Why she was giving them to you?
She wanted my help. You didn't have a tape player at your station.
She thought you did it.
What?
We both did.
Wait, you thought I killed Gertrude?
Yes.
Why?
Look at you. You're obsessed with it. Jumpy as hell, and you're the only person who benefited from her death.
I mean, I didn't.
Yeah, I know. Finally got IT to clean up the CCTV for the week she disappeared. No cameras in the archive, but we got plenty of footage of you. Watched your movements that whole week. You didn't kill her.
I don't...
That's nice.
What does this have to do with the tapes?
Didn't have enough to hold you. Basira was worried you were going to run.
So, what, you fed me a couple of tapes to keep me around?
Yeah.
And now you know I'm innocent?
I reckon we should cut you off. But Basira's soft. She likes you. No idea why. Maybe she keeps feeding you tapes, doesn't involve me. I don't plan on seeing or hearing anything about it.
The women police officers are really
thank
intense.
You, Detective Tonner.
Daisy.
Thank you, Daisy.
Sure.
If you don't mind me asking, how long have you been sectioned now?
I do mind. 14 years.
Okay.
I don't suppose you'd like to make a statement.
About what?
Whatever you like. 14 years, you must have seen any number of paranormal things.
She's from the
And you want me
SCP police
to tell you
station.
about them? Okay.
What?
Okay. I'll give you a statement about how I got my first Section 31.
Not in the game.
You look surprised.
Or not
I
in
mean, I
the-
was largely
not in
asking as a formality. Basira didn't give the impression you were the sharing sort.
Maybe you caught me in a good mood.
Right. Well, good. Do you need me to go over our non-disclosure policy?
As not as long as you understand my policy. If it gets out, I'll break every bone in your body.
Worst things could happen to.
What?
Nothing. Statement of Detective Alice Daisy Tonner of the London Metropolitan Police. What's the subject?
Traffic stop of a delivery van on the M6 near Preston, afternoon of 24th July 2002.
This lady's
live
so
from
mean.
subject,
She's awesome.
1st December 2016.
I love when old women want you to die.
This was a long time ago. I'd been police for 2 years. Wasn't even with a Met back then. I was based up in Lancashire with a road policing unit. This is before the Highways Agency took most of the grunt work, so there was plenty to do. None of it much fun, but it needed doing. Booking drink drivers was my favourite. I always hoped they'd refuse the breathalyzer, maybe even took a swing at me. Nothing funnier than a drunk asshole trying to avoid being arrested. I usually rode with Isaac Masters. He'd been working with the RPU a lot longer than I had and was even harsher than me. I know why, though. You try to be a good police, give everyone a fair shot, but you see a lot of accidents. Not much worse in the world than a really bad car crash. It gets to you. You get hard with people who don't respect the road, and there are plenty of them out there. It was raining that night. That heavy, thumping rain that means you can't hear a damn thing. It crashes onto the roof like someone's jumping on it. Me and Zach were sitting in a lay-by watching traffic and trying to drink coffee. We'd picked it up from a service station a few miles back, but it was one of those open-topped styrofoam cups. By the time we'd got back to the car, the rain had got in and left us with 2 cups of cold sludge. So we were both in a pretty bad mood. There was maybe 1 in the afternoon, but you wouldn't have known it. The clouds weren't letting any sun through and everything looked grey, wet and lifeless. We couldn't even talk over the sound of rain on the roof, so we just sat there in silence, drinking lukewarm sludge. The motorway was quieter than normal. A Wednesday afternoon doesn't see a lot of traffic, but the rain usually brings out more cars. That day it was pretty empty. Everyone seemed to be driving careful on account of the rain, which was also not normal, and I was torn. Part of me wanted to spot some idiot who I could take my bad mood out on, when the other part of me didn't want to get any wetter than I already was. It looked like I wasn't going to get a choice anyway. At least, not until I saw the van. It was a beaten-up old Citroen C15. There was some writing on the side, but I couldn't see it clearly through the rain. It was either very dirty or painted a nasty shade of off-white. Most importantly, it was driving about 25 miles an hour. The limit is 70. There's technically no minimum speed on a motorway, but the van didn't show any signs of speeding up, and it was kind of strange. We had enough cause to stop it if we wanted. I wasn't sure whether to let it go or not, but Zach had clearly made his decision already. He was in the driving seat and fired up the lights as we drove up behind it. The van glided to a stop on the hard shoulder at the side of the road and sat there. The headlights, which had been turned on for the rain, died. Then it just waited. Zach was out first. The rain was so thick that he had to take his torch to see properly. The light passed over the van and I could see rust creeping around the edges of the panelling. We walked up to the driver's side. I could see dark shapes from inside, but they weren't moving. Up close, I could read the name on the side. Brecon and Hope Deliveries. It was covered in a thick layer of dirt that the rain couldn't quite wash off. Zach knocked on the door and it opened. The man who got out looked normal, so normal that these days I can't really picture his face. Said his name was Tom. I wasn't the one looking over his driving licence, so I don't know about second names. From the other side, 2 men climbed out. They were huge. Hard faces like a pair of old stone statues dressed in overalls and flat caps. They asked what was going on, speaking back and forth in Cockney accents so broad and fake-sounding that I thought they were putting them on for a laugh. I was about to lay into them for it when a sound cut me short. Zach had been talking to Tom, who was making some bland explanation for his slow driving, caution, heavy rain, empty road, all that crap. But they heard it too, and he stopped mid-sentence to look at me. From the back of the van there was the sound of moaning. It sounded like, kind of like a moan of pain, but long and drawn out. It went on for almost a full minute and was almost, I don't know, kind of musical. I looked at Tom and the fake Cockney passengers, but their faces were unreadable. Zach gripped Tom firmly by the arm and led him to the rear doors of the van, demanding that he open it. He didn't resist, just nodded and got out a set of keys. He put one of them in the door, turned it, and the van opened. I saw that the 2 big guys had walked up next to us, so I was getting ready for trouble, but there's no way I would have guessed what was in there. It was a coffin. An old wooden coffin. Rough, unvarnished. I could see splinters where the nails had been hammered in badly. Wrapped all around it was a thick metal chain ending in a heavy padlock. That weird moaning was coming from inside it. It was the only sound that cut through pounding rain. I tensed up, reaching for my baton. If these people were kidnappers or worse, we would be in big trouble. I was ready for a fight, but they just stood there, not moving, staring at us. Everything about the situation felt wrong. I looked over at Zach, and he seemed to be thinking the same thing. He looked over at the 2 men in overalls and told them to take it out, then looked over to Tom, asking if he had a key to the padlock. Reaching into his jacket, the man who called himself Tom pulled out a large iron key and handed it to my partner. Didn't look like the other keys. I wanted to head back to the car and call in some backup, but Zach was a senior officer, and if he thought we should open it first, I was going to back his play. Zach took the key and walked towards the coffin, which now lay on the wet tarmac, lit only by the headlights of our car. The moaning was louder now, almost drowning out the sound of the hammering rain. Water had begun to flow off the wood, but everything else about it was still. As he got closer, I could see the words, "Do not open," scratched into the surface of the wood. It didn't look like my partner was paying them any attention, though. He gently placed the key into the lock, wincing slightly as he touched the metal, and turned it. The chains snapped off like they were spring-loaded. They whipped around violently, and Zach jumped back, slipping and falling on his back. I brought my baton up just in case the strangers made a move, but they were motionless. The moaning had stopped. The only sound was the creaking of hinges as the lid of the coffin began to move. It was slow, the gap appearing first as just a crack, before finally opening completely. It was too dark to see what was inside at first, but when I shone my torch inside, I heard Zach gasp. I think I did as well. Inside of that wooden coffin, there was a staircase. It went down, apparently into the ground below, and seemed to go on as deep as I could see. They were steep, carved out of what looked like solid stone, and the rock that made up the walls didn't match the wet tarmac around us or the earth that would have been underneath it. It was completely impossible. I tried to ask Tom or his companions about it. I yelled at them to explain what the hell was going on, but they just stood there, staring at it. So I hit one of them with my baton. It was one of the larger men in overalls. I'm not sure which one. It was like hitting solid wood, and the blow jarred my arm badly, making me drop the only weapon I had. Even then, he just stood there, staring at the casket. There was a sound of movement from behind me. I turned to see Zach walking into the coffin, his torch shining into the hollow below. He'd already disappeared up to his waist, and there was this look on his face that I had never seen before. Relaxed, like he was asleep. I shouted for him, started to run, but I felt a huge hand grip my shoulder. I grabbed it with my good arm, tried to escape it, but the grip was too strong. The texture of the flesh was like hard rubber. All I could do was watch as my partner kept walking into the earth on stairs that couldn't be there. After a few seconds, he was completely out of sight. I expected to hear something. Shouting, a scream, something. But it was still just the rain. The lid closed very slowly, and then he was gone. Just a coffin sitting on the hard shoulder of the M6. The hand released my shoulder as the 2 men in overalls began to walk over and calmly wrap the chains back around it. I felt a sudden burst of anger and picked up my baton. I lunged at them, but the one closest to me moved quicker than I would have thought possible. His fist slammed into my chest like a cannonball, and I felt a couple of ribs break. I collapsed to the floor, just lay there, as Tom and the 2 men locked the coffin back up, loaded it into the van, and drove off. I never saw Isaac Masters again. When I called it in, I was expecting a manhunt, an investigation, some kind of justice. It wasn't like we didn't have plenty of leads. Instead, I was handed a form I didn't recognise, told to sign it, and then reassigned to the Met. Since then, it's been one spook story after another.
Right. Thank you. Are you quite all right?
No. I never told that story to anyone except my old sergeant.
I'm not sure
I should go.
Yes, of course, I'll see you out. There is one other thing. I've been meaning to ask Basira, but you might know
I'm
better.
done.
Oh, yes. Do you know anything about vampires?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just that...
A while back, there were some problems. Arrest irregularities around a few missing person cases. Suspects being released without proper interrogation. Recordings of the interviews showed the subject wouldn't say a word, but the officers doing the interview would let them go anyway. I don't know the details of the investigation, but there's a new operating procedure now.
Which would be...
Cases matching certain parameters have to be monitored by another officer outside the room via video. In the very specific circumstance where the suspect says nothing but the interrogating officer acts as though they have, they're immediately removed from the room. Then they call me.
Just you?
There are a few others around who do it, but I take care of a dozen or so precincts. I cuff the suspect's hands and legs, drive them out into the middle of Epping Forest, and burn them to ashes. There's never enough left to be a problem. I don't know if they're vampires exactly, but that's what we call them.
Good Lord. How many have you taken care of?
5 in the last 9 years.
I see.
Don't tell Basira. She doesn't know about that procedure. I'm not sure how much she'd understand. She's not cut out for that kind of work.
Of course, I won't.
Don't tell her any of this, okay? I was never here. If she wants to get you more tapes, that's her business, but you keep this visit to yourself. Got that?
Of course.
Good.
Supplemental. That was an interesting interview. It seems we're not done with sinister coffins just yet. And the contents were surprising, to say the least, but don't give any real clues as to its origin, purpose, or even its relationship with Brecon and Hope. Are they simply couriers? Guardians? Hostages? At least I also have confirmation that the vampires Trevor Herbert described are not purely figments of a drug-addled mind. I probably shouldn't be too pleased to discover that there are even more violent hunters stalking us through the night, but there it is. I'll admit to feeling a bit hurt by Basira's true motivations. I suppose it's hardly surprising I've not been the most stable over these last few months. Either way, I'll not be bringing it up. Even if I wasn't genuinely somewhat afraid of Detective Tonner, such a revelation would only harm our relationship, and I need those tapes. I can't afford to have Gertrude's time at the Institute disappear back into obscurity. I'll check the one I have, and then wait to hear from Basira. Or perhaps I should try to make contact. I should really have gotten a number or something. Well, that's a matter for later. I need to go home. Try to get some sleep. I just wish it wasn't raining. End supplemental.
That was a good one. I like that one. That was the final episode we're going to be listening to. I like that the police were investigating him and he's like, "How could you investigate me? I'm acting so normal." And then he's like, "No, okay, that's fair. Yes. All right." There we go. 19. I think we're just about to die. Crap. Yeah, we're just about to die. I don't think we can survive this next hit. Yep. Ow. But this is another one we can be playing. It's very catchy. Oh, we got steak. And let's see. We got 50 of these. We'll just continue. Keep those. This is so good. I'm glad you like this game. Yama found this one. I thought it looked really cool. So, thank you so much, Yama. I really appreciate you guys all coming by today. I know it was a kind of chiller stream in terms of everything after that horrifying game where there was the demon man that was just evil to everyone. Once you get used to the game, you can alt-tab and chat easily. Yeah, that's going to be really cool. Also, thank you so much, Reclaim Vanguard and Will Rob. Thank you so much for gifting a sub or 3 months to Pat Peas. And thank you so much, Reclaim, for being here for 3 months. I appreciate that. What's Pat Peas? But yes, I really like this. This was the Magnus Archives. We're going to continue on with it as often as we can. And let's see here. We are going to... Let's see here. We're gonna raid into... Who's someone I haven't raided in a little bit? Oh, hi, Joshua. You want to be in front of me? You're a beautiful kitty. We haven't raided Savi in a while. Do you guys mind raiding Savi? And I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm very, very tired. I'm gonna be trying to get good 8 hours sleeps. Oh god, I can still I can still see the things in my eyes, the little like blips and blues. But raid Joshua. Let's see. So raid Savi. Alright, there we go. I appreciate you guys being by. We're gonna be back with some very spooky stuff. The games we didn't play today that I'd like to are the Victor Initiative, which looks really creepy. It looks like a PS1 style thing with a lot of like eyes, and it looks like it's in an SCP facility. Thank you guys all so much for being here. Thank you guys all so much for being involved in the Magnus Archive stuff. I've been so happy. We also have Norco, the Signifier Director's Cut, which is a psychological horror game. We have Catalina's Horror Adventure, which is supposed to be a very scary RPG Maker game. We have the rest of Routine. We have Cartomanic. It's a tarot card game like Balatro, but using tarot cards more. We also have Last of Us 2. I don't know if we're going to play more of that. We kind of got through all of the good parts of it. We have Drowned Lake playtest. I forgot about that. Drowned Lake. Oh my god, we should play that right now. No, we'll play that in the future. Also, thank you, M2 Sniffles. I appreciate that. Thank you for subscribing, and make sure that you're taking care of yourself and you have a good night or morning. It's morning now. I appreciate it though. We also have That's Not My Neighbor. We can go a year in. Oh, we also have to finish Abiotic. Crap. There's a lot to do. More Last of Us 2. Can't wait to see. The Last of Us 2 is so bad though. Okay. Anyways, good night, you guys. Please drink some water. Please take care of yourself, and please be good to yourself. Please have a good night. Night. Bye bye.